Chapter 1, God Level Choice. The Haiwan calendar is 1520. In a small town named Boya in the East China Sea, a man is in the open-air plaza with a group of children doing push-ups. Brother Carl, why are you so good? You can do more than 1,000 push-ups every day. Brother Carl, we have to be as powerful as you, so that we can protect the town of Boya. Brother Carl, I can declare you. If you exercise every day like me, you can definitely defeat the pirate and become the hero of the town. Carl has a handsome smile on his face, without any pretensions at all. The kids around are chatting here, and Carl is also happy to say that they like him so much. Suddenly, an electronically synthesized voice rang in Carl's mind. Ding! The novice task of 3 million push-ups has been completed, and the level selection system is officially opened. Hearing the sound of the system turning on, Carl stopped exercising and smiled again, which melted the hearts of the girls in Boya town. After 5 years, I finally completed this task. That's right. Carl is not an aboriginal, but a traverser. But when he crossed 5 years ago, he was drifting on the sea. If it weren't for the people from Boya town to rescue him, I am afraid that he would become the worst traverser and would be drowned in the sea at the beginning. Like other traversers, Carl also gained the system after crossing. But the system told him that he must complete the novice trial selection task before he can officially open the God level selection system. So Carl chose 3 million push-ups, and it took 5 years to complete the task. Although there are 2 other options, they are reborn as a girl, and randomly lose a body function. So there is no choice. Fortunately, these 3 million push-ups also strengthened Carl's physique, allowing him to help Boya town repel some pirates who did not offer a reward. Since then, Carl has been a big hit in the town. In addition, Carl has also learned in the past few years that this is the world of One Piece. This shocked Carl, and at the same time he exercised more diligently. In such a world full of monsters, if you don't have a certain strength, you can't even protect yourself. Next, let me study how to use this system. A system that has been turned on for such a long time should work very well. Speaking of Carl, he opened the panel of the system. But this system has no other functions besides the personal property panel, which surprised Carl, so he can only open his own property panel and talk about it. Properties panel. Name, Carl. Strength, F+. Agility, F. Spirit, G+. Physical strength, E. Ability, military fist, G. Remarks, the attribute of an ordinary adult male is G. Carl twitched his mouth. He didn't expect that after so many years of exercise, his attributes would be a little higher than that of ordinary adult men. As for the martial arts boxing, this is just a little self-defense skills he learned in his previous life. Come on, a man with a broken leg appeared in the port, making trouble in the port, come over and help. Suddenly, the self-defense guards of the town yelled, and all the adult men in Boya town took up farm tools and rushed up. Carl is used to this kind of thing. After all, there are always some troublesome pirates who come to look for trouble. But Boya town is located in a remote area, and pirates offering rewards don't even bother to come to such a small place. So their lives are fairly comfortable. Carl walked slowly like this and saw a familiar yellow figure. But suddenly, the sound of the system sounded, making him stunned. Ding! The dying golden lion was found, and the God level selection system has been triggered. Option 1, help the golden lion plunder the town, gain the appreciation of golden lion, and become his most trusted subordinate and apprentice. Option 2, leave it alone, let him and the town's residents fend for themselves, get the title indifferent and ruthless, and the title attribute will increase their total attributes by 200%. Option 3, kill the golden lion and get some of the abilities of the golden lion at random. It turned out to be golden lion Shiji. Carl did not expect that the person who caused the riot in the port would be such a legendary figure. However, it is also written on the system that the golden lion is on the verge of death, and now at the port, it should be just struggling to save himself. This is also an opportunity for me. Carl knows very well how important these options are. But before he could make a decision, riots broke out again in the port. He clearly saw that there were many residents of Boya town who were swept up by a strong air current and then fell to the ground. This is obviously the fruit ability of the golden lion. Cough cough, listen to Lao Tzu all the waste here. Lao Tzu is the golden lion Shiji, the big pirate on this sea. I now order you to find me the best medicine, the best ship, and the best ship doctor. Otherwise, cough, cough, or all of you will die. The golden lion spoke intermittently, coughing twice from time to time. Even every time you cough, you will cough up blood. This means that he is already at the end of the crossbow, and can't last long. And Carl also heard him. So I chose 3 without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring some of the golden lion abilities. Feeling the flow of air on your hands is the ability of floating fruits. You reading www. The corner of Carl's mouth raised slightly. Had it not been for these residents to save themselves at the beginning of the journey, I would have died long ago. Carl murmured something in his heart, and then strode up. Everyone will let me go, this pirate will let me deal with it. It's Lord Carl. Master Carl is here, and he must be able to teach him well. Carl, be careful, this guy is weird, he can blow people away, it's really terrible. The surrounding residents were scared because of the fierce expression of the golden lion and the hand he had just exposed, and they did not dare to approach. But Carl knows very well that the golden lion at this time is just the end of the crossbow, vulnerable. Golden Lion Shiji, the legendary big pirate, even broke his legs in order to escape from Pushing City. However, it is pitiful to fall into this field now. Carl's eyes were full of contempt, even though the golden lion was the great pirate of the last era. But he is now on the verge of death, and there is no threat at all. What if it wasn't that straw hat boy? Can I fall into this field? Ahem, since you know me, kid, save me quickly and stop talking nonsense. As long as you can save me, you will be the deputy captain of the flying pirates in the future. It's really tempting. Carl smiled, walked up to the golden lion, and picked up the dead tree and Sakura 10. What are you going to do? The golden lion's eyes widened, and he waved his hands. The huge tornado rises into the sky. Carl smiled, also releasing the power from the golden lion. Withered wood and Sakura 10 penetrated the golden lion's body without hindrance. P.S. Newcomers and new books for collection, comments. The first publication of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time you see the genuine content. Chapter 2, Ready to Go to Sea. Accompanied by the sound of 2 famous knives piercing the ground. With unwilling eyes, the golden lion finally fell to the ground. Carl was panting heavily, and his heart was jumping. Although after making a choice, you can get the ability of the golden lion. But just in case, Carl did his best. He didn't dare to approach the golden lion completely, for fear that the opponent would counterattack and bring himself. Although the opponent is on the verge of death, he is still a strong man of the last era, as famous as Baybeard and Roger. When you should be careful, you must be careful. Afterwards, Carl was afraid that the other party would not die altogether, so he used his abilities to summon Dead Tree and Sakura 10 back, and crossed the golden lion's neck with a knife. Golden Lion Shiji separated like this. The scene made the adults around feel a little uncomfortable. But some children are full of interest in this scene. Thank you, Carl, we really don't know what to do if you don't come. Brother Carl is the best. It's really so powerful that it explodes. Master Carl is so handsome, if only I could marry him. Master Carl. Master Carl. Although the scene of solving the golden lion was a bit bloody, his step forward still moved the residents of the town a little. They have long been accustomed to Carl's protection, and they like to shout loudly after Carl has protected them. But Carl didn't think much about it. He just asked someone to pack up the corpse and seal it in a special coffin, so that he could collect a reward later. Then he found the best blacksmith in the village, and gave the dead wood and yingshi to him, and repaired them well. Due to the fact that deadwood and yingshi have been used as legs by the golden lion, there has been some corrosion in the position of the knife handle. If it is not repaired, it will affect the feel. And this is not about repairing the blade, just repairing the handle. The blacksmiths in the group are enough. In this way, Carl returned to his residence amidst the cheers of the people. Unexpectedly, I met Golden Lion right after the system was turned on. According to what he said, he should have been defeated by Luffy, and then left here. It is really pitiful. Carl shook his head, then opened his property panel, and his eyes lit up. He found that he not only gained the Golden Lion abilities, but even his attributes were improved. Properties panel. Name, Carl. Strength, E+. Agility, E. Spirit, F+. Stamina, D. Abilities, Army Sports Boxing, G. Piao Piao Fruit, no side effects, Armed Color Domineering, Mastery, See and Hear Color Domineering, Mastery, Domineering Color, Semi-Mastery, Double Knife Flow, E+. Remark 1, Domineering is divided into Semi-Mastery, Mastery, Proficient, Proficient, and Perfect. Remark 2, since the Golden Lion is in a state of dying, the ability that the host can obtain is the ability of the Golden Lion before death. Remark 3, all abilities acquired by the system have no side effects. No wonder the level of Domineering Mastery is so low, and the attributes given to me are not high. It turns out that it's the same thing. However, the Devil Fruit ability has no side effects, which is a good thing, so I don't have to worry about sea water and sea stones. It's just that this secret must never be known by others. Kalmo rubbed his chin, and then he set his eyes on the packed suitcase. According to his plan, after completing the push-up task in the past few days, he will leave Boya Town. Although the folk customs here are simple, everyone likes him very much. But men don't change being bound by one place. He still intends to go to the sea here to wander around. Especially since he has already acquired the ability of Piao Piao Fruit, as long as he doesn't meet those top powerhouses, there is nothing terrifying. Next, it's time to join the Navy. Being a pirate is the least interesting. The Navy is the one who is worried every day. Being the Navy is the world Carl decided from the beginning. In this world, if you want to be alone, strength is the most basic requirement. Before there is a certain degree of strength, being a Navy is the safest way. Although he already has the power of fluttering fruits, he doesn't think that he is invincible. This is the world of pirates with monsters. With his strength, he can't be ranked at all. Then Carl went to the port dock, took out the boat he had booked for a year, and moved everything in. After the repairs of withered wood and yingshi are completed, he will leave himself and stay in Boya Town for 5 years. It's a bit reluctant, after all, I have stayed here for 5 years. Carl sighed, then put the thought behind him, then he went home and slept well. Early the next morning, Carl retrieved deadwood and sakura-ten from the blacksmith. He was just about to pay, but the uncle blacksmith waved his hand and said with a smile, "Master Carl, don't worry about the money. You never owed me money before, and you often take care of my business. I heard that you are leaving last night, and this repair will be given to you for free, and it will be my gift for you to practice." Carl was moved when he heard the uncle blacksmith say this. "Thank you, uncle, I will miss you when I go to sea." Carl hung the deadwood and sakuraju around his waist and walked the street handsomely. The surrounding residents also came out to see Carl see off at this time. His reputation here is so high that these people are reluctant to leave him. But Carl has decided to leave. Of course it is impossible to stay in Boya Town. The children are a little lost. Those big girls of yellow flowers are even more empty, and Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com seems to have lost something. Carl was seen off all the way to the port location. Just as he was about to board his own boat, a buzzing sound suddenly came not far away. A huge naval warship suddenly appeared in this remote sea. Looking at the size of this warship and the flags hung on it, Carl recognized that this is the warship of the Navy headquarters. The warships of the Naval Division are not so magnificent. At the same time, the people on the Navy warship also saw the situation here. They were a little puzzled why so many people would be seen off when someone went to sea. Under the trend of curiosity, they came here, just blocking Carl's way to sea. I'm Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel of the Navy headquarters. Have you ever seen this person? Although I came here because of curiosity, I must not forget my official duties. Lieutenant Flying Squirrel will jump off the boat, and instead of arrogantly questioning, he will be very approachable. This has greatly increased the popularity of the town's residents towards the Navy. Hey, isn't this the pirate who was killed by Lord Carl yesterday? Let me see, it's really him. Master Navy, this pirate has been killed by Master Carl, you don't need to look for it. The surrounding residents' Twitter answers made the Flying Squirrel's eyes widened, and then looked at Carl, who was pushed out by them. The eyes of the Flying Squirrel and the surrounding Navy were full of incredible. After a while, he asked tentatively, "Did you really kill him?" Carl nodded, pointed to the special coffin and smiled. Replace it like a fake. P.S. Newcomers and new books for collection, comments. The first publication of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time you see the genuine content. Chapter 3, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel had an incredible expression in his eyes. He couldn't imagine that a legendary pirate would die in the hands of this unknown man. Even if it is seriously injured, the golden lion is not something that ordinary people can deal with. But Carl's smiley eyes and the chattering testimony of surrounding villagers made him doubtful. In that case, please open this wooden coffin, I want to check it. No problem, but I have one condition. Carl smiled and came to the wooden coffin and tapped it twice. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel frowned and said casually, "If it's true, I won't give you less of a reward." "Thank you, I know that the Navy will not embezzle this reward, but the condition I set is not a bounty, but that I want to join the Navy." Carl directly stated his conditions, which made Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel frown. He originally wanted to reject Carl's request and let him sign up through formal channels. But Carl saw Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel's hesitation and directly used his power to make the coffin board float. This is the ability of Piao Piao Fruit. As one of the veteran lieutenant generals, Lieutenant Flying Squirrel is very clear about the way of expressing the ability of fluttering fruits. Carl nodded noncommittal and motioned to the other party to look at the wooden coffin. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel followed Carl's gaze, and indeed saw the golden lion's body, which shocked his heart. "Okay, I've finished reading it, I can give you the corpse, so can I meet my requirements? Are you a person with Piao Piao Fruit ability?" "It's just luck." Carl answered with a smile, and didn't say how his abilities came from. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel did not pursue it either. After the devil fruit capable person dies, the devil fruit will randomly respawn on the fruit closest to the corpse. If you are lucky, you can indeed be reborn next to the corpse. It's not that this kind of thing hasn't happened, so he didn't care. But he must carefully consider the opponent's conditions. "I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Carl. I am a resident of Boya Town. My dream has always been to be a Navy. Today I just met Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel. I can't miss this opportunity." "You know me?" "Of course I know, the well-known veteran Lieutenant General of the Navy headquarters is still a super swordsman, and his strength is even the top rank in the Navy. Strong people like you are my goal. If you don't believe me, you can ask them, I'm exercising every day to become a Navy." Carl acted without changing his face. If the world can comment on the movie King, Carl is estimated to be able to see all the awards. We can prove that Lord Carl's dream is to become a navy. Yes, Lord Carl is exercising every day. Brother Carl does at least 1,000 push-ups every day, we can all testify. The surrounding residents responded in due course. In such a situation, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel is not a good choice. Then he saw the two famous knives on Carl's waist. This is Deadwood and Sakura 10? You can also use swords. Small bugs, it's not worth mentioning. Carl waved his hand, indicating that it didn't matter. But Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel was interested. The two of us have a match. If you can hold me 3 tricks, I will make an exception to report and let you join the Navy. Really? Seeing Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel let go, Carl also let go of his hanging heart. To be honest, he was not sure to persuade Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel to join the Navy. But now this result is acceptable to both of them. And Carl is very confident in his current strength. All the Navy obeys orders and protects the surrounding residents back 1 kilometer. Yes. Looking at the surrounding residents and the Navy, the distance of 1 kilometer has been pushed out, and Lieutenant General Carl and Flying Squirrel are ready to go. You call Carl, right? Use your full strength to pick me up 3 tricks, let me see if you are qualified to let me make an exception for you. While speaking, Lieutenant Flying Squirrel burst out with an extremely tyrannical aura. All of a sudden, the harbor was surging. The Flying Squirrel drew his sword in an instant, and Ling Li's slash shot out in an instant. Good job! Carl's ruddy expression raised his fingers, and withered wood and Sakura flew to his hand in an instant. He saw his 2 swords crossed, riveting enough strength to offset the slashing of Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel. This blow directly caused him to retreat by a distance of 2 meters, but he was not injured. The first trick. Carl smiled and motioned to the Flying Squirrel to continue. Humph! It's connected, this is the second trick. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel's momentum rose again. In an instant, a slash that was faster than before came to Carl in an instant. So fast! Carl saw the slash close at hand and pressed hard with both hands. A tyrannical air current vortex formed instantly, directly pressing this slash into the ground. The two forces collided with each other, causing the ground between them to split a huge gap. Seeing this scene, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel finally put away his contempt, but became somewhat appreciative. It's worthy of the ability of Piao Piao fruit, it is really strong. Although the Piao Piao fruit is strong, shouldn't you praise the users? If I am not strong, what use is the Piao Piao fruit no matter how strong? Carl put on an expression of you quickly praise me, stinky and shameless. The corners of Lieutenant General's mouth twitched slightly. He didn't expect Carl's face to be so thick, but he has to admit that Carl's strength is indeed not weak. Decent swordsmanship and strength, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com and then coupled with the floating fruit. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel can't guarantee now that he can take him in a short time. So he has decided to make Carl a navy. If such a person becomes an enemy, the navy will have a headache. Get ready, this is the third move, my full blow. Although Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel has decided to make him a navy, he has already ignited fighting spirit. He won't let go of anything with this blow. Volley slash! The Flying Squirrel screamed, and the whole person disappeared in front of Carl in an instant. Seeing that the other party suddenly disappeared, Carl screamed badly, and immediately turned on the domineering look. Then he quickly raised his head, wrapped his arms around his arms and domineering, and the airflow around him was frantically surging. Accompanied by a boom. The surrounding earth is cracking every inch. The surrounding airflow formed a storm, blowing all the navy and residents watching the show. Master Carl! Brother Carl will be fine, right? What the is this, does it mean that the navy is going to kill Brother Carl? The residents of Boya Town saw this scene, their eyes widened. They can't see exactly what happened before. The storm covered their eyes, and these residents now only want to know if Carl is alive or dead. But it is the Navy who have different ideas from them. These Navy soldiers have followed Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel for a long time. They knew the strength of flying squirrels very well, but they didn't expect that the young man in front of them would be so strong. It can even hold the attack of Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel. This made them stare wide, and they could squeeze an apple with their mouths open. The first publication of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time you see the genuine content. Chapter 4, Get on Board. Ha 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 ha. Happy, really happy. The little pirates in the East China Sea are too weak. I have been in the East China Sea for nearly a month, and no one can let me use my full strength. It's so happy. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel laughed, and the navy cloak on his body had become fragments on the ground. Obviously, in the previous blow, he also received a counterattack. On the other side, Carl wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and couldn't help shaking his head. You want to kill me? Carl put away his weapon and was speechless. The blow just now caused a slight shock to the entire Boya town. The harbor also became sloppy at this time, and the surrounding rooms even collapsed. Fortunately, flying squirrels will compensate residents. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel's full blow was very strong. It can be said that it is the pinnacle of the Lieutenant General level, and Carl can only do his best to avoid being killed by him. It's just that Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel made a sudden attack, which caused Carl's incomplete preparation, so he was injured. If there is a fight with him, Carl is sure to hold him back. My strength is almost at the Major General level, and I should be a little short of the Lieutenant General, but it's not bad. After all, I just acquired the ability. Carl murmured a little, and roughly understood his strength, what class he was. Carl Recruit. Stop the ink, take your trophies and follow me on board. Ah. Yes. I'm here. Carlton was overjoyed when he heard the words of Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, and then directly used his ability to bring the coffin to the Navy ship. The surrounding Navy also gathered their contemptuous hearts at this time, but they were full of respect. This is a world respected by the strong. As long as you have the strength, you can get the respect of others. This battle between Carl and Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, although only 3 short moves. But these navies thought that they did not have the strength to resist flying squirrels. So Carl has not officially become a navy, he has been admired by many navy soldiers. Carl bid farewell to the residents of the small town and headed for the navy headquarters on a naval warship. The purpose of the flying squirrel here in the future is to catch the golden lion that appears here. He was originally patrolling near the East China Sea, but received news that the Straw Hat Boy used the weather to defeat the golden lion, causing the golden lion to be seriously injured and dying. That's why he planned to come over and see if he could pick up a leak. Carl also scratched his head when he got the explanation. He didn't expect that he was so lucky, and the place where the golden lion fell happened to be Boya Town. Fortunately, the golden lion is dying, otherwise Carl is really not sure to kill the opponent. Carl, let me ask you a question, who did you learn from your domineering and armed domineering? Domineering? Learning? Lieutenant Admiral, what are you talking about? Why am I a little bit confused? Carl scratched his head, pretending to be completely incomprehensible. He knew that he couldn't hide the domineering things, but his domineering was only the lowest level. It doesn't matter if it is discovered. There are many strong men in this sea, all of whom have awakened their domineering, and then self-taught. So as long as he pretends not to understand, the other party can't help himself. It's another monster. I have awakened the domineering, I really envy. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel shook his head and explained it to Carl in an enviable tone. He has seen many geniuses and monsters. But the gap between genius and monster is very big. These lieutenants are all geniuses chosen from a million. The strength is very strong, and the talent is also very high. But today's 3 generals are real monsters. Their 3 monsters are not only powerful enough to surpass others by a level. Even the use of some power can be taught without a teacher. In his eyes, Carl has the potential to become such a monster. But Carl didn't know what the flying squirrel had made up his brain, he just wanted to have a good meal. In this battle with flying squirrels, he also consumed a lot of energy. In this way, Carl only ate the appetite of 10 people alone before he was full. Since then, Carl has another title of Big Stomach King. But he didn't care. For 5 years, he has continued to do 1,500 or even 2,000 push-ups every day. This consumes a lot of physical strength and energy, so his appetite has become very exaggerated. Recruit, I have reported your matter to Master Marshal. Master Marshal said that you are very good and a good seed, so you are enrolled in the Naval Elite Training Camp exceptionally. Is this fulfilling your wish? Haha. After the daytime battle, the relationship between Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel and Carl has also become much closer. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel has no arrogance. He likes to joke, and he likes to drink and play cards with the soldiers. Naturally, Carl would not reject him. Well, it's okay, I thought I would be given a military rank directly to make me an official navy. Ha 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 ha, don't think about it so much. Join the training camp and train for a few months. It's like gilding yourself. The sea is relatively peaceful now, and it is impossible for the newly recruited navy to directly obtain a military rank, unless you can have greater credit. Cut, isn't it a big credit for killing the golden lion? Don't be convinced, you just killed the dying golden lion. But you can rest assured that no bounty will be given to you. If the marshal dares to give you 1 point, I will pay for it myself. By the way, Carl, I have another question. Since you have the ability to fly fruits, can you fly us directly back to the Navy headquarters? You want to exhaust me? Hearing the words of Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, Carl's eyes widened, and his face was full of "You teasing me?" Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Although he inherited the power of the Golden Lion at that time was only in a state of dying. Although the fruit ability is perfectly inherited, the physical fitness has not been inherited too much, and the fruit ability consumes physical strength. Flying from here to the Navy headquarters, he has no problems himself. But with a boat, you can squeeze him dry in 3 days. Haha. Just kidding, don't mind. Humph. Carl smiled and went back to his room to get some sleep. The flying squirrel looked at the back of Carl leaving, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Although Carl is only a recruit now, he believes that with Carl's talent and strength, it will not take long to become a well-known powerhouse. He saw too many monsters of this level. Therefore, it is necessary to make a good relationship in advance. At the same time, Marine Base, Marine Vander. Warring States just hung up the phone worm. Beside him, Carp was eating senbei and eavesdropping openly. Haha, Golden Lion, this old guy, I'm afraid he would never have thought that he would be planted on a little-known person. This time, he really lost his blood mold for 8 lifetimes. Haha. Hey. Golden Lion deserves the sin, but this newcomer is also good at strength. He can resist the full blow of the flying squirrel and has great potential. Warring States touched his beard, then saw Carp eating in his mouth, then put his hand on the handle of his drawer, his eyes widened. Cap, you are going to steal my donut again. Ha 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 ha, didn't I have this yet? Why don't we eat together? Get out of here. That's my supper. The first publication of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time you see the genuine content. Chapter 5, First Battle at Sea. How far is it from the windless zone now? Report Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, you can reach the windless zone tonight. Very well, tell all the crew, tonight we are talking about sailing into the warship, so that they will be ready to meet the enemy Sea King class at any time. Yes. As the order was issued, the messenger also notified everyone on board. Karl is naturally among them. He did not expect that the warship would arrive in the windless zone in just 2 days. The speed of naval warships is faster than he thought. Well, don't you feel curious? The boats in your town don't have this speed, right? Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel saw Karl's surprise, and walked up and said teasingly. Karl nodded, saying that he really didn't expect it. If I change to my own boat and want to travel this long, it will take at least 5 days, no. It should be 10 days. Karl thought for a while, and in the end he could only admit that the speed of naval ships was really not comparable to that of ordinary ships. Ha 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 ha, tell you the truth, the Navy has a technology that is completely unavailable elsewhere, and can double its sailing speed. So you don't have to be surprised. When your military rank becomes higher in the future, you will also own such a ship. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel patted Karl on the shoulder, only to give him a wry smile. Is this comforting me? Just take it as it is, haha. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel smiled and walked beside Karl, without any pretense at all. Just when Karl wanted to inquire about the Navy's internal situation, the scouts suddenly ran out in a panic. Lord Admiral of the report, we were 3 kilometers away and found a pirate ship. Oh? What pirate group is the other party? The Lieutenant Admiral is the White Wave Pirates, offering a reward of 15 million. After the Click Pirates is defeated, they are the strongest pirates in the East China Sea. Very well, now give me full speed ahead and catch up with them. Hearing the report from his subordinates, the Flying Squirrel's eyes became sharper, and the aura on his body became a lot more powerful, completely different from the easygoing appearance just now. Then the Flying Squirrel put his gaze on Karl, with a smile on his face. Karl, don't you want meritorious service, you want to get the military rank directly? Go, this is your chance, catch this pirate group, I will help you intercede, let you directly follow my boat. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel values Karl's potential very much, so he has also thought about it in these 2 days, not wanting to let Karl leave him. If Karl continues to be on his boat, he will be able to add a very powerful boost. But he didn't tell anyone about this, he just went through it in his mind. Since the Lieutenant Admiral thinks of me so much, then I'm not polite, this feat belongs to me. The 15 million pirates offering a reward, neither Karl nor the Flying Squirrel paid attention to them. Any navy on this ship has the ability to defeat this group of pirates independently. Letting Karl go is nothing more than accumulating merits for him. Karl stretched his waist, directly activated the ability of the fluttering fruit, and flew past leisurely. At the same time, the gang of pirates didn't even know that they had already faced a catastrophe. They are still sharing the spoils at this time. Haha, boys, the village you robbed just now is really rich, I didn't expect it to have more than 10 million pele. Yeah, I didn't expect that the village chief's house would have so much money. We sent it this time. Ha 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 ha, with this money I can take a beautiful daughter-in-law and give birth to a fat boy, haha. Don't talk nonsense, the money belongs to the captain, and the beautiful daughter-in-law and the big fat boy also belong to the captain. The standard dog licking style speaks, and the white waves licking are very comfortable. He nodded and raised his hand and smiled. Ha 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 ha, we are rich now, it's time to find a place to enjoy it, how about going to Rogue Town? I heard that Smog, the White Hunter, went to the Great Root, and no one can restrain us anymore. Agree. I agree. Listen to the captain. Woohoo! I'm afraid you don't have a chance to enjoy it. Just when the White Waves pirates were excited, a cold voice suddenly appeared, which attracted the attention of the White Waves pirates. Which bastard, bother lousy. Don't want to live anymore. Bai Lang glanced around, but no one was there. But the eyes of his crew were full of fear. The dog licked Bai Lang's clothes and pointed to the sky. Old boss, look at the sky. What heaven! Is it possible that the enemy will not fly? I rely on. When Bai Lang looked up, he happened to see Carl's arms around his chest, his eyes sharp in the sky. He had a sullen face at this time, a little angry. This is why he hates pirates. These burn, kill, loot and do no evil. Even if the navy is the running dog of the Denan people, no pirate is more abominable. The chaos of this era can be said to be caused by the pirates. Of course, the Tianlongren are not much better, and Carl also hates them. It's just that compared to the deformity and squeeze of the Tianlongren, Carl hates the pirate who kills and kills people. So he didn't say a word. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com just moved his fingers. Withered Wood and Sakura 10, under his operation, automatically rushed to the White Wave pirates. Without any suspense, Carl didn't even need to do it himself, just manipulating Dead Tree and Sakura 10 to slaughter ordinary pirates. The crushing strength caused the opponent to fall into deep despair. Even some pirates could only jump into the sea in order to survive, and Carl did not continue to pursue them. In such waters, jumping into the sea is completely equivalent to suicide. Sword is flying. Monster, this is a monster. Boy, who are you on earth? The few remaining members of the White Wave pirates are still struggling to support them. These are the few pirates that the White Wave Pirates group has offered a reward, which is considered to be a bit powerful. Especially the captain, he has blocked several attacks. However, there were also several more wounds on his body. Hey! Who am I? Carl chuckled and raised his right hand nonchalantly. I'm just a navy of interest. While talking, Carl shook his right hand hard. The speed of Wither Tree and Sakura 10 soared instantly. In an instant, two famous knives pierced Bai Lang's heart. Then Carl controlled Wither Tree and Sakura 10, beheading all the remaining pirates, leaving none. In his eyes, these pirates are all damned. After solving these seas, Carl fell on the deck and touched the ship. After spreading the power to every corner of the ship, he directly transported the ship back. What he did was caught in the eyes of flying squirrels. Killing is decisive and does not hesitate. He has a hardline style, but he treats his teammates very easily. I must stay with such a talent. The first publication of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time you see the genuine content. Chapter 6, Straw Hat Pirates. Lord Admiral, what shall we do with this ship? After Carl brought the boat back, he asked the flying squirrel what to do. The flying squirrel frowned. They are about to cross the windless zone, and it is not easy to move with this ship. You move all the contents out, and then notify the surrounding naval bases so that they can pick up the ship. Yes. The navies that received the order moved quickly, and it didn't take long to complete these things. Carl flew into the air a little boringly, to see if there were any other pirates letting him practice his hands. The battle just now was basically a spike. He didn't even use 1/10 of his power, which is not addictive. However, there are already few pirates in the East China Sea. I want to meet 2 pirates a day, which is very difficult. Haha, Carl, stop floating in the sky. There will be no pirates now. Come down quickly. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel said with a smile, but Carl was a little helpless. But at this moment, his eyes lit up and he saw a very familiar pirate ship not far away. This is Wanli Sunshine. Ding! The Wanli Sunshine was discovered, and the God level selection system has been triggered. Choice 1, join the Straw Hat Pirate Group, and reward the host to become the deputy captain after completion, and get the 6 Navy styles. Choice 2, pretend not to see, wait for the opponent to disappear within the real line of sight, reward the host to gain Carp's appreciation and become Carp's disciple. Choice 3, catch Straw Hat Luffy alive, and reward the host for all attributes to increase by 2 levels after completion. Hearing the system voice in his mind, Carl's eyes lit up and shouted at the flying squirrel below. Another pirate ship was found earlier, which seems to be a Straw Hat pirate group. I will go back as soon as I go. Without any hesitation, Carl chose 3 directly. The first 2 are basically useless to him. The best of the 6 navy styles is the shaved and moon step. But his current speed is not very slow, and he can fly, so he can't use the navy type 6 at all. As for becoming Carp's apprentice, although it looks very attractive, with Carl's current strength, there is no need to become Carp's apprentice. As long as he keeps triggering system selection, he can become stronger and stronger. There is no need to look at other people's winks at all. Even if the opponent is the naval hero Carp. Wait Carl, you come back to me first. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel yelled from below, looking a little helpless. Hurry up and show me what kind of pirate group this Straw Hat pirate group is. Mr. Lieutenant General, you see, this Luffy seems to be. The messenger did not dare to say, but let Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel see for himself. After the Flying Squirrel glanced at the other party's offer and name, his pupils suddenly shrank, and the expression on his face was a little unnatural. What a coincidence, I met Carp's grandson here. Hurry up, go ahead at full speed, and don't let Luffy die here. After seeing Carl's decisive action, the Flying Squirrel must hurry over. If Luffy died here, Carp would be crazy. He was very anxious now, for fear that Carl would accidentally kill Luffy. Otherwise, he will suffer too. But what the Flying Squirrel didn't know was that the task Carl chose was to capture the opponent alive. He will not kill. At the same time, the people in the Straw Hat pirate group are happily having a banquet. Usopp smiled and took out the newspaper to show off to everyone. Ha 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 ha, the guy we defeated a few days ago is really a big pirate. Look at what it says, the legendary pirate Golden Lion Shiji, who was as famous as Roger and Whitebeard in the last era, has been beheaded by the navy. Isn't this the bad old man who was defeated by the captain before? Hey! I didn't expect to be robbed of credit by the navy again, just like Luffy defeated Clocktle before. Soran hung a toothpick, sneered, and looked up at the sky. But when he looked up at the sky, his face suddenly stagnated, and then he picked up his weapon and stood up. Attention everyone, someone is flying towards us from the sky. What? Someone flew here. How can that be? Could it be that the opponent is a natural fruit ability person? Hearing Soran's words, everyone present was shocked. They have seen many fruit-powered people, among them the natural fruit-powered ones, most of them can fly. Therefore, they subconsciously think that the people who come to them are also those with natural fruit ability. I was so lucky that I came across Straw Hat Luffy who offered a 100 million bounty. This is a great feat. Carl smiled and landed directly on the deck of the Wan Li Sunshine, and didn't make a direct shot. Although the strength of the current Straw Hat pirate group is still improvised, but it is the strength between the colonel and the brigadier general. As long as the major generals with a bit of strength can easily defeat them. So he was not worried about what threat these people would pose to him. Who are you? Are you here to rob us? Nami took the lead to ask. Carl smiled and shook his head, using his abilities to control Deadwood and Sakura Ten. I am the Navy, of course I came here to arrest people. Before the words fell, Withered Wood and Cherry flew out in 10 instants. Go straight to Luffy. Seeing this, Soran and Sanji rushed up at the same time and flew 2 famous knives. But at the moment of contact, the 2 of them recognized that these were the 2 sabers of the Golden Lion. This is the Golden Lion's saber, how can it be in your hand? Soran was surprised, but Carl didn't care. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. What's so surprising about this? I killed the Golden Lion. His things are my trophy. Is there a problem? What? Hearing Carl's words, Soran and the others took a breath again. Only then did they discover that it turned out to be him in the original newspaper. Ha 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 ha, whoever he is, all of you step back and give him to me. Luffy pressed the straw hat and stood up smiling. Dare to come to my boat, I want to fly him personally. Hearing Luffy's words, Soran and the others took a step back, but did not dare to relax. Carl couldn't help feeling a little ridiculous when he saw such a confident Luffy. Monkey D. Luffy, you really deserve the influence of a legendary navy, the grandson of Monkey D. Carp, really confident. Hey, do you know my grandfather? I know him, but he doesn't necessarily know me, so I will let him know me well. Carl's eyes became sharper, and he waved his hands and the whole ship floated instantly. Seeing this familiar scene, even Luffy couldn't help being solemn. Because of this ability, they just saw it not long ago. How is this possible? Why do you have his ability? Nami exclaimed, feeling a little weird. Carl responded with a smile and threw the ship into the sea heavily. Luffy and the others were unable to resist, they could only hold on to the mast to resist the impact of the ship falling into the sea. After a while, the Wan Li Sunshine fell into the sea, and the entire ship was floating on the sea with only the bottom of the ship. It wasn't until this time that Carl answered Nami's question softly. It's just luck. The first publication of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time you see the genuine content. Chapter 7, Caught and Brought to Justice. In Carl's eyes, all the pirates are actually the same. Even pirates like Luffy, under the banner of adventurers, are, to put it bluntly, a group of elements that disrupt public order. Although they did a lot of good things, Carl's impression of them was much higher. But a pirate is a pirate, and for ordinary pirates, Carl will choose to kill directly. But for a pirate like Luffy who has done good deeds, although he would also attack the other party. But he will show mercy and will not kill him directly. If not, his attack just now would not throw the ship into the sea, but disintegrate it directly. There is no doubt that Piao Piao Fruit possesses such ability. The Golden Lion's big deal is because he has such capital. Carl's physical strength is limited, so he naturally needs to use good steel on the blade. It's just that the next scene did not occur to him. Wan Li Sunshine didn't know what method to use, but it turned back upside down. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates did not suffer serious injuries. Even the capable person is still intact at this time, but temporarily weak. Obviously, they already have a certain way to deal with the ability of Piao Piao Fruit. Damn it, I must shoot you. Luffy was a little unwilling, jumped up and wanted to fight Carl to the death. But Usopp stopped him. Don't be impulsive, Luffy, there is a navy ship approaching us behind. There is still too much time to run, we really can't run when the navy arrives. Hearing Usopp's words, everyone was aware that there was a naval ship nearby, which was approaching quickly. Damn it, I really want to beat this bastard. Luffy was still unwilling, but was stopped by everyone. Luffy, you must not be impulsive, otherwise all of us can't run. That's right, Frankie, quickly start the wind and fire. No problem, leave it to me. Super. Frankie roared, he has successfully recharged the Feng Lai cannon, and it will be sprayed in the next second. But Carl took the lead and came to Luffy in an instant. Soran and Sanji stood in front of Luffy, but they were slapped by Carl, without any resistance. Asshole! I want to fly you. Second gear. Rubber rubber. Machine gun. Luffy directly opened the second gear and released one of his strongest moves. But Carl just glanced at him contemptuously. Seeing that the color domineering can see all the trajectories of Luffy's attacks, he can easily dodge the opponent's attack. I won't waste any time, just come with me. In an instant, Carl came to Luffy with an armed and domineering fist, and smashed his head with all his strength. The tyrannical force directly caused the stars to appear in front of Luffy's eyes. Frankie, hurry up. Got it, Super is coming. At the moment when Feng Lai cannon fired, Carl grabbed Luffy by the neck and threw him out without hesitation. He flew into the air, quietly watching the Wan Li Sunshine fly farther and farther. He could even hear someone on the boat yelling Luffy's name. All the people in the Straw Hat Pirates group are not Carl's opponents, and can only be ravaged by him at will. This feeling made Carl feel comfortable. At the same time, the system sound rang in due course. Ding! The live capture of Luffy has been completed. Congratulations to the host for raising all attributes by 2 levels. Hearing these words, Carl smiled and came to the surface of the sea, picked up Luffy who had been unconscious while floating on the sea, and flew towards the warship. After a while, he had arrived on the warship and threw Luffy to Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel. "My Lord General, am I very good? This is a great pirate offering a reward of 100 million. And when I killed the Golden Lion, he revealed to me that this guy maimed him. Such a powerful pirate has been captured by me, can I make an exception to obtain the military rank?" Carl panicked without changing his expression and heartbeat, and then he still wanted a military rank. Cheeky. This situation caused the navy around the scene to open their eyes. They just feel that they are as if they have seen a ghost, and they don't understand what Carl's brain circuit is. Especially Flying Squirrels, he was caught in a dilemma when he looked at Carl's innocent smile and the unconscious Luffy. He knows the identity of Luffy very well, if it is a general pirate, he would not be so entangled at all. But Luffy is a hot potato, and sooner or later it will happen if you put it in his hands. Forget it, I don't bother to say anything about you, the fight is over, it's nothing good. Carl, I will report your achievements truthfully, but you must be prepared to be taught by Carp. Why? Carl pretended not to know anything, and blinked his big puzzled eyes. Seeing Carl's expression, the Flying Squirrel couldn't help sighing. In his eyes, Carl is very talented and will definitely become a member of the monster in the future. But now he is just a little ghost who came out of a remote country and has never seen the world. Naturally, the identity of Monkey D. Luffy will not be clear, so he is not easy to blame the other party. Nothing, you just need to know, be careful of Senior Carp. Oh. I see, then I go back to rest first. Carl blinked and nodded. The Flying Squirrel waved his hand, looking a little impatient. After waiting for Carl to leave, the Flying Squirrel looked at Luffy at his feet with a headache. You read www.yuyuganshu.com and put him in handcuffs on the sea floor stone and dialed the phone worm of the Navy headquarters. Hey, is this the Marshal of the Warring States? I am a Flying Squirrel. I have very important information to report to you. Yes, it's about the kid Carl, he caught another pirate. I know this is a good thing, but he caught Straw Hat Luffy. Now that Straw Hat Luffy is on my ship, I will send him to the Navy headquarters as quickly as possible. As for how to deal with. Having said that, Lieutenant Flying Squirrel no longer speaks, but nodded and followed the words over there. After a while, he hung up the phone bug, wiped the sweat from his head, and showed a wry smile. Carl, you kid, you really make a big head. Flying Squirrel shook his head, but what he didn't know was. There is a newsbird with a camera hanging around its neck in the sky, quickly moving away from this sea area. At the same time, in the Navy headquarters and the Marshal's office, the Warring States period was laughing presumptuously. It was Carp who was sad. The identities of the two of them seemed to have changed. Carp was pacing back and forth, but the Warring States period was eating senbei, putting on an expression of watching the show. Kapu, your grandson has been arrested, what's your mood now? Hey! Is that kid called Carl? Yes, his name is Carl, a kid with great potential. This bastard, I will train him myself when he comes over. Haha! You are going to avenge your private revenge. Carp. Warring States, don't talk nonsense, I am thinking about the future of the Navy. Ha 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 ha. Do you think I will believe it? Damn it. The first publication of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time you see the genuine content. Chapter 8, Luffy and Number 039, S Miserable Daily Life. Properties Panel. Name, Carl. Strength, D. Agility, E+. Spirit, E. Physical Strength, D+. Abilities: Military Boxing, G, Piao Piao Fruit, S, Armed Color Domineering, Mastery, See and Hear Color Domineering, Mastery, Domineering Color, Semi-Mastery, Double Knife Flow, E+. Lying on the bed, Carl looked at his attribute panel and smiled. This is his latest promotion since he captured Luffy. At this time, he felt that his physical fitness was even stronger than before. If he wants to, let the naval warship fly from here to the Navy headquarters, it is not a problem at all. From this point of view, his strength has been greatly improved. But he did not intend to show it. I don't know what the look of that guy Carp is now, he should be very angry now, after all, it was his grandson who was arrested. I hope I will not be beaten by him too badly, and he will not be forcibly divided into his boat, otherwise I will be miserable. Carl gave a wry smile, then closed his eyes and got ready to sleep. Now that he had done such a thing, he had no need to regret it. He was just worried about whether Father Carp would make a heavy move. But with the help of Mr. Carp in training, he doesn't have to worry, his strength will stagnate. However, although he caught Luffy, the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates had already run away. These people will definitely find a way to save people, but these people are not a threat to Carl at all. Even if they are all here, they are just looking for a dead end. Carl didn't panic at all. In this way, time jingling bells is running out. The warship entered the windless zone at night. Since the bottom layer of the warship is made of sea-building stone materials, the Neptune class has no interest in warships. They just treat this place as an ordinary ocean. But on the warship, there were clanging sounds from time to time, but people couldn't sleep. Straw Hat Luffy, you're endless, believe it or not, I'll kill you now. Since everyone on this ship knew Luffy's identity, he didn't dare to act directly in the face of him who had no ability to resist. This also caused Luffy to be arrogant for a long time. You Navy, let me go, I want to fly you all. Standard Luffy speech. He didn't put himself as a prisoner at all, he was still so arrogant. Seeing him so arrogant, flying squirrels have a headache. Although he said that he would kill Luffy, he didn't dare to actually do it. If we change the hawkish navy like Ghost Spider and Sakazuki, it's probably already done. However, flying squirrels are rational and serious, but sometimes they are also very rigid, and naturally they will not really fight against people who have no power to bind chickens. But verbal threats were useless, and he couldn't help it. What the is going to make people not sleep? Carl came over with Hatch and saw Luffy keep tapping on the floor and the wall with his head. The noise is so loud that the whole ship can hear it. Hurry up and untie this handcuffs, I want to fly you. It's really noisy. When Carl saw that Luffy was still so noisy, he just punched him without hesitation. This punch was accompanied by armed domineering, directly knocking Luffy stunned. The world is quiet again. Carl. Don't worry, he can't die. I also heard that he is the grandson of the naval hero Carp, and I have a sense of measure. But in the future, you just leave the task of guarding him to me. Anyway, I also offended Senior Carp. It's no big deal to offend one more time. Hearing Carl's words of fearless and risky spirit, the surrounding navy looked at him with respect. Flying Squirrel sighed, then nodded. Although that is the case, you should also be careful not to kill him. I know, just leave it to me now, you can go. With that, Carl lay down on the bed next to him, which made Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel twitch his mouth. He wanted to say that this was his room. But seeing that Carl was so skilled and so dedicated, he couldn't say anything, so he could only go to the captain's room to make do. In this way, Luffy's miserable life began. In the windless days, as long as Luffy started to make noise, Carl waved his iron fist of love and forced him to shut up. If this trick doesn't work, Carl won't give him food. Even eat his share in front of him. In this way, Luffy slowly became a lot more honest. Now he looked at Carl's expression like he was looking at a demon, and there was an aura of fear exuding all over his body. This makes Carl feel very successful. Luffy, why are you a pirate? Isn't it good to be a navy? The navy is so free, and life is guaranteed. More importantly, it can punish evil and promote good. Isn't it better than being a pirate? Hey! I don't want to be a navy, my dream is to be the One Piece. I'm the man to be One Piece. Yes, yes, you are the man who wants to become One Piece, but how can you be sure that One Piece is a woman? Step back and say, even if One Piece is a woman, but she already has a husband, how can you become her man? Ah, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Luffy tilted his head, somewhat puzzled. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Carl smiled and did not continue. But the navy outside was already laughing from ear to ear, especially the flying squirrel. He has been observing Luffy and Carl every day for the past few days, and he is surprised that Carl can subdue Luffy's governance. Although the method is very improper, it is necessary to treat Luffy in this way. Today, he used to come here daily to take a look, but when he heard this conversation, he almost made him laugh. Fortunately, the flying squirrel's concentration was amazing, and it quickly returned to normal, and then he scanned the surroundings in a circle. Everyone goes back to their posts. We will soon be out of the windless belt. But this is the territory of Kaiwaheboya Hancock, you must be very careful before going out of the windless zone. Yes. Hearing the words of the flying squirrel, the lazy navy came here to arouse in an instant, and then fled in all directions. The flying squirrel strolled into his own room, and then coughed slightly. Ahem, Carl, have you seen the latest news? I see it, doesn't it mean that I caught Straw Hat Luffy? Is the propaganda a naval star? What's the problem? Carl blinked, puzzled. The flying squirrel sighed and smiled helplessly. This matter was not originally propagated by our navy. Warring states means to hide you for a while, and then make you a blockbuster. But after this news comes out, you can't hide it, so plan to give me the military rank directly. Brigadier General or Major General? Or is it a Lieutenant General? Is it a General? Seeing Carl's look of expectation, the flying squirrel twitched his mouth and pushed him away from him in disgust. None, it's a Major. The first publication of this book is from 17K novels. The first time you see the genuine content. Chapter 9, Empress. Hey? A Major. I thought I could at least get a Major General for fun, it's so boring. Carl curled his lips in disdain, obviously dissatisfied with the rank of Major. But Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel was a little unhappy. What's your face? This is the biggest rank I can fight for you. And as long as you have the rank of Major, you will have the qualifications to follow me to sea. Is this still not satisfactory? Satisfied, I am very satisfied. Carl waved his hand and turned his head, acting a little carelessly. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel sighed. After such a long time together, he also understood Carl's character. In his eyes, Carl can be regarded as a half-Buddha character. As long as he doesn't encounter something he is interested in, he generally doesn't bother to join in the fun. Only things like naval rank, catching pirates, and fighting can make him care. For other things, Carl is very Buddhist, and basically doesn't care about anything, don't ask anything. Lieutenant Flying Squirrels prefer this kind of personality. I'm about to leave the windless belt, and I can return to the Navy headquarters in a few days. Then I will ask Senior Carp to teach you a lesson. Hehe, I can't ask for it. Hearing the words of Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, Carl obviously didn't care. He is now confident that he can make a few moves in Carp's hands. And he also wanted to see what kind of strength the man who stood at the top of this world had. Only when he has seen the strongest in the world can he have the motivation to move forward. I found the 9 snakes and pirates ahead, they blocked our way. What? The flying squirrel was also taken aback when he heard the panicked report from Ling Bingbing. Damn, I didn't expect she actually came. Although Kaiwahei is under the Navy in name, they are not under the jurisdiction of the Navy. Except for the 5 old stars and the Warring States period, no one can order them. And they still have the legal right to plunder. It is for this reason that people at the rank of admiral and below are very disgusted with encountering Kaiwahei. If you start a fight, the world will think that the Navy is unreasonable and oppress Kaiwahei, so that the Navy will lose its credibility. If you don't fight, Kaiwahei will ride on your head. Therefore, most navies, when encountering Kaiwahei, take a detour and try not to conflict with them. Only the general dare to face the Kaiwahei directly. In the face of absolute strength, even if Chiwahei is arrogant, he dare not do anything to the general. But Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel does not have the strength of a general. He wasn't even sure whether he was Boya Hancock's opponent. What's the situation? What did the Empress of one of the 7 Wuhai stop us for? Carl walked out of the room with some doubts and stood beside the flying squirrel, watching the fast approaching ship ahead. The pirate flag, with the logo of the 9 snakes and pirates, was fluttering in the wind. Empress Boa Hancock stood with her fist, her eyes sharp. Amazon warriors stood in line on the deck, very imposing. Listen to the navy in front, you have reached the territory of the 9 snakes pirates. If you don't give me a reason to come in, I won't let you go. Hancock's voice is very loud, even if there is still a long distance in between, Carl can hear it clearly. Then he felt a tingling pain in his head. But this feeling disappeared in an instant, and it didn't have any effect on him. But when he looked back, he found that the surrounding navy was half down. It's really a monster, it can resist the overlord's domineering so easily. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel glanced at Carl, showing an expression of appreciation. However, his condition at this time is not good. His forehead was full of sweat, and it seemed that it took a lot of effort to block the overlord's appearance. The same goes for those navies that did not faint. Is this the overbearing domineering? Carl thought about it afterwards, the feeling that suddenly appeared just now. Suddenly, a domineering look began to spread around him, centered on him. But this domineering look quickly disappeared, and it didn't last for even a second. But at this moment, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel was stunned. He didn't expect that Carl was also domineering. Are you awakening the overlord? I don't seem to be awakened. Carl looked at himself as a domineering bull who was still in a semi-master state, and touched his nose awkwardly. Semi-mastery means that he learned through the system that it is an ability that can only be used for a short time after certain stimuli. Just now, if Hancock's domineering and domineering stimulation were not there, he would not be able to release his own domineering appearance. But even so, Carl can be regarded as a person with the qualifications of a king. This allowed Flying Squirrel to once again improve his evaluation. At the same time, Boya Hancock also felt this domineering look. Although it was only a short moment, she understood that this was the label of the domineering talent who had just awakened the overlord. Hey! The mere navy has awakened the same overbearing look as the concubine body, which is really maddening. You are waiting here, and your concubine will come as soon as you go. As the voice fell, Boya Hancock jumped up from the Hydra pirate, and immediately came to the navy ship. The Empress, it's the Empress. Ah! My heart is melting. No, you have to persist, you must persist. I can't hold on. Hancock, I like you. Although the navy that has not been stunned by the domineering look of the overlord has good willpower, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com has no way to resist the charm of Boa Hancock. In addition to the passive charm of Tianei Shangguo, Hancock himself is also a rare beauty. It's normal for these navy soldiers to be unable to control a bunch of trash men. Boya Hancock ignored these men, but looked to the other side. Here, the only ones who were not affected were Carl and the Flying Squirrel, who pierced his thigh with a knife to force himself to stay sensible. It's you, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, it's been a long time since I saw you. Hancock's gaze stayed on the flying squirrel for a while, and then he set his gaze on Carl. It's you, that kid who awakened the domineering look. How would you know? Who else but you? Is this group of trash? Hancock nodded the Navy, showing an expression of disdain, while Carl nodded and admitted generously. Yes, it's me. So what are you going to do? This is a Navy ship, and we are escorting important prisoners. If you act against us, it is a felony. Do you still want your Kaiwahei title? Carl was not afraid, and stood up directly with the tough guy cook. When Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel saw this, although he was very happy, he was still very nervous. Carl, I'm the person in charge of this ship, you can back up. Let me take care of it here. Seeing the appearance of Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, Carl shrugged and asked. Lord Admiral, you think you can't stand still now? Is it really okay to leave it to you? The first publication of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time you see the genuine content. Chapter 10, Fight briefly. Even so, it is my duty to protect my subordinates. Boya Hancock is very dangerous. You can't face her alone. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel pitied his subordinates very much. He knew that Hancock was so powerful that it was naturally impossible for Carl to face each other alone. But Carl was not afraid, even a little excited. I have long heard that Kaiwahei are all strong at sea. Today I will try. How strong are you? Carl's eyes were full of excitement. He raised his hands, and withered wood and yingshi flew directly into his hands. At the same time, his figure disappeared instantly. Carl used all his speed and power to attack directly from the front. Navy. I'm Kaiwahei, are you planning to do something against me? Hancock didn't expect Carl to do it directly, which surprised her a little. But her movements are not slow either. I saw that she lifted her right leg in an instant, with armed domineering attached to her leg, easily resisting Carl's blow. In his previous life, Carl was a person who liked martial arts better, but due to his physical disability, he could only have an eye addiction. But after crossing, he has a complete body, so he is naturally unwilling to spend his life in the ordinary. In addition to good naval welfare and no worries about food and drink, he has a more important purpose when he is a Navy. That is to challenge a powerful enemy. Very simple, but also very pure. When Hancock saw Carl's pure eyes, he couldn't help being stunned, as if he thought of something coldly and snorted, and instantly exerted his strength. Just listen to the sound of boom. A huge pothole appeared on the deck instantly, connecting the cabin below. Carl is floating in the air. The air currents around him are violent, and this sea is becoming irritable because of his ability. You have Deadwood and Sakura-ten? You killed the Golden Lion. Putting away Hancock, who despised his heart, he realized that Carl's hands turned out to be Deadwood and Sakura-ten. Then she thought of the news that the Golden Lion was killed in the East China Sea. This made her cautious. She didn't know the specifics of the matter. If she just read the news, someone killed the Golden Lion. She knows the strength of flying squirrels and is considered to be in the forefront of the lieutenant generals. Compared with flying squirrels, Carl's strength is not weaker than that. And he has the potential to awaken the overlord's domineering. These factors add up. Hancock can't do it without thinking. Yes, I killed the Golden Lion. Is there any problem? Carl tilted his head, looking a little innocent. But Hancock narrowed his eyes and didn't intend to continue the fight. There is a Carl of unknown strength in the sky, and a Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel on board. Hancock knew that he could not be the opponent of the two of them, so he chose to stop. Hey! The concubine just came to care about your navy, but you plan to do something with the concubine. You must compensate for the loss of your concubine, otherwise the concubine will expose the navy's bad behavior to the public. Boya Hancock raised his mouth slightly, pointed at the flying squirrel with his fingers, and then came 180 degrees back and began to look at people through his nostrils. Seeing this scene, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel was silent, just looking at Carl in the sky, a little surprised. He didn't expect Carl to be so impulsive, but he also didn't expect that the power he burst out in an instant was no less than his own. You know, they just played against each other a few days ago. Carl at that time was obviously weaker than himself. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, did you hear that? The concubine needs your compensation, otherwise the concubine will immediately disclose what happened today. You are a robbery, and I can't take charge of this matter. I must notify the Marshal of the Warring States. Period. When Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel spoke, he would take out the phone worm and start contacting the Warring States. Period. Boya Hancock frowned. She originally came here with the intention of blackmailing a navy, but she didn't expect flying squirrels to be such an axis, and she didn't expect that besides flying squirrels, there is actually a powerful person here. This made her original plan deviate, and she felt a little uneasy. Lord Admiral, you don't have to pay attention to her extortion. I am not a navy, but a free identity. Only when I reach the Navy headquarters can I officially obtain the status of the Navy, so I act on him because my personal wishes have nothing to do with the Navy. Carl fell on the deck, with a handsome smile on his face, approaching Boya Hancock step by step. If this Kaiwahe wants to blackmail us, Lieutenant Admiral, you can totally refuse. If she is not convinced, it would be better to say. As a free person, I can naturally take action against her. Even if I kill her, the Navy and the world will not say anything, right? Carl's smile suddenly became a little terrifying and hideous. His fighting enthusiasm at this time has been fully aroused. Facing an existing evenly matched enemy, Carl really wants to fight her fiercely. But his performance made Boya Hancock feel terrified. Even the flying squirrel who had been with Carl for a long time was frightened. Madman, this is a fighting madman. Boya Hancock thought of it truthfully in his heart. You read www.yunsha.com and then took a look at Carl with fear. Humph. In that case, I assume that nothing happened, and my concubine has never seen you. Hancock also knew that he couldn't get any benefits here, so he had to give up wisely. But he quickly put his gaze on Carl, who was holding two knives. Your name is Carl, right? Very good. Concubine remembers you. He left a word that he didn't know if it was a threat. Hancock jumped up, landed directly on the sea and drove away. If you look closely, you will find that there is a giant python under her feet, leading her to slide on the sea. I didn't expect that you would be okay with Boya Hancock. Could it be that your previous battle with me was awkward? Don't say that. Every time I fight, I go all out. There is no hidden clumsiness. What I have to say is that I am stronger now, nothing more. Carl put away his knives and answered with a smile, showing his big healthy white teeth. Flying Squirrel looked at the sunny and handsome young man in front of him, and the fierce young man who just wanted to fight. He couldn't imagine that they would be the same person. But he did not pursue it. There are many people who have quirks in this world, just a fighting freak, and there is no need to be concerned. When Carl saw the flying squirrel's expression, he knew that his plan was successful. Showed the enthusiasm for fighting, coupled with the previous means of dealing with pirates, now the Navy will think I am a fighting freak, right? Carl thought to himself in his heart. Although his desire to fight is true, he is not an unreasonable fighting freak. The kind of performance that was close to madness just now was just his performance. The goal is to create a personality that everyone will misunderstand. The first publication of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time you see the genuine content. Chapter 11, Chambord Islands. Finally, we are approaching the Chambord Islands. We would have been faster if Boa Hancock hadn't made trouble. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel started to spit out a little uncomfortably. It has been 3 days since they sailed out of the windless zone, and they will reach the Chambord Islands tonight. After a night of rest in the Chambord Islands, they will be able to set off tomorrow morning and return to the Navy headquarters. According to the original plan, they will be able to arrive at the Navy headquarters tonight. It was only because of Boya Hancock that they slowed down. The relationship between Kaiwahe and the Navy is not very good. This leads to some conflicts between them. However, the situation in which Boya Hancock directly acted on the Navy is still very rare. This is the first time that Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel has ever met. Carl doesn't matter. The speed doesn't really matter to him. There is only one thing he has to do now, and that is to consolidate his strength. In the past few days, Carl and Boya Hancock's initial match let him know that his strength has reached the threshold of a lieutenant general. But compared with Boya Hancock, there is still a certain gap. Although the two only fought for a short time, their full blow was easily blocked by the other party. This makes Carl very clear that his current strength is not Hancock's opponent. Carl, are you still training when you are almost in the Chambord Islands? Do you want to work so hard? I heard from the people in the small town that you do 1,500 or even 2,000 push-ups every day. I don't believe it. Now they seem to be no exaggeration at all. Haha, brother Carl is really too diligent, but it is precisely because of this that he can kill the golden lion, right? In addition to luck, hard work is also very important. Brother Carl is envious of his talent and hard work. The rest of the Navy in the training room has rested, only Carl is still training. In addition to push-ups, he also incorporated daily naval training into his curriculum. His strength allows him to easily master the training courses of the Navy to better control his body. Although his strength has not been significantly improved, Carl feels that his mastery of his own muscles has improved a lot. Hey! Don't tease me! Killing the golden lion is really just luck. My strength is not as strong as Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, but there is no problem with you. Carl smiled and stopped training to finish the meal. The other Navy heard that they laughed, and the atmosphere was very happy. They are not laughing, but knowing that Carl is telling the truth, so they are happy from the bottom of their hearts. After repelling Boya Hancock, many navies wanted to talk to Carl. There are no exceptions. None of the navies on the warship are his enemies. As long as it is not more than a dozen people coming up and beating, they will all be killed by him. Such strength, flying squirrels see it in their eyes, and are happy in their hearts. He has decided to stay by his side before letting Carl have an independent warship. Carl, don't put on food tonight. I'll go to the Chambord Islands right away. Once on the island, I will treat you to a big meal. Fat meal? Really? Hearing what the flying squirrel said, Carl's eyes lit up, then he touched his pocket and smiled sadly. Well, the bounty hasn't been given to me yet, now I don't have a penny. Ha 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 ha, don't worry, will I still pay you this amount of food? I'll take it for this meal. A word is settled. Carl's eyes glowed, and the flying squirrel smiled happily. But soon he couldn't laugh anymore. Night fell. In the largest bar in the Chambord Islands, all the navies are drinking. Only Carl is eating here alone. He ate 20 signature meals here alone. And he didn't stop, he continued to eat. After Carl's current strength became stronger, his appetite also became greater. He doesn't know what this is all about, but the more he eats, the stronger he feels. So Carl didn't get entangled at all, and he was done eating. And these two, Carl did not eat much for the sake of the other brothers on the boat. Now that someone pays the bill, he naturally let go of his stomach and ate. But his behavior caused Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel to stare pitifully at his wallet. I would not boast about going to Haikou if I knew it, my military salary this month. The flying squirrel was pitiful, Carmel sighed. After the 26th bowl of rice was eaten, Carl had a full hiccup before he stopped. Good. This time I am completely full. It's good if you're full, just if you're full. The flying squirrel has become unlovable and doesn't want to say anything more. Carl greeted him and planned to go outside alone. Tonight is their free time, which is a night off. Wait until tomorrow morning, after returning to the Navy headquarters, you will usher in naval life, and you will not be able to come here for a short time. So Carl plans to take a good stroll now and see if the legendary pirate is here. After a while, based on the memory of his previous life, Carl found this bar called Xiaqi Ripped Off Bar. Boss, what is your sign here? Carl put it on the table lavishly, ignoring the gaze of the people around him. Xiaqi lighted a cigarette and silently delivered the drink list. This guest, what do you want? This, and this. Xiaqi looked at the guests in front of her. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com ordered all the most expensive items. Xiaqi squinted her eyes and prepared to kill him severely. But Carl's next sentence almost made her break the cigarette holder. I don't want any of these. Give me a glass of cold water. If it exceeds 100 Baileys, I don't want it. Hehe, no money for cold water. Xiaqi glared at Carl fiercely, and then went to pour water. Other people around, seeing Carl's bold behavior, thought it was a fat sheep. As a result, his next move was shocking. Ha 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 ha. I thought it was a rich man, but turned out to be a poor man. I came to the bar and ordered a glass of cold water? It really laughs at me. Boy, you didn't come here to find the fault, did you? I can tell you that this is now Lao Tzu's territory. People around you say something to me, and some people even dare to say that this is his site. When Xiaqi heard these words, she just glanced at the other person indifferently, and ignored it. This kind of big talk is said every day. Then this kind of person will disappear the next day, and Xiaqi doesn't care at all. Your cold water, please leave when you are done drinking, this shop does not greet poor ghosts. Xiaqi said coldly, she had seen many poor ghosts, and she would not stingy with a glass of water to poor ghosts. But it was the first time she saw a sturdy poor ghost like Carl, so naturally she didn't like it. Hey, don't be so anxious, I'm here just to inquire about a piece of news. What news? Xiaqi squinted her eyes, don't know why, she always felt that the man in front of her looked familiar. I want to ask, isn't Pluto Raleigh here? The first publication of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time you see the genuine content. Chapter 12, shocked Xiaqi. What did you just say? Xiaqi widened her eyes when she heard Carl's question, feeling a little surprised. Their voices are not loud, but they have attracted the attention of people around them. Hey, what are you poor ghost doing here? Get out of here quickly, I said that this is my site, and poor ghosts are not welcome. Our boss is a big pirate with a bounty of 130 million Baileys. If you are interested, come over and kowtow to admit your mistakes. Otherwise, you will be dead. The people around stood up one after another, trying to drive Carl out. But their actions brought Xiaqi displeasure. Carl glanced at Xiaqi and chuckled, it seems that Mr. Riley is not here, otherwise they would have been driven out a long time ago. How about this? I'll help you drive them away, you buy me a glass of the best wine here. Can? Xiaqi nodded, Carl smiled, only slightly raised his finger. The dead wood and yingshi hanging on their waists flew out in an instant and hung them on the necks of these people. Give you a choice, get out and live, go one step forward and die. Before the words fell, withered wood directly inserted into the leg of the man next to him, causing him to scream in pain. Seeing this scene, the man's expression was uncertain, and then he gave a cold snort, not intending to entangle too much. Hey! You turned out to be a person with fruit ability, you are ruthless. Without any hesitation, the man turned and left. But Carl commanded Wither and Sakura and blocked their way. What else do you want to do? The man turned his head angrily only for Carl, but Carl just pointed to the ground and smiled. I said, get out. You deceived so much, I fought with you. The man couldn't bear the humiliation and rushed directly to find Carl desperately. Without any accident, Carl controlled Yingxi and penetrated his heart directly from behind. When the other pirates saw this, they wanted to get out. But Carl did not give them this opportunity. It's not good to kill people here to attract the navy. Xiaoqi squinted her eyes and gave a kindly reminder, but Carl didn't care about withdrawing Deadwood and Yingxi. Do you know these two knives? How could I? Without saying anything, Xiaoqi's eyes stagnated, and she was shocked. You are the navy that killed the Golden Lion and arrested Straw Hat Luffy. Not yet, but I will be a navy soon. So I am a pirate here, no problem. Carl grinned, showing his smooth teeth. His attitude shocked Xiaoqi, and she subconsciously took a step back. Carl sat down nonchalantly and knocked on the table. Where is the good wine? Ma, come right away. Xiaoqi can be regarded as a person who has seen big winds and waves, although her strength is very average. But the psychological quality is very strong. However, after pouring the wine, her mood returned to the calmness of the first meeting with Carl. It's really worthy of being a member of the Rocks Pirates. This strength is really extraordinary. Who are you? What else do you know? Xiaoqi was shocked again when he heard Carl say the name Locks so calmly. The Rocks Pirates, except for the people of the previous era. No one knows his name anymore in this era. But Carl is obviously just a kid in his early 20s, and according to his age, it is impossible for him to know such a thing. I know more than you think, and I said I am a relative of Locks, do you believe it? Xiaoqi. Seeing Xiaoqi's expressionless face, Carl haha smiled, and then drank the glass of wine in his hand. Don't go to the heart, I'm just joking, and I also heard the name Locks from the mouth of the dying Golden Lion. I'm just curious as to what kind of pirate group this Locks is, and why it can make a large pirate like him remember it. And the news that you and Raleigh were here was also what he told me when he died. I have to say that what this old thing said before he died is true. Carl sighed. Xiaoqi was relieved. If they were all Golden Lions, he really knew everything. But what she was very puzzled was why the Golden Lion would tell Carl these things. But she did not ask. The main reason why Xiaoqi can stay here is to know how to advance and retreat. I should go. Originally I wanted to see Pluto Raleigh, but since he is not here, I don't have to stay any longer. Carl got up and walked past several corpses and walked out of the bar. After Xiaoqi watched Carl leave, she picked up the phone worm and made a call. Raleigh, have you been to the Amazon Lily? I tell you one thing, it is about a Navy recruit, he knows who we are, and he knows Rocks. At the same time, after Carl came out of Shaky's bar, he met an unexpected person. Looking at each other's destination is obviously Xiaoqi bar. The two of them faced each other, and Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com stopped at the same time. Pele's Fire Fist Ace with a bounty of 550 million. You just captured my brother's navy. The two of them stared at each other with big eyes, no one expected to meet each other here. But soon, Carl held Deadwood and Sakureju in his hands. A fiery flame rose from Ace's body, and his expression gradually became angry. Since you are here, let my brother go. Your brother? Who? Carl tilted his head and asked, pretending that he didn't know who his brother was. Ace punched directly in anger. The fiery flames raged in an instant, but they were easily avoided by Carl. My brother is Straw Hat Luffy. You bastard! Ace yelled angrily and punched again. The fierce flames rebuilt and rose into the sky. Carl didn't dare to look down upon it at all. He directly wielded the double knives to cooperate with the fruit ability, forming a strong whirlwind, blowing him out. This hurricane is matched with sword aura, rushing towards Ace with undiminished power. But this blow did not harm him. Ace is a natural fruit ability person. Carl's domineering mastery level is not up to the domineering outside release. Therefore, long-distance sword energy cannot cause substantial damage to those with natural fruit ability. This is difficult. Ace should not be weaker than me at this time, but the natural ability is difficult to entangle. If you want to be tough with him, it's not without a chance, but it's a little troublesome, or just forget it. Carl frowned, just as he was about to withdraw. The sound of the system sounded at the right time, dispelling his thoughts of retreating. The first publication of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time you see the genuine content. Chapter 13, Eyes the Fire Fist. Ding! An accidental encounter with Fire Fist Ace, the God-level selection system has been triggered. Choice 1, notify Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, join hands to catch Fire Fist Ace, and reward the 3-color domineering 1 level after completing the task. Option 2, run away. Obtain the title of Coward. The title attribute reduces one's sense of existence by 100%. Choice 3, let's walk and fly, and directly become a member of the Whitebeard Pirate Group after completion. All attributes will be upgraded to 1 level. The moment he saw these 3 options, Carl chose option 1 without hesitation. The latter 2 were discarded without even thinking about it. Fire Fist Ace, now in the name of the Navy, I declare that you have been arrested. Carl roared, attracting the attention of the people around him. Most of the people here are civilians. When they heard this sound, they were shocked, and then returned home one after another. What's more, they have already called the Navy to report the situation here. Carl took out the signal flare he was carrying and blasted it out. Do you still have reinforcements? Ace's eyes widened, feeling a little weird. Carl looked at him like a fool, and then said helplessly. Nonsense, whose navy has you ever seen came out by yourself? Oh, except for the 3 generals, those 3 monsters are not human. Seeing Carl, the 3 generals of his family couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Then he took a deep breath and turned directly into flame to escape. I am not feeling well today. I will come to you to save my brother another day. Ace is not stupid, since he knows that Carl has support, he will naturally not wait for death here. Although it is important to save Luffy. But he is isolated and helpless here, and it would be no fun if the car rolls over. When Carl saw him running away like this, he couldn't help but shook his head and quickly chased him up. Fire Fist Ace, I didn't say you can run. Lion Power Death Roll. What? Accompanied by a sudden shock on the ground. Ace felt the part under her feet suddenly rise into the sky. Carl controlled the fruit ability behind him, he rolled the ground up abruptly, and then formed a storm. Ace turned into a flame, right in this storm. He elementalized his whole body and wanted to run out. But Carl has used all his fruit power in it. Ace can't get out at all for a while. Carl's fluttering fruits, in addition to making things float, develop, and form a hurricane, and even typhoons are not a problem. His fruit power can not only control the physical object, even the air can control it. It's just that the control difficulty has to be increased several times. That's why he chose to mix land and air together to form this super cyclone, trapping Ace in it. Ace's ability is flame, and there are 2 situations when encountering wind. If the wind is not very strong, his flames will spread rapidly along with the wind. But if it is this whirlwind, his flames will be extinguished before they rise. This is Carl's plan. Just trap him here, and wait until the flying squirrel arrives. Ace will definitely lose. Asshole, I won't sit and wait for death. Ace roared, and the flames on his body suddenly soared. The light like a small sun rose in an instant, illuminating at least half of the Chamardayan Islands. Even if you are in a distant port, you can see the light here. Emperor Yan de Yanji. Ace panted hard, knowing that he didn't need to do real things and couldn't get rid of Carl. So he chose to open it directly. Seeing that his moves were broken, Carl had nothing to say, he just crossed the 2 swords, and the airflow around him was surging crazily. Since you choose to fight for the big move, let me see who is better. Lionville Chikiri Valley. In a flash, 2 slashes engulfing a huge storm were instantly slashed out of Carl's hand. This might not be as powerful as the Golden Lion at its peak, but it is definitely his strongest blow right now. After this period of training, Carl has mastered the swordsmanship of the Golden Lion and raised his level to D. This means that his swordsmanship has at least reached the threshold of Jian Hao. Coupled with the fruit ability, his strongest blow, even Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel would not dare to take it. The only regret is that his domineering level is very low, and there is no way to attach the domineering to the sword aura. At the same time, Ace also released the Emperor Yan Great Flame Ring and slammed it at Carl. 2 tyrannical forces collide instantly. The huge air wave directly caused a sensation in the surrounding area. Some of the not-so-sturdy stalls were even destroyed because of the aftermath of the battle between the two of them. The earth is cracking every inch, exposing the soil inside. The collision of the 2 strongest moves directly attracted the attention of everyone on this island. Blackbeard, who was being hunted down in the dark, looked at the person confronting Ace in front of him, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. The other pirates also looked at Isai and Carl, and didn't know what they were thinking. At the same time, the Navy also discovered that Ace was fighting with people. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel ran over from the warship very anxiously. "Carl, you said to go out for a walk, why did you run into a difficult guy like Ace? Countless lieutenants are very helpless." Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. No one thought that Carl would provoke Ace just by going out. Now he can only step on the moon step and move forward at full speed. He could even see Ace's great flame ring in the air, shining like the sun. But soon, the light disappeared. Countless lieutenants were shocked when they saw this, and once again accelerated their pace and flew in the direction just now. It didn't take long for him to come to this battle arena, and his mouth closed from ear to ear in surprise. What you see is a messy land. There is a huge pit on the ground with a width of more than 10 meters and a depth of more than 5 meters. Carl and Ace were panting, with some scars on their bodies, looking at each other outside the pit. "Fire Fist Ace, I declare that you have been arrested." Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel arrived and rushed to Ace for the first time. The corner of Carl's mouth raised slightly, and he rushed up with the footsteps of Flying Squirrel. This is bad. In the face of a navy equal to his own strength, there is also an old lieutenant admiral. Ace is not their opponent at all. In addition, Ace had exhausted all his strength just now in order to escape as soon as possible, and broke away from Carl's entanglement. So he is now in a state of detachment. The Flying Squirrel came here very in time. He caught the gap of Isai Twilai and cut it directly. Ace snorted, and a bloodstain appeared on his body. Armed and domineering. Seeing this scene, Ace's eyes were slightly cold, and he quickly retreated back. But Carl can fly faster than flying squirrels. At this time, he had come to the necessary route for Ace to escape in advance. Tornado Cross Slash. The first release of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time to read the genuine content. Chapter 14, Depressed Flying Squirrel. Carl gave a soft sigh without expression. Attached to the armed color domineering, as well as the swiftness of the fruit ability, it directly hit Ace's chest, leaving him with a huge crosscut mark. "You unexpectedly attacked." Ace had an incredible face. Carl smiled, then walked to Ace, who had lost the ability to resist, and smiled. "How about a sneak attack? Just win." Carl grabbed Ace's head and looked at Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel. "Lord Admiral, are Hailishi handcuffed?" "You don't need to say, of course I brought it." The Flying Squirrel gave Carl a white look, and then handcuffed Ace. As a result, Ace completely lost the ability to resist. Carl and Ace took him back smoothly. The system sound also rang in due course. Ding! The task has been completed. The level of tricolor domineering has increased by 1. After returning to the boat, Carl began to eat a lot to recover from his injuries. This time Carl suffered a lot of injuries in the battle with Ace. In order to prevent the opponent from fleeing, Carl insisted on a big move. Although the result is that both lose and lose, but the opponent is a natural fruit ability, it is basically useless if it is not hurt by the domineering. So Ace consumes only physical strength. But Carl was really injured. After he was full, he fell asleep. This battle is more tiring than before, and it is also Carl's most serious battle. This time he tried his best, but still couldn't take Ace, which made him understand that his strength was still not enough. This kind of strength is okay to ride the ocean, but when you encounter a real strong, you still have to kneel. So when Carl was eating, he was also thinking about his own strength, how to improve besides relying on the system. But he thought for a long time and didn't figure it out, so he could only talk about it later. However, he has certain confidence in his own moves. The one trick that hit Ace hard just now was the one he created in the past few days. Although it is not perfect, it is powerful, and it can be attached to domineering, which is very potential. Thinking like this, Carl slowly entered his dream and fell asleep. At the same time, inside the flying squirrel's dormitory, Ace and Luffy were locked in two different corners, but they could see each other. Flying Squirrel had already contacted the Warring States period, and after learning that Ace was Luffy's brother, he was confused. He didn't expect that Ace was also Carp's grandson. Going out to sea unexpectedly caught Carp's two grandsons, which made Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel feel unlovable. What's more important is that the two brothers did not consciously be arrested at all. Carl was not here. Luffy became active again, and chatted with Ace innocently. Ace is also very nervous, and doesn't care what it is. Seeing that these two people didn't take themselves seriously, the flying squirrel was very depressed. But he dared not do anything. Who made these two people? Can't afford it. At the same time, Blackbeard Titch, who was in the Chambord Islands, smiled gloomily. I didn't expect that the new navy would be so strong that even Ace fell into his hands. But why does his ability look familiar? Could it be a piao piao fruit? If it is really a piao piao fruit, maybe I can put the target on him. The ability of piao piao fruit is not inferior to that of Whitebeard's shaking fruit. Thief, ha 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 ha. Blackbeard laughed, as if he was thinking of something good, and he was very happy. But the opposite was that of Carp, who was at the base of the Navy headquarters and the Marshal's office. Carp never imagined that his two grandsons would be arrested by the same person. More importantly, Ace would take the initiative to go to the Chambord Islands. He must have something to do when he came here, otherwise Baybeard would not let his son leave the New World casually. But this is not the main thing. Luffy was arrested when he was caught, and Carp was able to save him, no matter how much he was a naval hero. There is still this right. But when Ace was caught, he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to rescue both of them. Ace has been famous for a long time and is now the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. The possibility of letting him out is very small. And most importantly, he also has a special identity. If this identity is exposed, the world will be messed up. So Carp is now very entangled, whether he should use his prestige to exchange the freedom of the two of them. Carp, I really didn't expect you old boy to have such a tangled day. In my opinion, don't save you, let these two little ghosts stay in the city obediently, and keep them calm for 2 or 3 years. When you are talking to them, you may be surprised. Now it can only be like this. If only one person is allowed, it is better not to let it go. The two of them have a companion together. But whoever comes, I hope you can arrange the two of them separately in a cell, and you must never torture them or starve them. My two grandsons don't care about anything else, they just care about eating. If you're really hungry, read www.yuuganshu.com. I only ask you. Seeing Carp's serious expression, the Warring States patted him on the shoulder and nodded. Don't worry, I will say hello. Thanks, Warring States. Haha, what are you old boy being polite to me? If you really want to thank me, just hand over the donuts, that is my last bag. Hey! Impossible, I managed to steal it, how can I return it to you? You bastard, you said you didn't vote for it. The Warring States period blew his beard and stared, while Carp recovered his heartless expression. But the two quickly calmed down. Carp ate the donuts, wishing to break his teeth. Then Carl waits for him to come, I must teach him severely. Ha 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 ha, no problem, it's all up to you, but Flying Squirrel suggested that his rank should be higher, what do you think? What do you want me to do with this kind of thing? I will discuss with Crane tomorrow, I will leave first, I am angry. Watching Carp walk out of the marshal's office angrily. The Warring States also changed from a smiling face to a bitter face. Kapu, do you really think I don't know anything? Luffy is fine, but I can't find out Ace's true identity if you don't tell me. But forget it, since you have promised him, I will keep it secret for you, but tomorrow you must be merciful and don't kill him. There are not many good seedlings in our navy. If he is beaten by you, he will lose a general. Warring States shook his head, and then opened a locked drawer. There is still a bag of donuts here. Just because you want to steal my donut? Do you think I am called the wise general for nothing? Haha. The first publication of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time you see the genuine content. Chapter 15, Navy Headquarters. A sunny day. After less than 10 days, the fleet of Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel finally returned to the Navy headquarters from the East China Sea. The person responsible for escorting Ace and Luffy should first go to the person pushing the city to hand it over. The rest of the line returned to the barracks and then disbanded, waiting for the next mission. As for Carl, you come with me with the body of the Golden Lion. After returning to the Navy headquarters, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel became serious. Now he is not as easygoing as he is on a boat. In any case, Flying Squirrel, as a lieutenant general, also needs to maintain a certain degree of majesty. With the soldiers who followed him on the boat, he naturally didn't need to be too serious. But in the Navy headquarters, he needs to maintain his majesty. If the lieutenant admiral has no prestige, no one will listen to you, even the soldiers who follow you. Carl followed the Flying Squirrel and looked at the Navy headquarters curiously. In his previous life, he had only seen the whole picture of the Navy headquarters by going up to the top of the war. Although the Navy headquarters in the anime is magnificent, it is still a lot worse than what you have seen with your own eyes. Walk all the way from the port to the Navy headquarters building. Carl passed by in the armory, the martial arts field, and the boot camp. These things aroused his curiosity, but he still has things to do, so naturally he can't visit everywhere. Haha, is this the recruit Carl you mentioned from the phone bug? It looks so strong, and the ability to have this fluttering fruit is so convenient. An uncle smoking a cigar, wearing a dark brown suit and a navy trench coat, walked over with a smile. The uncle looked very kind, without airing at all, leaving Carl with a very good first impression. And the big beard on his chin is very characteristic, people can't help but want to grab a handful. Carl is the Lieutenant General of the Burning Mountain, one of the strongest among the old lieutenants, even stronger than me. Really? Hearing what the Flying Squirrel said, Carl's spirit was lifted, and then he blinked at Hua Shaishan. How about a fight? Ha 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 ha, you kid is really interesting, but I still won't fight you because someone has already booked it. Now you can just hand over the Golden Lion's body to me. I will help you with the formalities, and you will go up and accept the honors of military rank. Carl nodded when he heard Hua Shaishan, then relieved his ability and put the coffin on the ground. Huo Shaoshan was also welcome, and he directly carried the coffin with one hand and walked in the other direction. At this time, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel looked gloomy a lot. Sure enough, the one that should come will always come, and you can't hide it even if you want to. Lord Admiral, what are you talking about? Carl scratched his head and didn't hear what the flying squirrel said. Nothing, just follow me behind. Oh. Carl nodded lightly and followed the flying squirrel into the Navy headquarters building. As soon as he entered the building, he saw a lot of hot sights. Some of these people are envious, some are jealous, but more are just curious. They all wanted to see who was the one who had taken the dog luck to kill the golden lion and gained the ability to flutter fruit. It is no secret that Carl has obtained the ability to fly fruit in the Navy headquarters. Such a strong ability can't be concealed. That's why they were very curious about what kind of shit luck Carl took to obtain such a powerful force. Some people even start to have sex. What will happen if they gain such a powerful ability? Carl's domineering have reached the proficiency level, and he can clearly perceive the gazes of those around him. But he didn't care. After being rescued by the residents of Boya 5 years ago, he was used to being watched. So he just bared his big white teeth, smiled and greeted the people around him. No matter what emotions the other party has towards him, even if it is malicious, he will smile and wave. This made those people stunned for a moment, then turned their heads and stopped looking at Carl. His attitude greatly increased the favor of the Navy in the hall. If it were not for Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel in front of him, these people would have come up to say hello. Carl also greeted him at this time while observing his surroundings. Here, he found a lot of Navy that he had seen in his previous life, including Kirby, and some unnamed but familiar Navy. But in the Navy here, the moving average is relatively low, and the highest is Smog. And Smog had just come down from the stairs. Carl smiled and beckoned to him, but the other party snorted and ignored Carl. Seeing this, the flying squirrel couldn't help but sighed. You don't have to do this at all. People in the Navy have different personalities. You only need to have a good relationship with people you think are worthy of deep friendship. I know, but I can't let other people feel bad at my new life, right? Carl's seemingly indifferent answer made Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel startled for a while, then smiled and shook his head. Yeah, if you have a bad relationship with other people, even if you become a general, you will be pointed at the back. Obviously, these words of Carl reminded him of the Red Dog, one of the 3 Navy generals. Here, UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Here is the Admiral. After a while, the flying squirrel took Carl to the Marshal's office. Marshal of the Warring States period, I'm a flying squirrel, and I'm here with recruit Carl. Come in. After getting approval, the flying squirrel took Carl into the office. It's so spacious. Carl's eyes lit up when he saw this office. The Marshal's office is bigger than what he saw in the comics. Gathering 50 or 60 people here is not a problem at all. Then he looked around and found that besides himself, the flying squirrel, and the Warring States period, there were other people here. Ahem, let me introduce, these 3 are the 3 generals of our Navy. From left to right are Kuzan, Sakaski, and Polisalino. Warring States coughed slightly and began to introduce. Carl greeted them, but only Kuzan and Polisalino responded to Carl. Sakaski still went his own way, without even opening his eyes. This person here is Lieutenant General Crane and the Chief of Staff of the Navy. Hello, Lieutenant General Crane. When Carl heard a hello, Crane nodded, and the Warring States period looked at the last person. This is a naval hero, Lieutenant General Karp. Lieutenant General Karp. Hello there. When Carl heard the name, he pretended to be guilty and greeted him. Karp heard that he buttoned his booger and rubbed it on his clothes, then got up and came to Carl. You kid arrested my 2 grandsons and sent them here personally. Recruit. You are really courageous. The first publication of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time you see the genuine content. Chapter 16, Learn from each other. Karp laughed and walked up to Carl and patted him on the shoulder hard. Carl is a little unsteady with the strength. The 3 generals saw this scene. Except for Sakaski, the other two couldn't help but draw a curve in the corners of their mouths. Basically the entire navy knew about Karl's arrest of Karp's two grandsons, and the three generals were no exception. For a brave man like him, the navy really isn't much. Warring States, just let him fight with me, as I said. I want to try this kid's strength, whether it is enough for you to treat it exceptionally. Karp grinned and stared at Karl like that. But before the Warring States and Karl could say anything, the flying squirrel next to him came out first. Senior of the Warring States period, isn't it good for you to do this? Karl is just a recruit after all, and he hasn't officially joined the job yet. Did you do this? Ha 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 ha, if you want to say that I am avenging my personal revenge, congratulations, you are right. Karp's smile became brighter, which made the flying squirrel speechless and could only ask for help like the Warring States period. But the Warring States did not say anything, just walked up to Karl and said softly. Treasure this opportunity, Karp, this old boy, not everyone can let him give pointers. Yes. I will cherish this opportunity. Karl also smiled, without any fear. Karl. Are you crazy? When the flying squirrel saw Karl even agreed, he was shocked. But Karl shook his head and glanced back at the flying squirrel. Don't worry, Lieutenant General, I know the strength of Senior Karp, but I also believe that I can't die. And I really want to know how strong a man stands at the top of the Navy and even the world. When he said this, Karl pretended to be blood surging, and the expression in his eyes was slightly arrogant. Although he pretended to have this kind of fighting emotions, a small part of it was real. Because he really wants to try, how far is he from the top? Ha 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 ha, your eyes are qualified, come with me now, I am waiting for you at the martial arts field. After a while, Karl and Karp are facing each other in the martial arts field. In addition to the Warring States period and countless three generals, there are also many navy who like to watch theaters. They gathered around here, all wanting to see, this navy recruit, can hold a few tricks in Karp's hands. Guess, how can he hold up Senior Karp? I guess it was just a trick that was seconded, right? It should not be so weak. No matter what, he also killed the Golden Lion and captured Luffy and Ace, who had a bounty of more than 100 million yuan. Don't forget, he and the flying squirrel caught Ace together, and the Golden Lion was also picked up by him on the verge of death. His true strength is definitely not strong. You are all wrong. His strength is not weak. I am also a soldier of Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel. I have seen with my own eyes that the female emperor of Kaiwahe was drunk by him. What? The empress was drunk by this recruit. How can that be? It's true, I'm the messenger of Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel. I saw it very real at the time. Even the figure of the empress was, tisk. The surrounding crowd twittered. But their voices have fallen into the ears of the Warring States period and the three generals. Regarding the matter of Karl drinking the female emperor, apart from the soldiers in the boat with Karl, only the Warring States and Karp knew. Because this is not a big deal, there is no need for publicity. But speaking out at this time can increase people's sense of expectation of Karl. The three of you tell me, how long can Karl be in the hands of this old boy, Karp? The Warring States suddenly asked questions, which caught the three generals off guard. La, don't ask me this kind of question, it's not suspenseful at all, okay? Kuzan was too lazy to answer. In his opinion, it didn't matter how many moves Karl could persist, and it had nothing to do with him. Polosalino and Kuzan had the same mind and did not answer. But Sarkarski thought about it carefully before speaking. I guess I can stick to 10 tricks. 10 tricks? A little too much, right? I didn't say much, I am optimistic about him. When Sakaski said so, the Warring States period was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Sakarsky, who had never cared about the outside world, would say such things. Not only the Warring States period, but even Kuzan and Polosolino were shocked. At the same time, everything on the ring is ready. The battle between Karl and Karp is about to start. Ha 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 ha. Boy, do you have anything else to say? Want to say? Of course there is. Karl grinned, Witheredwood and Yingshi clenched tightly in his hands. I hope you don't show mercy, Senior Karp. Otherwise. Before the words fell, Karl's figure disappeared instantly. Kapu squinted his eyes and slammed a punch to the right side of his body. But at this moment, Karl has already appeared in this position. Otherwise I will be very unwilling. The second half of the sentence blurted out. Accompanied by a roar, armed with domineering double knives, colliding with Kapu's steel-like fists, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com produced a fierce giant wave. Ha 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 ha. Interesting, really interesting. Karp laughed, his fist slammed hard, and Karl was knocked out in an instant. Karl used the fruit ability to quickly adjust his figure in the air, and then slapped a sharp slash. Lionville Chikiri Valley. Karl released his previous hard-to-fight ace's big move without hesitation. He knows very well that he doesn't need to tentatively face Karp, just come up and make big moves. Good job. Karp saw the slashing slash and whirlwind in the sky, as if he had seen the golden lion once, which made him a little excited. I saw Karp slam a punch with the same force, and a powerful wave of air surged with his fist instantly. With just one punch, Karl's moves were cracked, and he was also lifted by this powerful air current. But it was in the air, and Karl was able to control his body quickly, and then squinted his eyes. Without the use of armed color domineering and relying solely on physical fitness, this level was achieved. Such physical fitness is at least A&D level strength, right? Really deserves to be the naval hero Karp. Both power and reaction will crush me. In that case, let me see if I can force you to use domineering. Karl took a deep breath, and his figure disappeared again. In a blink of an eye, the surrounding ground suddenly vibrated. The entire venue of the martial arts field just soared into the sky. Karl stood on the painted surface of the field, controlled the fruit ability, and sent Karp to the sky. Boy, what are you going to do? Don't you think our navy can't fly? No, I just want to see what you will do if you encounter a storm in the sky. The first publication of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time you see the genuine content. Chapter 17, Recruit Report. Boy, do you know what you are doing? Karp squinted and looked at Karl below. But Karl turned a deaf ear to his ears, but focused on his control. A huge air current began to circulate in the air. The clouds in the sky have also begun to gather, and the embryonic form of a huge storm has been produced. Upon seeing this, Karp stepped on the moon step and wanted to get down from the martial arts field. But the two weapons that broke through directly forced him back. The intruding attack made Karp not expect that the navy cloak was cut out, which made him a little uncomfortable. Since he didn't use all his strength, it was useless to see and hear the domineering. Naturally he didn't find where these two weapons appeared. Boy, do you think that with two weapons, you can hold me in my footsteps? It's so naive. Senior Karp, you are wrong, it is not me who is holding you, it is you. If you hadn't despised me, now I have been defeated. Karl chuckled and said something unexpected to everyone present. At this moment, the entire martial arts field fell apart in an instant. Karp immediately noticed something wrong, and wanted to return to the ground. But soon he found that his body was out of control. The surrounding airflow skyrocketed instantly. The tyrannical airflow began to revolve and directly rolled Karp towards a higher sky. The clouds at this time were already very thick, and the roar of thunder could even be heard faintly. Is this a hurricane and a thunderstorm? You kid, you can control the weather. Although caught in the storm, Karp is still able to speak. His physical fitness is very strong. After his body is covered with armed and domineering, this kind of storm can't hurt him at all. But he was in the center of the storm and was under the greatest pressure. He couldn't break free for a while, so he could only let the storm involve himself in the thunderstorm. Senior Carp, don't laugh, I just watched the weather here when I came, and I was ready for all this. At this time, the warring states and others saw this scene, their eyes widened and felt a little unbelievable. In their estimation, Carl should have been abused by Carp, and then he gave up. In the end, Carl told them that he had planned for a long time, and he was waiting for Carp to throw himself into the net. Such a scene, even Sarkersky, who paid attention to Carl, did not expect it. This guy is a fighting freak, but he is a fighting freak with a brain. That's not bad. Our Navy hasn't seen such a good seed for a long time. Ha 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 ha. Warring States was very pleased. Although Carp will lose face because of this, he has a thick face, and he is not ashamed once or twice. However, Carl's potential was shown in public, which made the Warring States and others' evaluation of him even higher. Even Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, who has been carrying Carl, did not expect that Carl would deflate Carp at this time. Boom! Accompanied by the thunder explosion. Carp has entered the thunderstorm area under the influence of the airflow. But Carl was sweating profusely. Obviously, he had used his abilities to the maximum. This is already his limit. Okay, I declare this match is tied. Carl, you can stop. Yes. Hearing the words of the Warring States period, Carl released his ability, and the huge air current disintegrated instantly, blowing towards the surroundings. This airflow directly turned the Navy around those who were ineffective. Hey, how about the Marshal of the Warring States period, am I qualified now? Carl panted heavily and looked at the Warring States next to him. I am very satisfied, and I have discussed with Lieutenant General Crane. Starting today, you formally join the Navy and earn the rank of Colonel. It's just that you were admitted exceptionally, so you need to stay in the Chambord Islands for a while before you can go to sea. No problem. I can go anywhere. Carl was a little excited, although his rank was a bit low, he was just a colonel. But with the first day of becoming a Navy, very few have won the rank of colonel. This made the Navy around who had been working hard for several years, but only Major and Lieutenant Colonel a little envious. This is the benefit of strength. Ha 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 ha. What a good kid, this time you win, but next time I won't be fooled so easily. Carp stepped on the moon step and fell from the sky. At this time, the Navy cloak on his body had disappeared, and his clothes were also in tatters, and there was even a smell of burnt. Obviously, he was struck by lightning. But Carp didn't have any injuries at all. The Warring States period, I'm leaving first, I'm going to see the two boys in my family, what's going on now? Carp didn't even bother to change his clothes, so he left. Warring States nodded, and then found a few navies to distribute the task of cleaning up here. The three generals also dispersed, and the Flying Squirrel wanted to say something, but the expression in the Warring States' eyes made him unable to tell. Carl recruit, come with me, I will personally assign you a dormitory and write you a transfer order. You are now resting for a few days in the Navy headquarters, reading www.uuganshu.com will officially report to the naval base in Chambord Islands 7 days later. Yes. Carl saluted an indecent military salute and looked a little excited. In the shocked eyes of everyone around him, he followed the Warring States and left the martial arts field. Then today's events were passed on by these spectators. The news spread at the beginning was nothing, but Carl fought Carp and took advantage of the weather to get a tie. But the more it passes behind, the more outrageous it gets. Not only did Carl's recruits compete with Carp, but Carp's personal numbers were in the end. There is even such a rumor that Carl kills Carp in seconds, forcing Carp to surrender himself. Although these news made Carl's popularity rise rapidly, as the protagonist, he was a little depressed. In addition to bringing fame, this kind of thing also caused him a lot of trouble. Now as long as he goes out, he will be watched by the Navy. There will even be some pretentious navies who want to challenge Karl to become famous in one fell swoop. If he was just onlookers, he would laugh and not speak. But if you find faults like this, he will send the other person directly to the infirmary. It ranges from a coma for 7 or 8 days, to severe injuries and broken bones. Slowly, the title of Battle-Mad Karl became louder and louder. His brutal record also discouraged many people who wanted to challenge him. Time goes by day. In this week, in addition to accepting challenges, Karl also participated in daily naval training, learned a lot of knowledge about the ocean, and met many like-minded friends. Today, the 7 days of free allocation have come. Karl needs to follow the boat and report to the Chambord Islands. Chambord Islands, I am here again. The first publication of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time you see the genuine content. Chapter 18, Coming to Shampoo Again. Report. I am Recruit Karl, with the rank of Colonel. This is my delegating order. Please check by the Chief. Ha 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 ha, you are Colonel Karl, very good. The Rear Admiral, who was stationed in the Chambord Islands, enthusiastically pulled Karl into his office at this time. My name is Pizza, not the pizza I ate, although the pronunciation is almost the same, and I also like pizza. Listening to the unreliable eyes of Pizza's preface, Karl's eyes twitched slightly, and he felt that the person in charge in front of him seemed a little unreliable. He has said so much, he has always been around pizza, and even said how to make the best pizza. This makes Karl really speechless. Chief Pizza, do you have anything else to do? Ah? Oh. Sorry, I can't stop when it comes to pizza, but don't mind, I'm so sick, it's delicious. Haha. Pizza laughed, then scratched the back of his bald head, and then he became serious. I am Pizza, the person in charge of the Chambord Islands, a Major Admiral of the Navy headquarters. I am 42. You will follow me next and get familiar with the things here. I know that with your talent, you won't be able to stay in the Chambord Islands very long, so you'd better stay in your own jurisdiction during this time and don't run around. Apart from the pirates, navy, and slave traders who came to Chambord Islands, there was a group of people that we could not afford. Is it because of the Tianlong people? I heard about them. I really don't know how this kind of scum can. SHHH. Hearing Karl's words, Pizza immediately blocked his mouth, then opened the door and looked around. He breathed a sigh of relief after seeing no one around him. Boy, you are still young now and have a lot of future. Don't ruin your future because of the Tianlong Ren. I believe that the Marshal of the Warring States period sent you here to protect you and prevent you from contacting the Celestial Dragon. But you still don't say the kind of words just now. At least half of my men are dogs close to the Tianlong people. If they hear what you said just now, they will definitely go back and report it, so here you must be cautious in your words and deeds. I see, but there is one more question. Just ask, I know everything. Karl squinted his eyes and asked softly, listen to you, sir, you don't seem to like Tianlongren, but why are you staying here? This question is very interesting, and I can tell you the truth, after all, it's not a secret. Pizza smiled, then turned around and took out a stack of Baileys from the drawer. Because of the money. This group of beasts have nothing else, Bailey wants as much as he wants. As long as they give me Bailey, I will be their dog, if not, hee hee. What kind of stuff is this bunch of rubbish? I bother. Seeing Pizza's expression, Karl squinted. He could see that the purpose of Pizza here is very simple, it is for Pele in the hands of the dragon. This also made him understand that the person in front of him was probably also the Navy of the Warring States line, used to monitor the movements of the Tianlong people. Don't even think that the Tianlong people are the rulers of this world, even claiming to be gods. But the Navy and them don't wear the same pair of pants. Except for a few who are willing to be the Navy of the Denon, the other navies hate the Denon very much. But due to their status, they just dared not speak. Coupled with the special geographical location of the Chambord Islands, it is not only frequented by pirates. Tianlong people also regard this as a back garden. In order to avoid unnecessary troubles, the Warring States period needed to send some capable men to monitor the Drago Knights who came to the Chambord Islands. Okay, that's all I want to say. You take this wad of Bailey. Although it's not much, you can treat it as a gift from me. In that case, I'm not welcome. Carl accepted these Baileys with a smile. Although he received a bounty from Luffy, Ace, and Golden Lion. These add up to more than 1 billion Baileys, enough for him to splurge at will. But since someone sent money to the door, he naturally wouldn't refuse. Carl followed Pizza and went to the training ground of the sub-base. Here he sees tens of thousands of Navy, gathering gymnastics. There are still many people patrolling here. The ranks on the clothes of these people are colonels like Carl. The people who come to me are basically colonels. People who reach the rank of brigadier general are eligible to go to sea independently, and they don't bother to be stationed here. Only people who are half of me in the soil and thinking of making money will come to Chambord. It can be said that most of the Navy colonels who came here, except for some who were sent over, came to be gilded just like you. Pizza took a deep breath, then lit a cigar. Carl nodded, agreeing with his statement. Reporter, everything is normal today, and the training indicators have been completed normally. Very well, in that case, we will disband in the evening, let everyone get together, and by the way pick up the dust for our new colleague. Yes. The Navy paid a military salute, then looked at Carl suspiciously. This kid is a new colleague? It doesn't look very good, he's a colonel at such a young age? Isn't he a relative? Hearing the other party's questioning, Carl scratched his head. You read www.uuganshu.com is a bit embarrassing. You are really right. This kid is a relationship householder, but his relationship is harder than you think. Ha 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 ha. Pizza laughed, as if he had heard some funny joke, which puzzled the Navy. Carl was even more embarrassed. This kid's name is Carl. He joined the Navy only 7 days ago and made an exception to become a Navy captain. How about? Doesn't it feel familiar? You're Carl. Carl who killed Carp in seconds. What? He is Carl who defeated Lieutenant General Carp. Could it be that it was this kid who beat Lieutenant General Carp to be called Dad? The people around heard the colonel's exclamation and looked at Carl together. His eyes were very feverish, as if he was going to eat people. But what they said in their mouths made Carl extremely angry. It's that who spread the rumors so outrageously? You guys want me to die? Carl intentionally or unintentionally released the domineering look, and instantly stunned the 10,000 Navy present. These Navy colonels felt this momentum, and they were also surprised. Pizza's eyes widened and his face was shocked. This is the legendary Overlord look. Carl nodded and snorted and walked towards the base gate. Chief Pizza, your ethos here needs to be changed. This kind of slanderous predecessor Carp's reputation and rumors of killing me, it's time to rectify it. Wait, where are you going? Go out and go around, is it okay? Seeing Carl's sharp eyes, Pizza swallowed and took a step back subconsciously. No, no problem. The first publication of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time you see the genuine content. Chapter 19, Raleigh. Like the rumors, under normal circumstances, the temper is very good, but sometimes it seems moody, and the Overlord's domineering has also confirmed that he has indeed awakened. Pizza returned to the frightened colonel and patted him on the shoulder. Don't be stunned, hurry up and wake up the other navies and prepare for the party at night. Oh, yes. The colonel breathed a sigh of relief. He did not expect that Carl would be so disgusted with such remarks. However, he also saw Carl's strength today. Although it was only the tip of the iceberg, it was enough for them. Especially Pizza. He originally wanted to find a chance to try, is Carl's strength as strong as the headquarters said? But from today's point of view, a single look can make oneself retreat. Pizza can never do this kind of momentum. It really deserves to be called a genius with monster potential by the headquarter. I hope he won't cause trouble here, otherwise I will be in trouble. Pizza shook his head, feeling a little helpless. As an officer, what I fear the most is that the strength of his subordinates surpasses himself. This kind of person is not only very difficult to discipline, but also easy to cause trouble. So he intends to think about it, and arrange a good position for Carl so that he can settle down. After all, the title of Carl's battle madness is well known in the Navy. Xiaoqi, I'm back again, the same way, give me the sign here. Carl came out this time. In addition to relaxing, the more important thing was to see Pluto Raleigh. So he came to Xiaoqi Bar. But unfortunately, after he looked around for a week, there was no one in the store except himself and Xiaoqi. Raleigh was not here to disappoint Carl. Here you are, a glass of cold water. Xiaoqi looked at Carl coldly and drank a glass of cold water. Hey, you look down on people, look at my clothes. I have money now. Carl pointed to his navy uniform, then patted a wad of Bailey on the table. Is this money enough for a good bottle of wine and a plate of snacks? Xiaoqi counted, and then said, a total of 300,000 Baileys are indeed enough. Xiaoqi glanced at Carl in surprise. She didn't expect that Carl had just become a navy, and he would have so much money. Since it's enough, I'm going to work. I'll wait here, and wait for Raleigh by the way. The wine and snacks are coming soon, but Raleigh is not here. No, he will be back soon. I have inquired that he is now in the slave market, as if he is going to sell himself. Carl held back his laugh and spoke. To be honest, he couldn't understand Raleigh's quirk of selling himself. Although this is done for money, it is a bit funny how strange it looks. Xiaoqi was holding her forehead, a little speechless. She knew that Raleigh was gambled and liked to sell herself, but she didn't expect that Raleigh would be known by outsiders because of this habit. It made her feel a little embarrassed, and she didn't even want to pick up trouble. It didn't take long for Xiaoqi to serve the wine and the food. There are very few things, and the wine is a very small bottle, which makes Carl a little speechless. You really are a black shop here. If there are so few things covered by Raleigh, I'm afraid they have been demolished. You don't need to care about this kind of thing, and do I live on this kind of thing? Yes, I know you sell information, so do you have the latest information about the 4 emperors? Don't you know all the latest information? After all, you are the initiator. You personally arrested Huoquan Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the 4 Emperors Pirates. The Whitebeard is very angry now, I can't wait to kill you. Xiaoqi sneered and stared at Carl firmly, as if she wanted to see his scared expression. But she stared for a long time and didn't see the slightest fear in Carl, which made her feel a little boring. That's it. I thought there would be any good news, but I have a news here. Would you like to listen to it? What news? Do you know that Ace is Roger's son? What? A voice suddenly came from outside the door, and a grey-haired old man rushed in, staring at Carl with his eyes. You're saying it again. Whose son is Ace? You are Raleigh, right? Feeling the aura of the man in front of him, Carl squinted his eyes, his body leaned back and smiled. Xiaoqi, 2 more bottles of wine. Don't worry, I still have money. This wine is given to you for free. Tell me if Ace is Roger's son. Raleigh sat directly opposite Carl, completely ignoring the man in front of him. He was a navy. With Raleigh's strength, even if the admiral came in person, he would not be afraid. As long as the 3 big generals don't take action together, he is fearless at all. This is why he dared to take root here. Forget it, let's avoid it this time. Xiaoqi just wanted to say something, but when she saw Lei Li's serious eyes, she shook her head and stopped talking. She knew very well what an irreplaceable position Roger had in Raleigh's heart. If Ace is really Roger's son, this thing would be a big deal. Raleigh, besides seeing you, I'm here to tell you that Ace is actually Roger's son. Carp's recognition of him as a grandson is only Roger's request. As for the reason, you can ask Carp in person. And you don't have to find out how I knew it. I only heard it from others by accident. It's a pity that the old man died too early, he has other secrets that he didn't tell, such as locks. Carl narrowed his eyes and said half-truth. Then he raised the bottle and invited Raleigh to drink with him. Raleigh frowned and took a sip before asking. Why are you telling me this? Because it's interesting. I personally captured Ace and sent him to Push City, so I want to see what you Roger's old department will do. Carl took a sip of wine and suddenly leaned forward, his eyes covered with scarlet blood. His expression looked slightly crazy, as if he was only doing this for his own interest. Hey! The captain is dead long ago, and the Roger pirates have also disbanded. Even if Ace is really his son, but he has been arrested, this matter has nothing to do with me. Really? What a pity. Carl shook his head, then looked back at the door. People outside have been listening for so long, why don't you come in for a chat? Carl yelled loudly, while Raleigh's eyes were sharp. When the two of them were talking, someone was already eavesdropping outside. But they didn't care. Carl was anxious for this kind of news to spread, while Raleigh thought it was unnecessary for him to participate in this matter. Ace is not Roger after all. If he hadn't been caught, Raleigh might still help him. But he has been arrested, and Raleigh has no reason to help him. The first publication of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time you see the genuine content. Chapter 20, Spread the News. Thief ha 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 ha. I just planned to come over for a drink, but I didn't expect to hear such interesting news. It seems that you know the big things about locks and the Roger pirates, Navy Kid. Introduce yourself, I am Blackbeard Titch. The future One Piece. Thief ha 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 ha. Titch, with a big belly and dirty, swaggered to be between Carl and Raleigh. Boss, here is a bottle of wine. Xiaoqi squinted her eyes and brought him a bottle of wine. Blackbeard now has a great reputation as a person who killed his companions and defected from the Whitebeard pirates. His fame has spread throughout this sea. Baybeard vowed to catch him and send him to hell. Such a ruthless person appeared here, even Raleigh couldn't help but feel curious. Titch, what are you doing here? There are many people in the Chamardayan Islands. Don't you be afraid of the Whitebeard chasing him. Thief ha 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 ha, what's terrible about that old man, and I will be Kaiwahei soon, why should I be afraid of him? Titch laughed, obviously not looking at the Whitebeard. His arrogance made Raleigh a little displeased. What an interesting person, I also read your news. I am a disgusting careerist. Thief ha 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 ha, thank you for the compliment, so you are the new naval star Colonel Carl. Titch narrowed his smile and his eyes became hot. His eyes were full of killing intent, as if a wild beast was eyeing its prey. But he didn't do it directly. Titch knew exactly whose sight was here, and he didn't want to offend both the Navy and Raleigh at the same time. After all, he will soon become Kaiwahei. It's not a problem to sit down like this. Why don't you continue the topic just now, and I will just listen by the side without talking. Titch saw the atmosphere froze, and he wanted to ease it, but Raleigh got up directly. Regardless of Ace's identity, it has nothing to do with me, and I don't know much about the Rocks pirates. Raleigh said he was leaving here, obviously not intending to continue this topic. He was afraid that he couldn't help but want to save people, so he left quickly. Titch grinned when Lily left, showing his mutilated teeth. Thief ha 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 ha, now that Raleigh is gone, why don't we have a chat? Ha ha. I have nothing to chat with you, the pirate, even if you are about to become Kaiwahei, it's useless. Sooner or later, the Kaiwahei system will be abolished, and you will still be wanted. Carl didn't want to pay too much attention to Titch. This guy is very difficult, and Carl's goal has been achieved. The news that Ace is Roger's son has already been made known to outsiders. With Blackbeard's character, it won't take long for the Navy and the sea to know the news, and he will take credit for himself. This is Titch's character. The thief, ha 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 ha, what a funny kid. It seems that he deliberately revealed the news to me and asked me to spread it. But this is better, because the plan he couldn't implement can now be carried out again. God is helping me. Thief, ha 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 ha. Titch walked out of the bar with a big laugh and attracted the attention of the people around him. Captain, are we doing anything? Van Oka with the monocle lifted up, glanced at Carl, and licked his lips. But Titch shook his head and gently pressed his muzzle down. Don't worry, we will be Kaiwahe immediately. There is no need to do anything with the Navy. And I now have more important news. As long as this news is spread out, I don't believe that the world and the Navy will do nothing. Let's go. The next destination, the Navy headquarters. Titch beckoned, and walked towards the port with his subordinates shamelessly. Carl is not walking fast. He deliberately filled his steps in order to get Tick to do something on him. But the other party did not do this. It means that he has other plans. It looks like it's time for a showdown. Carl smiled, returned to the Navy headquarters to borrow the phone worm from Pizza, and called the Warring States period. Marshal of the Warring States period, I have one thing to report. It's about the identity of Ace. I met Blackbeard Titch and learned from him that Ace is the son of Roger, the Pirate King. Carl did not evade, and directly told the secret. The Warring States Marshal of the Navy headquarters frowned, then said softly. I see, don't say anything about this for now. After saying this, the Warring States period hung up the phone worm, and then looked at Carp, who was heartless next to him. Cap, what happened to Ace has been exposed. Ah, what's the matter? Carp ate the donuts, completely unaware of what happened. Ace is Roger's son, right? Yes, wait, what are you talking about? Ace is my grandson. How could he? Kapu. Don't lie to me, you think you can lie to everyone, but you think you can lie to me and Crane. And Carl, the kid already knows, according to what he reported, it was Blackbeard Titch who leaked the incident. Titch? The pirate who betrayed the white beard. Carp's expression went cold. After a while, he put down the donut in his hand and walked outside with a serious expression. Cap, you come back to me. I know that you are very anxious about this, but you can't move Tikai. He saved a Tian Longren and turned in 1 billion yuan of heavenly gold. Now he has been appointed as Kaiwahe by Wu Lao Xing, so he is sent to me to report. If you kill him now, although you can keep the secret, what do you make the 5 old stars think? Hearing what the Warring States had said, Carp gritted his teeth and couldn't say a word. When the Warring States period saw his old friend fall into autistic state again, he also felt helpless. A few days ago, Carl arrested Ace and Luffy. In the past 2 days, a Blackbeard appeared again and began to spread Ace's true identity. This also gave him some headaches. Carp, Blackbeard is expected to come to the Navy headquarters in 2 days. You'd better avoid it first. Brew brew brew. Brew brew brew. Suddenly the phone worm rang. The Warring States subconsciously picked up the phone worm and asked the other party subconsciously. But what greeted him was a burst of cursing. Well, you Warring States, you even dared not report if Roger's son was arrested. Are you not in your eyes anymore? If it weren't for Blackbeard, I'm afraid we are still being kept in the dark by you now. Warring States, the Admiral of the Navy is what you do. The first publication of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time you see the genuine content. Chapter 21, Leisurely Daily. A. The news that Ace is Roger's son has appeared in the sea, and even the news that Ace is the grandson of Carp has also been spread. More importantly, there is also a Whitebeard pirate group on Esming's face, the identity of the captain of the 2nd Division. This means that he is also the son of Whitebeard. In this way, Carp became Roger and Whitebeard's father. This kind of explosive news spread all over the sea in this week. No matter how the Navy suppresses it, there is no way for this kind of gossip news to spread. People's psychology to gossip is innate and can't be suppressed at all. As long as 10 people know it, 10,000 people will know it the next day. By analogy, it would be slow to transmit this information to the entire sea in 7 days. It is precisely because Carp took advantage of Baybeard and Roger and became their father. This led to the fact that Ace was Roger's son was downplayed. However, the high-level Navy and the world's top officials, as well as the pirates such as Whitebeard, will not forget this news. Especially Raleigh, who belonged to the remnants of the Roger pirates. It was the Blackbeard pirates who spread the news. In order to increase his popularity, Titch gave all these news to the big news Morgan, and even spent a lot of money to make the news known to everyone. The big news Morgan also lived up to Blackbeard's expectations. Not only did he spread the news, he even specifically marked it. This is one of the 7 martial arts under the king, and Blackbeard Titch's exclusive news. For an ambitious man like Titch, the higher his popularity, the higher the benefits he will bring to him. So he was cheeky and took the news he had heard from Carl as his own. Carl is very satisfied with this. What he wants is this effect. Now, apart from Raleigh, Xiaoqi, and Titch, no one knows that it was Carl who spread the news of Ace's true identity. Now Tick's reputation is in sight. Even if someone clarifies the truth, no one will believe it. Unexpectedly, Titch did better than I thought. It's amazing. Carl was sitting in Shakey's bar, drinking leisurely, without any tension. He has become a frequent visitor to this bar now, and he does nothing else every day, just order a bottle of wine and sit all afternoon. As long as there is no trouble in the Chambord Islands, there is no need for him to act. And the main thing is, pizza in order to prevent Carl from encountering the dragon people, causing unnecessary conflicts. I would also like to see him running to the bar. Xiaoqi Bar is located in a relatively remote place, and Tianlong people will not patronize it at all, so it is very safe. What on earth do you want to do? Is it good for you to spread this kind of news? The Navy headquarters is now in chaos, and the pirates are also in chaos. Especially on the Whitebeard side, they even plan to declare war with the Navy, probably intending to take Ace back. Could it be said that this situation is what you want to see? Xiaoqi was puzzled. She didn't understand why Carl did this. Carl took a sip of wine and said with a smile. Xiaoqi, don't you even understand this? Isn't the current trend of events exactly what I expected? Seeing Carl's smile, Xiaoqi frowned. What a lunatic! Thank you. Carl raised his glass and touched Xiaoqi in the air, then drank it. As he said, the Whitebeard and the Navy are ready to go, which is what he wants. He wanted to replicate the war on the top caused by Blackbeard at the time. Only in this way can he trigger his own selection system, as long as he kills the Whitebeard at that time. He can gain the power of the Whitebeard. In the eyes of outsiders, this kind of thinking is a lunatic who fears that the world will not be chaotic. But he knows very well that other people's visions are imaginary, and only those who get his hands are truly his. It's just that Carl also understands that he is not Whitebeard's opponent now. He can only gain his power by reaping Whitebeard's life in the war. After this period of research, Carl has basically understood how the system can proceed. Only when he meets some important people or things can he make a choice. There are 2 options. There is a high probability that it will not change the trend of the original plot. Although there are rewards, they are very rare. But the last one will definitely change the trend of the plot, and the rewards are also very rich. Counting the Golden Lion, Luffy, and Ace, he has only triggered 4 choices so far. The last choice was when Titch was spreading the news of Ace. He had several choices, which were to add to the flames, observe secretly, and suppress them. Carl did not hesitate to choose to add to the flames and secretly help Tick spread the news. The reward is to upgrade all attributes by 1 level. Properties panel. Name, Carl. Strength, D+. Agility, D. Spirit, E+. Physical strength, C. Abilities, Jun Ti Quan, G. Piao Piao Guo, S. Armed color domineering, proficient, seeing and hearing color domineering, proficient www.readaloud.com Bawang color domineering, mastery, double knife flow, D. Although his current attribute panel has not changed in the slightest in terms of ability, but the physical fitness has fully reached the average level of a lieutenant general. Now he is almost the same as the veteran lieutenant admiral. Ha 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 ha, today I heard a very funny news. Someone outside actually said that the captain robbed the Whitebeard's wife and gave birth to Ace. After a lapse of more than 10 years, Baybeard was furious, and then snatched Ace over and recognized him as his son. The person who summed up this statement is really a talent, ha 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 ha. Layli, who was drunk, walked in from the outside staggeringly, sat down in front of Carl, and even burped a drink. Raleigh, it's time to brush your teeth. Carl frowned and moved a bit disgustedly. Xiaoqi brought a cup of sober tea. Is this funny? In my opinion, anyone who says this is damned. Xiaoqi glanced at Carl, but Carl shrugged. Don't look at me, I am not so bad. I will only spread the facts and will not write such things that corrupt other people's reputation. Ha 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 ha, although this navy boy is very hateful, he does not spoil the reputation of others. But you are right, the person who spreads such rumors is really damn. Riley took a sip of tea, then smashed the table hard, staring at Carl scorchingly. Navy kid. Now that your goal has been achieved, the Navy has officially responded to Whitebeard's declaration of war. 3 months later, they will start the final battle at Malinvander, and that day will also be Ace's public execution day. The first publication of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time you see the genuine content. Chapter 22, March period. Sentence day. 3 months later. This time span is a bit too big, isn't it? Isn't the Navy and the World Forces afraid of accidents? Although this news made Carl very happy, the 3-month span is too big. Once there is an accident in the middle, the so-called day of the final battle becomes a joke. And there is time for Baybeard to save people in these 3 months. Hey! Boy, don't underestimate the Navy, and don't underestimate the Whitebeard. The Navy will definitely take strict precautions and even transfer Ace. You have only joined the Navy for less than a month, and it is normal that you don't even know as many things as my pirate. As for the old guy Whitebeard, Riley snorted coldly, took a sip of wine and then continued to speak. He is the strongest Whitebeard in the world. How could such a person be robbed of prison? That's what I said, but I don't know the news, how could you know it earlier than I did? Carl looked at Layli in confusion, while the other party took out a crumpled newspaper from under his ass. The Navy has already publicized the time of the morning. You come to Xiaoqi to sit here for a day, and you have no phone bugs. Who will come here to inform you if there is nothing to do? After being ridiculed by Raleigh, Carl was not angry, but nodded, and then read the naval news. The news in the newspaper is basically the same as what Raleigh said, without any deviation. Then Carl looked at Raleigh suspiciously. This old drunkard has been drinking now, without stopping at all. Carl stared at him for a long time, and the other party didn't say a word. When his eyes became a little sore, he asked. By the way, you old guys don't plan to rob prison? That's Roger's son. Hee, let us discuss the prison robbery in front of a navy. Do you see me as a fool? Raleigh sneered and glanced at Carl contemptuously. Carl suddenly realized. Although Raleigh was not a pirate, even if he really wanted to do something like prison robbery, he couldn't say it in front of Carl. Otherwise, you will be a fool. I'm done drinking, I should go back too. Raleigh, if you want to do something to me, it's better to be as early as possible. Because I'm not sure when I will be transferred, and then you will have no chance to do it. See you tomorrow. Ha 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 ha. Carl left the bar with a wild laugh. As his laughter moved further and further away from the bar, Layli's expression became calm and a little angry from the beginning. A murderous intent gradually emerged in his eyes. Raleigh, I know your mood, but you need to be patient. It's not the time to attack him. Offending the Navy at this time will not do any good. I know, but I haven't contacted the other old guys. The plan to robbery may be shelved. The Navy will definitely move Ace to other places. The previous plan must be overturned and redone. Maybe the war in 3 months will be our chance. Rayleigh's eyes flashed with a hint of light, and then he drank the wine in his hand. Xiaoqi rubbed her chin and asked tentatively, Luffy the Straw Hat is Carp's grandson, and Ace is also Carp's grandson. Maybe he can provide some useful information. Should we tell Carp the truth about this matter? Tell him what to do? Do you still want him to kill Carl? Don't forget, only Ace was executed. Although Carp loves Ace very much, there is no blood relationship between them, unless... Thinking of this, Layli and Xiaoqi looked at each other and blurted out at the same time. Unless Luffy and Ace are executed at the same time. Ha 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 ha. That's right, that's it. Only when 2 grandsons are executed at the same time, Carp, an old thing, will take action. And Straw Hat Luffy is still the son of the Dragon of the Revolutionary Army. This guy is not an easy person. He is called the most vicious criminal in the world for no reason. Due to this period of time, Liu Fei and Lei Li have not been in contact, let alone the origin of Liu Fei's Straw Hat. Just know that his nickname is Straw Hat Liu Fei. Using Luffy's life to exchange things like Ace, Raleigh could do it all. Not to mention, Ace and Luffy are both Carp's grandsons. If 2 grandsons were executed at the same time, he would certainly not sit still. Then what do you plan to do next? Luffy's identity is not enough to be publicly executed. Xiaoqi asked suspiciously. Raleigh shook his head, and then took out a stack of rewards. The Straw Hat Pirates have not disbanded yet, we may be able to use them to do something. Report, Captain Carl, request to return to the team. Just when Raleigh was planning how to launch Luffy and Capra into the water, Carl has returned to the Naval Branch base. At this time, he was carrying a person on his shoulder, 1 size bigger than himself. The team in the base was gathering at this time, and Carl didn't know what they were going to do. Leave it to me, the pirates. This is their routine patrol. Just go back and rest. In order to avoid letting Carl meet the dragon people, Pizza, Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com dare not let him go on patrol. The places where the patrols are going are all prosperous areas where Tianlong people often haunt. According to Pizza's understanding of Carl, if he goes 100%, he will conflict with the Drago Knights. So he didn't give any orders to Carl at all. But even so, in addition to drinking during this time, Carl also brought back 1 or 2 pirates with a bounty of more than 50 million every day. Today is no exception. On the way Carl came back, he met a pirate who didn't have long eyes, and then he caught him back easily. It's the same again. I want to go out on patrols and not let me. I do nothing every day. My body is about to rust. I don't think your body is about to rust, you just want to find the fault. The corners of Pizza's mouth twitched slightly, and he took the unconscious pirate from Carl's hand. Is this a beard with a bounty of 110 million Bailey? Okay, this guy is a professional human trafficker, and his achievements alone are comparable to yours in the past few days. Pizza looked surprised, and did not stingy with his appreciation. Carl is not interested. This is the rhetoric of Pizza going back and forth these days, and even the rhetoric of appreciation is almost the same. This makes Carl a little tired. Since there is nothing to do with me, I will go back first, and you will continue. Carl returned to his room listlessly. After Pizza saw Carl closing the door, he was relieved and his expression became serious. Boy Carl, it's not that I don't let you go, but your character is not suitable for dealing with the Tianlong people. For all of us, you should stay here and wait for your command from the marshal. The first publication of this book is from 17K novels. The first time you see the genuine content. Chapter 23, Denon. The next auction is our final product, The Mermaid from Murloc Island. The starting price is 1 billion Baileys. Each increase must not be less than 100 million Baileys. Now the bidding starts. With a shout from the auctioneer, the curtain was instantly opened. A mermaid was trapped in the glass box, very pitiful. Seeing her tearful eyes, she really wanted to break the appearance of the water tank, and the gentlemen who were present came off the stage one after another, trying to rescue such a beautiful mermaid. I pay 1 billion Bailey. I am 1.3 billion. I am 1.5 billion. 2 billion Baileys. The bidding was fierce, but in a moment the bidding came to more than 2 billion Baileys, and the price is still rising. Seeing this scene, a man hiding in the corner couldn't help but shook his head. It's really a group of greedy people, but then again, the Murlocs are really miserable. Every time I come here, I can meet the Murlocs being auctioned. On the contrary, I have not seen any human slaves. Could it be that humans are not as easy to catch as Murlocs? Carl is dressed in casual clothes, with a mask on his face, and a black silk scarf on his head. He appeared here fully armed, no one could recognize who he was. This auction house will not authenticate the real name, as long as the deposit is paid, anyone can enter. Pizza didn't let Carl go out, but Carl was not a kid. He really wanted to go out and no one could stop him. And dressed like this, only wearing an ordinary iron knife, no one will associate him with the energetic Carl. The purpose of his coming here is very simple, just to try his luck and see if he can meet the devil fruit. He wanted to do an experiment as to whether he could eat another devil fruit. In this way, his strength can be improved. However, it has been 5 days since he arrived here, and Carl rescued 4 Murloc slaves, but he did not see a demon fruit. I have to say that devil fruit is really rare. The devil fruit that can be seen everywhere in the original book is really rare. Forget it, I have taken 4 shots anyway, it's not bad for you. Carl shook his head, cocked his legs and waited for the end of the auction to save people. He hated slave traders very much, but they couldn't catch them cleanly, so he could only do his best. 10 billion Baileys. This Murloc is mine. Just when Carl was observing, who could win this Murloc? At the door, there was a disgusting sound suddenly. The voice is very sharp, it sounds harsh, and the owner of the voice is the terrifying world aristocrat Tianlong. Draco actually came? No wonder Pizza will send someone to patrol today. It turns out that a Draco came here today. Carl's eyes moved slightly, then he looked around. At this time, all the people in the venue lost their voices collectively when they saw the Tianlongren appearing, and no one dared to speak. The Tianlong people represent absolute rights. If you dare to resist them, even just a word of mouth is a sin. To be sentenced to death. The people here are very savvy, so after hearing the quote from the Tianlongren, they all remained silent. The person in charge of the auction house also announced the result of the auction tremblingly, and then sent someone to loosen the Murloc. Hey! I have long heard that the Murlocs auctioned here are fine products, and the ones that are offered to me on the compilation of Untouchables are even more beautiful. After seeing them today, it is true. Tianlongren looked at the mermaid in front of him excitedly, and then left the auction house. That, auction money. After watching the Tianlongren leave, the person in charge couldn't help but ask. But the Tianlongren ignored him, and the man in black next to him took out his pistol directly. Boom! A blood hole suddenly appeared in the auctioneer's forehead. The scumbag, "This is your money, take it away." The man in black sneered disdainfully, and then left with the large group. After they were gone, the auction room suddenly fell into chaos. The people inside the auction house were even more at a loss. The auctioneer is also the person in charge here. Now that the person in charge is dead, they are also a group of dragons without a leader. When the meeting place was in a panic, Carl took advantage of the chaos and left and quietly followed the pace of the Tianlongren. At this time, the Tianlongren was sitting on the back of the slave. Next to him, a huge slave was helping him carry the water tank. It's really worthy of being a Tianlong person, and he took more than 30 slaves when he went out. Seeing the eyes of these slaves, they seemed to be numb, and they didn't know if they knew how to write the word escape. Carl shook his head, and a flash came to the front of the Tianlongren, blocking his way. "Hey! Where did the untouchables dare to stand in my way, really looking for death?" When the Tianlongren saw Carl who suddenly appeared, he was a little angry. He didn't hesitate to pull out the pistol and squeeze the trigger, trying to solve Carl who was in the way. But this kind of pistol is not a threat to Carl. He just tilted his head and escaped the bullet. "Listen, all slaves, if you still want to survive, run now. Round dance slash." The voice has not fallen yet. Carl swung a knife in an instant. The round sword energy instantly lifted the devices on the necks of all slaves. He attached the fruit ability to the power of this sword. www.readaloud.com directly destroyed the explosion system inside the shackles. After a few days of experimentation, it was very easy for him to complete this delicate operation. To put it simply, it is only hand-skilled. Run! After seeing the shackles disappear, the eyes of all the slaves present restored their brilliance. I don't know who shouted, all the efforts exploded out of all his potential, and he rushed. Even the slave who was riding underneath him overturned the sky dragon at this time and ran away at a fast speed. Except for the Murloc who could not move freely, the other slaves all expressed gratitude to Carl, and then quickly fled the scene. "What are you doing? Hurry up and catch these slaves." Although the Tianlongren was thrown into a turbulent manner, his thinking was still very clear, and he immediately ordered the black bodyguards to catch the slaves. But before they acted, Carl's figure had already arrived in front of the Tianlongren. He wiped the necks of all the people in black around him. These men in black looked arrogant, but they were not as powerful as the lieutenant commander. You. Do you know who I am, you untouchable? I am a dragon, the of this world, you." Before he could finish speaking, Carl pierced his heart instantly. "God? Haha." After a sneer, Carl glanced around and found a naval patrol team not far away. Without any hesitation, he picked up the Murloc and ran towards the beach. After a while, the long overdue naval patrol team was shocked when they saw the slain Denon. "It's over, we are late." The first publication of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time you see the genuine content. Chapter 24, The Legend of the Masked Man. Thank you for saving me, Masked Man. An uninhabited seaside. The rescued mermaid, timidly thanked Carl for his rescue. But her name surprised Carl a little. "Mask? What the is this?" Carl looked dumbfounded, and didn't know when he had such a name. The mermaid squeezed this body and explained with a blushing face. "Master Masked Man, the news that you have rescued my family in the past few days has spread throughout the Fisherman Island. I just wanted to come here to see you, but I was accidentally caught by a slave trader." Speaking of this, the mermaid's face turned redder, and it was obvious that it was her own work, otherwise she wouldn't be caught. Carl didn't say anything, just rubbed her head gently, then smiled. "It doesn't matter, you are safe now, but I advise you not to come here. If I am not here today, you will really become a slave." "Well, I know Master Mask, I will stay at home honestly and never come out again. But I can ask, are you a human or a Murloc? Why come to save us?" You asked. Carl laughed blankly, then touched the mermaid's hair again. Of course I am a human being, but you can rest assured that I will not discriminate against you, nor will I discriminate against other races. In my eyes, all races can get along with each other in peace, except for the Draco. When talking about Tian Longren, Carl's tone obviously became a bit deep. The mermaid drew back when he heard Carl's words, and then nodded. I see. Although I still want to have a few more words with Master Mask, I should go back, or my family should worry about me. Thank you for saving me. The mermaid thanked again, and then jumped into the sea. The mermaid moved very fast in the water, and in a blink of an eye she disappeared from Carl's domineering coverage. Carl shook his head, then glanced not far away. There were quite a few navies searching. They were obviously looking for and killing the fierce beast of the Tian Longren. Carl didn't intend to stay here much, and left the seaside directly. After a while, he returned to his room and used his power to destroy all the tools of the crime. Whether it was clothes or iron sword, he turned into a pile of powder. In this way, even if someone doubted him, he couldn't find any evidence. Carl, come out. Carl, who had just gotten dressed, replied subconsciously when he heard Pizza calling him. Immediately, I get dressed and go out. After a while, Carl walked out of the room, and then saw the serious face of Pizza. What's the matter with Major General Pizza? With your expression so serious, what happened? It is true that a major event happened. The Tian Longren was killed in front of the auction house. By the way, you stayed in the room all afternoon, did you not go out? What's this? If I don't stay in the room, where can I go? This heavenly dragon has no grievances with me, I can't run out to make trouble for him, right? Carl shrugged, put on a "you are kidding" expression, pretending to be innocent. Hearing Carl's denial, Pizza breathed a sigh of relief, then patted him on the shoulder. That's enough. Because this time the accident was my dereliction of duty, the above didn't give me any chance to investigate. It directly lowered my rank and made me return to the headquarters and be punished. Your transfer order has not come yet, so I hope that before the arrival of the new chief, you can rest for a while and never go out and run around. I'm not sure about the person who will replace me, I'm so talkative. Pizza said earnestly, which made Carl awe. He didn't expect that he just killed a celestial dragon and actually demoted Pizza directly. This is something he didn't expect. And more importantly, before leaving Pizza, he still cared about himself so much. Carl was a little touched, so he solemnly nodded and replied, "Don't worry, I will definitely not run around these days." Only these few days. Carl silently added such a sentence to his heart. Pizza seemed to see through Carl's thoughts, and shook his head helplessly. Forget it, I can't control you anyway, I just hope that the person who replaces me can catch the murderer of the Tian Longren. Otherwise, the Bailey that I have saved for more than 10 years may have to be dispersed halfway to exempt the Tian Long people from punishing me. My money. Pizza wanted to cry without tears, and the whole person was a little haggard. Seeing this picture of Pizza, the corners of Carl's mouth twitched slightly. After a long time of trouble, you are worried about your Bailey. Isn't it easy to make money with your ability? Yes, it is easy to make money, but it is very difficult to make legal money. Apart from the Chamardayan Islands, where else can I go to kill a fat sheep like the Tian Longren? Pizza was a little excited, and his eyes became sharper when he said money. Carl couldn't help shivering when he saw his eyes, then smiled and agreed. Tian Long is rich in wealth, and it is indeed a good mobile treasury. Yet, my treasury is just gone. I want to make money in the future. It won't be so easy. You must not be the same as me. If you provoke the Tian Long people because of something, you must find someone to take the blame. You reading www.yuyugonshu.com must not be hated by them. I was unlucky this time. I didn't expect a masked man to appear in the Chambord Islands. Don't let me know who he is, this bastard, otherwise I must have taken his skin and twitched his muscles. Even if I dare to cut off my money, I will surely let him die. Pizza was exuding a chilling killing intent from all over his body. Carl couldn't help feeling frustrated. This was the first time he saw such a pizza. I have to say that a person who loves money is suddenly cut off from the road, and it is indeed almost the same as killing him. So Carl decided to pretend to be a masked man and hide it in his heart forever, so that no one will know it. But what he didn't expect was that he would have such a big reputation in just 5 days. This makes him a little puzzled. Who is propaganda for himself? Major General Pizza, I want to ask, what the is going on with the masked man you just mentioned? I don't seem to have heard of such a man. Is he a pirate? No, the masked man is not a pirate, he is a good man, but also a demon. This guy was saving a lot of slaves, and he also killed the dragon people, so he is a good man and a hero. But he cut off my financial path and let me return to the headquarters to be punished, so he is a demon. Having said that, Pizza stared at Carl firmly, and then grabbed her by the shoulder. Carl, I have ordered the boss to give you the last task. Help me find the masked man and beat him up. But don't catch him, just beat him to death. Have you heard it? Yes. Sir. The first publication of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time you see the genuine content. Chapter 25, Doflamingo. After sending the pizza away, Carl breathed a sigh of relief. From Pizza, Carl also understood why the masked man's reputation would spread in such a short period of time. It's all because of the credit of the slave traders. After these slave traders were beaten twice by Carl, they began to frantically publicize his deeds. Said that he was the one who robbed hard-working merchants, and asked all hard-working merchants to be careful, and wrapped himself into a mummy. As long as you encounter people with similar images, you have to take a detour. Slowly, when the slaves heard the news, they imagined him as a hero. Coupled with today's events, the masked man's reputation will not be limited to a small part of the Chambord Islands. His legend will circulate throughout the Chambord Islands. I'm really speechless. I didn't expect these slave traders to even help me with publicity. But unfortunately, this identity can no longer be used after killing the Tian Longren. Even if you want to use it, I'm afraid you have to wait a few days to avoid the limelight. But Carl didn't want to be a hero as the outside world said. His purpose of doing this is pure, just to prevent the slave traders from feeling well. He also had no plans to rescue all the slaves, because he knew very well that with his current strength, he couldn't do this at all. So he can only say sorry to the slaves who are looking forward to being rescued in his heart. At the same time, in the naval compound, a man wearing pink carelessness landed in front of Pizza from the air. Who are you? This is a naval base. What are you doing here? Hey, I'm Kaiwahei Duo Flamenco. I came here to take the corpse of the celestial dragon. If you are acquainted, let me go, otherwise you will be at your own risk. Impossible. Although I will be dismissed immediately, I am still the commander here. No matter who you are with me, as long as there is no order from the Marshal of the Warring States period, it is impossible to take the corpse of the Tian Longren. All the Navy obeys orders, aim at Doflamingo and be ready to fire at any time. Yes. Hey, that's really interesting, don't blame me if you want to die so much. In the lobby of the naval base, Doflamingo, who is more than 2 meters tall, gave a strange laugh and suddenly crossed his hands. Suddenly, all the blood on the scene soared out. Each of them had 10 more bone scars on their bodies. Only Pizza used the armed color domineering and barely resisted this trick. But even so, there are 6 or 7 shallow marks on his body. Asshole! I didn't expect you to be so strong. But even so, I can't let you pirates dominate the Navy's territory. Doflamingo. Go to hell! Pizza was already seriously injured at this time, but fortunately, he was good at it and didn't get a second shot like other navies. Taking advantage of his ability to counterattack, he instantly rushed to Doflamingo, covered with armed and domineering fists, and hit Doflamingo's face. Hey with so many words, it's really disgusting. Although Doflamingo was smiling, his tone was full of disdain. I saw him gently raise his hand. As soon as the invisible thread is seen, it shoots out instantly. Pizza's naked eyes can't see this thread, but he is domineering and tells himself that he must avoid it, otherwise he will undoubtedly die. But his body has not allowed him to dodge in mid-air. So he had to close his eyes in confession. But at this time, along with the sound of metal collision, Pizza felt his body suddenly fly. When he looked straight again, he realized that he had already arrived in the room. It was Carl who saved him. Originally, Carl wanted to go back to the house and take a good rest, but when he heard the sound of fighting outside in the yard, with curiosity, Carl wanted to see who was so bold, only to see Pizza's death. If he doesn't stop in time, Pizza must die. Carl, here you are. Yes, I'm here, you can rest, I've heard the reason. Although I also hate Tian Longren, this time for you, I won't let him succeed. Pizza nodded and squeezed Carl's shoulder firmly. Thank you. Shoo. Something resembling a bullet hit instantly from behind Carl. Carl turned around and raised the knife, blocked the bullet, and then looked at Doflamingo. Brother Doflamingo, you are one of the 7 martial arts under the king. The sneak attack is not in line with your identity. Hey, you two have ignored me for a long time, don't you allow me to sneak attack? Has your navy become so defiant now? It's so funny. Doflamingo sneered and crossed his hands again. At this moment, Carl's domineering knowledge told himself that there are sharp threads in all directions. He has nowhere to escape. Since there is nowhere to escape, cut off all these threads. Carl gave a chuckle, waved the 2 knives in his hand, and directly cut the dense thread around him. Afterwards, Carl didn't stop www.readaloud.com and flashed directly in front of Doflamingo. Withered wood and Sakura's 10-blade position, simultaneously slashed towards Doflamingo's neck. There was a clang. Doflamingo's hands were covered with armed domineering, and his body trembled slightly to block Carl's blow. Withered tree and Sakura 10. You are Naval Nova Carl. Unexpectedly, I should be so famous. Even a big man like you knows me. I am really flattered. Carl chuckled and changed his trick instantly. Doflamingo didn't insist on it, but blocked Carl's change of move, and stepped back a few meters and smiled again. Hey, I thought that the old thing in the Warring States period would arrange a good seed like you in the New World. Unexpectedly, I threw you into the shampoo. This old thing of the Warring States period is really a violent thing. How about you follow me? Join my Don Quixote family, I will never treat you badly. Doflamingo and Carl simply played against him to test out that his strength is not weaker than his own. Such talents are still in Chambord, even Doflamingo can't help but give birth to the desire to recruit. But Carl shook his head, the airflow around his body began to rotate, and he flew into the air. Sorry, my dream is to be a navy, and your solicitation does not tempt me at all. And, as Kaiwohei, you have violated the Kaiwohei Treaty by taking the initiative to attack the navy. Now I have the right to exercise an arrest warrant against you. Just catch it, Doflamingo. Since this is the case, let me see what the do you, a famous Navy star, have any skills. The first publication of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time you see the genuine content. Chapter 26, Persuade. The sound of ping pong 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 sound constantly resounded in mid-air. Carl holds Deadwood and Sakura 10, and covers all the 2 knives with armed domineering, and is engaged in a fierce battle with Doflamingo. With the ability of fluttering fruits, Carl can reduce the resistance of the knife in the air to nearly zero. In this way, he can play his fastest speed with every hit, and at the same time make Deadwood and Sakura 10 more sharp. What's more important is that he can also use the fruit power to form a sharp sword, although he can't cover the armed color domineering. But in this way, his slash has double insurance. Even if the opponent defended the first level of slashing, but the second level of slashing will come in the next second. The opponent needs to consume more energy to block his attack. If you encounter someone underestimating the enemy and not defending, as long as the opponent is not an enemy of the level of Carp and the Four Emperors, Carl's attack method can definitely teach him how to be a man. It's just that Doflamingo's strength is not weak, even the average lieutenant admiral is not his opponent. Facing Carl's attack, Doflamingo can be said to be able to deal with it with ease. His expression still looks so relaxed, and the smile on his face has not changed at all. Hey, is this the same for Naval Rising Stars? I heard that you killed the Golden Lion. It seems that the rumors are wrong. The rumors are true. I just killed the Golden Lion just with good luck. It doesn't mean I have the same strength as the Golden Lion. But just my insignificant power is enough to deal with you, the weak Chihuahua. Carl mocked Doflamingo contemptuously, which made the other's face slightly changed and he was angry. But Doflamingo quickly suppressed his emotions and kept himself calm. He is very calm. It is difficult to be emotionally mobilized, and it is impossible for Carl to lose his sense of anger by speaking alone. Therefore, the battle between the two sides still has to be resolved by hard power. If your strength is like this, go to death. Super Strike Whip. Doflamingo's figure flashed, and the distance between him and Carl was instantly shortened, and a thick white thread wrapped with multiple silk threads, quickly thinking of Carl, was drawn. In the face of such an attack, Carl was completely undaunted. He set up a pair of knives, and a tyrannical storm was created out of thin air around his body. Underestimate others, but there is a price to pay. Lionville Chicory Valley. Enveloping the storm and slashing, it immediately collided with Doflamingo's moves, causing a violent explosion. The two men's moves even destroyed the courtyard of this naval base. The Navy here is completely unable to get involved, even the pizza can only hide in the safe area behind to avoid being affected by the fighting between the two of them. After a while, the wind and sand around it began to dissipate. The collision between Carl and Doflamingo has temporarily come to an end. Neither of them was injured while floating in the air. The blow just now was a tie, and the two of them did not have a single victory. Hey, swordsmanship. Level swordsmanship combined with Piao Piakuo, can still exert this kind of power. You reminded me of the scene where the Golden Lion made a big fuss at Malin Vander. In order to prevent you from growing into a golden lion-like existence, it seems that I have to kill you in advance. Doflamingo believes in the weak and the strong, and he will not leave himself a very threatening enemy. Although his arrogance made him look down on most of the pirates and navy. But Carl's potential is obvious to all. In addition, the Piao Piao fruit was still in the hands of the Golden Lion, exerting its power to destroy the world. Although Doflamingo has never fought with the Golden Lion, he knows the power of the Golden Lion very well. In order to prevent Carl from becoming such an existence, he must kill this naval star in the cradle. Doflamingo, you are Kaiwahe now, aren't you afraid of being deprived of your identity if you do it to me? Carl was not worried about the threat from Doflamingo. With his current strength, it is impossible for Doflamingo to win himself, so there is no need to be afraid. Even if I kill a naval recruit in my capacity, what do you think the Warring States period can do with me? My methods are more than you think. With an uninhibited smile, Doflamingo raised his hands and prepared to do it. But with Carl's next sentence, he suddenly stopped the big movements in his hands, and his expression became very shocked. Yeah, there are 5 old stars on you. You were once a celestial man, and you also have a secret of celestial man. That's why you have no fear. Carl tilted his head, showing his white teeth, and asked with a smile, "Am I right, Mr. Tianyacha? You bastard, what else do you know?" Doflamingo's mood at this time has finally changed somewhat. He didn't expect that Carl knew so much. The identity of Doflamingo is no secret. The high-ranking navy and some big pirates all know that he was once a Draco. But he holds the secrets of the Tianlong people, except for the 5 old stars and the senior officials of CP0, no one knows. Carl's words, you reading www.youcanshu.com directly made him burst into a cold sweat, and even wanted to kill people directly. You don't have to guess why I know your secret, you just need to know what I know, more than you know, that's enough. So if you are not leaving, I don't mind exposing your other secrets to the public, such as artificial devil fruits. You bastard! Doflamingo gritted his teeth, but he didn't plan to do anything with Carl. He didn't believe that Carl knew his secret, thinking he was just guessing it. However, he was personally responsible for the artificial devil fruit, and he was still making the transaction as the Dark World. There are no more than 10 people who know it. Once this matter is exposed, he will be greeted by a double blow from the Navy and Kaido. That's why he was a little afraid that Carl would tell this matter. You can roll now, Doflamingo. Hey, I didn't expect you kid to be more difficult than I thought. But it doesn't matter, you will enter a new world someday, and we will see you again then. I will be waiting for you in the new world. Naval Star. With a weird smile, Doflamingo flew into the air and drifted away. Since Carl has mastered his fate, it is really not easy to shoot here, so he can only put aside his cruel words and leave. And Doflamingo thought about it for a moment, and it would be too risky to stop talking here. He would suffer a big loss if he recruited an admiral, and he would not lose much if he left temporarily. The only pity is that the Tianlong Gran's body was not obtained, and he could not continue to blackmail the 5 old stars. The first publication of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time you see the genuine content. Chapter 27, Prestige begins to show. Hey, this Tianyacha has finally left. If he is not weak, if he is really decisive with him, it is possible for anyone to win or win. Fortunately, this guy is constrained too many places, just saying 1 or 2 can make him give up fighting. As long as you don't go to Dressrosa, this guy has nothing to fear. It wasn't until Doflamingo's breath disappeared that Carl breathed a sigh of relief, and then retracted the double knives into the scabbard. He looked around for a week and found that the entire Navy Plaza had become devastated. The buildings here have been almost completely destroyed, with nothing left. This is the aftermath of their battle. Although it only lasted for dozens of minutes, the damage caused should not be underestimated. Captain Carl, thank you very much this time. If it weren't for you, we would all be finished. A colonel who had a good relationship with Carl came out to thank Carl. After a while, the other navies all came out, thanking Carl for saving them. Although these people are still wounded, it doesn't stop them from coming to thank Carl. Captain Carl, you did a very good job this time. Without you, all of us would not have survived, and even the body of the Tianlongren would have been taken away. Although we don't care if such things as Tianlongren are robbed, it is a matter of the face of the Navy. Tianyasha is so defiant and completely slaps the Navy in the face. You did a beautiful job this time. When I go to the headquarters, I will definitely praise you with the Marshal of the Navy. Pizza has been wrapped in a bandage, and his spirit has recovered a bit. Carl scratched his head and asked with some confusion. To be honest, I don't understand why Doflamingo came back to grab the body. Is the corpse of a mere Tianlong person so important? Could it be said that he wants to use Tianlongren for human body research? Ha, what kind of brain circuit are you? Tianyasha did it just because he wanted to blackmail the 5 old stars for a sum of money. It's not the first time this guy has done this. Before I took office, Kai Wei had done it when Kai Wei just took the stage. If I remember correctly, Wu Laoxing was blackmailed a lot of Pele. In other words, isn't he the first time to do this kind of thing? What a habitual offender! Carl snorted and showed disdain, obviously despising Doflamingo's behavior. Pizza smiled, then patted Carl on the shoulder. It's really thanks to you this time. None of us thought that this guy Doflamingo would be doing business in shampoo during this time. This is the same as before. It was a coincidence that he would the corpse. This can only be said to be bad luck for us. Hey, you are really unlucky if you want to say that. Just when Pizza thought he was unlucky, a wretched voice suddenly appeared from behind the crowd, shocking a lot of the navy. Carl and Pizza became vigilant at the same time, turning their heads to look in that direction. Neither of them felt the scent of someone approaching. Carl had just experienced a battle, and now he was completely relaxed, and he didn't see and hear the domineering. When he heard someone approaching, he was immediately taken aback. However, he was relieved when he saw that the admiral was Polisalino, one of the admirals. It seems that even if the battle is over, I can't relax, otherwise I don't know if someone approaches it is too dangerous. Carl silently set a rule for himself in his heart, and then he saluted Polisalino. Welcome to General Polisalino, what's the matter with you here? Hey, isn't this what you asked me to support? I'm here now, but where is the enemy? I was beaten away or is he dead? Polisalino asked Carl and Pizza with his signature wretched voice, tilting his head. Report. The intruder Doflamingo has been beaten away by Colonel Carl, and now the crisis is over. Really? It's the best that's the case. I didn't expect you, a little devil, to even be able to beat Tianyacha. It seems that I still underestimate you. Hearing the report of Pizza, Polisalino glanced at Carl in surprise. Although he had seen Carl do something, it was only by trickery and the favoritism of the Warring States period that he was forcibly tied with Carp. In his eyes, Carl's strength is at most the Major General or above and below the Lieutenant General. But now that he repelled Doflamingo, it really surprised Polisalino a little. Pizza, you will take the corpse of the Dragon Man and return to the Navy headquarters with me. As for the situation here, before the arrival of the new commander, you will be in charge of it for the time being. There is no problem, right, Carl? Hearing Polisalino's sudden appointment, Carl was stunned for a second, and then immediately stood at attention. Guaranteed to complete the task. Well, that's it. I'll go to the naval port first. Please pack up the pizza and follow it quickly. Don't let me wait. Polisalino nodded, his voice still so wretched, but this time his expression was more serious. Keep working hard to enter the new world, where is the real battlefield? Pizza squeezed Carl's shoulder vigorously. www.readaloud.com, gave him an encouraging look, and then went to pack his things. It didn't take long for Pizza to carry out the dead body of the Draco with a few Navy soldiers. Carl watched his departure, then glanced at the devastated naval compound, and sighed. Everyone, the Navy is in charge. Now General Polisalino has temporarily appointed me to manage this place. If you have any objections, point it out now, and I will give you a chance. If you don't stand up now, it means that you have no objections. We have no objections. No disagreement? Yes. We have no objections. The Navy soldiers stood in line automatically, and some people had injured their legs and still had to stand in line. Carl was moved to see this scene. In this case, all the wounded with mobility impairments and severe injuries will go to the medical room for treatment. The rest, join me in repairing the naval base. Yes. Accompanied by Carl's order. The one who should be healed went to heal, and the rest of the people followed him and repaired the naval base here. With Carl taking the lead here, although these navies are tired, they have no complaints. Carl saved their lives, and now even if they are asked to return their lives to Karl, they will not have any objections. Not to mention the trivial things like repairing naval bases. And with Karl's fruiting ability, they repaired the base very quickly. And in the following time, in addition to repairing the naval compound, they also completed a lot of normal work. Under Karl's command, the naval sub-base in Chambord did not have any problems at all. The first publication of this book is from 17K novels. The first time you see the genuine content. Chapter 28, Meet. Karl, I know you spent a lot of effort to build the naval base in Chambord in 5 days. But you should also be aware that the rank of colonel is not enough to master the naval base in Chambord. Therefore, I have already sent the appointment order, and she will trigger it immediately. You and her must complete the handover procedures and do things well under her. Your achievements are still a bit short of the Brigadier General, you have to keep working hard. I know the Marshal of the Warring States period, thank you for your love, I will certainly not let down your expectations. I will strive for the achievement of getting promoted to Brigadier General as soon as possible. Ha 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 ha. Yes, very good, what I want is this momentum, you must not let me down. Warring States was very excited to hang up the phone worm, and then looked at Polo Salino and Pizza at the table. After observing Karl for 5 days, he has done his duty in these 5 days, not only leading the soldiers to repair the naval base personally. It even expanded the scope of patrols and arrested many slave traders and pirates. I can't imagine these feats were made by a Navy colonel. This kid has the potential to be a Navy general. It's really a good seed that I value. Ha 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 ha. In 5 days and 5 nights, the Warring States side did not do nothing. He used his maximum authority to observe Karl for 5 days, let him command the navy to the maximum and see his level. But 5 days is already the limit, and the navy in Chambord must have a navy above the rank of Major General. So he must appoint someone to pass, and the time is today. Marshal of the Warring States period, when I first saw this kid, I felt that his potential was very good. Then after seeing him for the second time, I found that he had repelled Tianyacha, but this kid was only 20 years old and he had great potential. Although Polo Salino clocked into work, he seemed indifferent to everything. But he still devoted everything he had to the navy. Yes, I agree with General Polo Salino, Karl is a kid with great potential, and the most important thing is that he is still young. Yes, you are an old man in Pizza, and you have seen a lot of monsters rise. So after 5 days of confinement, do you have any thoughts now? If you want, I can also transfer you to the shampoo, but your rank may be reduced to Brigadier General, from then on assisting Dautu. But it doesn't matter if you want to demote, you can go to Zifa's men and help him train new recruits. These are the 2 best choices. I don't want you to be stationed in the New World, your body can't stand the battle of the New World anymore. I know, so I plan to train soldiers. Pizza made his choice in a sigh of relief, while the Warring States nodded, then waved his hand and wrote the order and handed it to him. By the way, when you leave, help me inform Dautus so that she can leave as soon as possible and not be late. This guy is becoming more and more lawless and lazy following the crane. Yes, I'm going now. Pizza smiled helplessly, and then walked out of the marshal's office. After Pizza left, the Warring States period set his sights on Polo Salino. How about it, has Ace been transferred to a secret prison? Kuzan is on the way and will be there soon, but on Baybeard's side, I didn't inquire about their wanting to rob prison. On the contrary, there is another group of pirates, as if encouraged by someone, they have declared that they are going to overthrow the city. At this point, Polo Salino's expression became a little strange. What pirate group? It's so bold. Warring States was a little surprised. This was the first time he saw that a pirate group dared to do this. Polo Salino sighed and said softly, the remnants of the Straw Hat Pirates. At the same time, Karl looked a little bit reluctant as he had been working in an office for 5 days. Since the commissioning order has not come down for the previous 5 days, he sat here and commanded the navy here for 5 days. He has had a very fulfilling 5 days, much more fulfilling than when he wandered around before. He even forgot to go to Xiaqi bar for a drink in the past 5 days. It's a pity that the days of fulfillment are always so short, and now I'm going to be forced to leave my job, so I really feel a little bit reluctant. Since he is only a temporary commander, he will naturally be replaced. But the people below have already recognized him, even if the newcomers want to exclude him, don't be afraid. But he won't really fight for power. It's just a small shampoo, and there is nothing to earn. As long as the other party doesn't run him, he won't do anything to the new chief. Master Karl, you said that the new chief is a man or a woman, a lieutenant general or a major general. You ask me who I want to go? The marshal just said that he is coming, and the ghost knows whether he is a man or a woman. Just wait with peace of mind. When the time comes, we will line up to welcome him, and he must not let him think that we are not giving face. Yes, sir. You don't need to call me the chief, just call me by name. Let's go and prepare to meet the chief. Karl gave the major a glance, then walked out of the room. The major followed him with a smile on his face. Time passed by every minute. Karl led the navy to greet the upcoming commander. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. But from the afternoon to the evening, no one was seen for nearly 4 hours. The Warring States period was a phone worm that called in the morning. At that time, he said that the appointment order had been issued. Calculate according to the time, even if there is some accident in the middle or the departure is late. The time when Karl took the navy out to greet him was just right to meet the opponent. But all 4 of them disappeared, and there was no ship shadow on the sea. This has made many navies a little angry. According to the normal speed, we would have been greeted by this time, and then we finished our meal. As a result, this newcomer was such a big air, he thought he was a general. You are so crazy. That is, even a general can't be so unpunctual, it's almost 4 hours. I'm almost starving to death. Will this come or not? Really too hungry. Hey! This bastard's first impression is so bad, I wonder if I will not listen to him. Even if he lets me do work, I will do what I want to do, and I will never give him a good face. The surrounding navy chattered, and even more sat down on the ground and began to protest. Karl ignored these people, but picked up the binoculars and looked at the sea intently. He has been standing here for a long time, and he didn't even move much. Such perseverance surprised the rest of the navy, but at the same time admired him very much. They thought they could never do it, and stood here motionless for 4 hours. At this moment, Karl squinted his eyes and found a naval ship not far away, approaching. Everyone! Stand up! Ready to welcome our new chief. The first publication of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time you see the genuine content. Chapter 29, Peach Rabbit. Peach Rabbit. Master Peach Rabbit, we will arrive at the Chambord Islands soon, please be prepared. I know, don't rush, I'm not the first commander of the base. The Navy, known as Lieutenant Admiral Dautu, is a female navy with a height of more than 2 meters and slender thighs. After hearing someone calling her, Dautu took off his sunglasses and got up from the couch. Then she walked to the bow of the ship, picked up the binoculars, and saw the welcome troops at the naval port. What's going on with those people, are they welcoming me? Dautu was a little curious when he saw the people in line to welcome him, and Karl who was standing at the front. It was the first time I entered a naval base and was welcomed by the queue. Seeing me coming in other places, the original commander wanted me to leave quickly, for fear that he might strengthen the power with him. In fact, I don't care about the power of such a small place, but their attitude here is obviously a little different from where I used to go. Dautu is known as one of the generals. Not only is she beautiful, she also has a bunch of slender thighs, and her strength is comparable to that of a veteran lieutenant. More importantly, she is still young now, not even 30 years old. With this kind of strength at this age, it is no problem to say that it is a candidate for general. And as long as she is given another 5 to 10 years, she can definitely become the new general and carry the banner of the Navy. It can be said that Dao Tuo is a former naval star and one of the most promising young people in the Navy. But compared to Carl now, her potential is even weaker. After all, she is a few years older than Carl. Admiral Dao Tuo, you have been outside, you may not know what happened in this department. The man standing in the front has just joined the Navy for less than a month and has become a colonel's rising star in the Navy, and his accomplishments are countless. When the Navy next to Dao Tuo said Carl, he was ecstatic, and the whole person's state became a lot of fanaticism. When the warship was about to dock, the Navy basically told Carl's recent deeds. It can be seen that he is a fan of Carl, otherwise it would never be possible to keep so many things in his mind. No omissions at all. It turns out that it's such a thing. I understand what you say. No wonder the Marshal of the Warring States period keeps saying that after letting me come over, take care of another person named Carl. But this kid, is he really as good as you guys say? Even when I faced Doflamingo and Boya Hancock, I couldn't win. He actually drank these 2 Kaiwahe alone, doesn't it feel a bit exaggerated? Master Dao Tuo, although there is Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel on the female emperor's side, only Colonel Carl himself is actually fighting the female emperor. As for Doflamingo, there are at least 1,000 witnesses in the Chambord Islands. And you also know very well what the combat power here is like, except for Colonel Carl, no one can withstand a move in the hands of Tianyasha. So you don't have to doubt that Colonel Carl is really good, but I just want to be a little worse for you. The Navy could talk, first praised Carl, then inadvertently praised Peach Rabbit. His move is also very useful. In that case, let me see what this kid is capable of. Stop the boat, everyone will disembark with me. Yes. Accompanied by Dao Tuo's stern voice, the Navy who followed Dao Tuo disembarked one after another to the naval port. Carl squinted his eyes when Peach Rabbit arrived, and then yelled. Salute! Welcome to Lieutenant General Dao Tuo! Welcome to Lieutenant General Dao Tuo! Cheers like a wave, one after another. This welcome ceremony is very grand. If it is daytime, this scene will be even more spectacular. It's a pity that Dao Tuo overslept because he was too lazy. That's why I arrived at the Chambord Islands at night. You know me. Dao Tuo looked at the only Navy Carl, and asked suspiciously. Carl nodded, showing a standard smile. Of course, Lieutenant Admiral Dao Tuo is one of the alternate generals of the Navy. Your reputation is beyond the reach, of course I know. I thought you were an arrogant kid with eyes higher than the sky, but the result was not bad. It seems that Master Marshal's vision is really good. Of course, the vision of the Warring States Marshal is certainly not wrong. If anyone wants to say that he has seen the wrong person, I am the first to disagree. Carl pretended to be proud and raised his head. Although I know that you are the new commander, the routine is still to go. Please show your appointment order, and then it will be fine. What if I say, my appointment order is lost? Lieutenant Dao Tuo squinted his eyes, exuding a shocking aura. When the surrounding Navy was still laughing, his face suddenly changed when she heard Dao Tuo's words. Even Dao Tuo's own subordinates did not expect their chief to say so. This is taking the initiative to find fault. The lieutenant general is still looking for the colonel. If this kind of thing spreads out, UU reading www.uugonshu.com will not have a good reputation for Dao Tuo. But they didn't dare to go forward and persuade. Dao Tuo seemed easygoing, but when she got serious. Except for Lieutenant General Crane who took her as his sister, no one can stop her. Sorry, if you don't show the appointment order, Ms. Jun, I won't be able to let you in. This is the rule. Seeing the other side find fault, Carl is not outdone. He did not hesitate to release the domineering look, and suppressed the momentum of the peach and rabbit. Since Dao Tu intends to come to disarm her, of course she can't persuade him. Even if the opponent is an alternate general, as long as he doesn't actually start his hand, he doesn't have to worry. Although Jun's strength is very strong, it is at the same level as Doflamingo. Although she is known as the alternate general, but her strength is still short of the line. Otherwise, in the original book, the red dog will not be conscripted in the world, and 2 generals have been recruited, instead of using the general alternate. Obviously, it is because of insufficient strength. Is this overbearing domineering? The pirate who followed Dao Tu felt this shocking aura and was immediately shocked. It's just that Carl only set the goal of domineering and domineering as Dao Tu alone. Therefore, other people can only feel this momentum, and will not be affected by the power of the overlord's domineering. But contrary to their shock is the pirate on Carl's side. Since Carl came here on the first day, he let go of his domineering look and shocked everyone. So they are not surprised. They just want Carl to do it right now and give it a good beating. Who made her so arrogant? Thinking that you are beautiful, you can do whatever you want. Nonsense. The first publication of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time you see the genuine content. Chapter 30, Get Off the Horse? There is an overlord look and domineering, it is really unexpected. Dao Tu's face was a little ugly. She had never heard of Carl being a domineering look. Because other people will not deliberately spread this kind of news. Although the senior officials such as the Warring States period knew it, they would not deliberately spread it. It is not bad to have a domineering look, but there is no need to let everyone know. After all, in the New World, almost every powerhouse who dominates a party has a domineering look. This is nothing unusual, and naturally it has not been taken seriously by the Navy. Dao Tu's own character is not a person who likes to inquire everywhere, she did not ask, naturally no one told her that Carl would be domineering and domineering. That's why she suffered a boring loss when she met Carl for the first time today. Although her aura is very strong, ordinary people simply can't bear it. But the Overlord's color is stronger, completely crushing the aura that she burst out. This is an inherent advantage, and Dao Tu can't help it. Humph! You won this time. Here you are, this is my order of appointment. Is it in line with the procedure now? Seeing that his aura could not overwhelm Carl, Dao Tu chose to take a step back and take out his appointment order. Carl glanced at the appointment order, and then returned it to Dao Tu before giving way. Welcome to Master Dao Tu, the commander of the Navy branch in Chambord. Welcome to Master Dao Tu. After Carl's voice fell, cheers once again resounded throughout the naval port. The welcoming sound never stopped. After Dao Tu officially entered the naval base, those talents stopped. But their move made Dao Tu a little enjoyable. It was the first time that she was so welcomed, whether these people were sincere or not, but at least she was comfortable now. Master Dao Tu, do you have any instructions tonight? Keep asking the Navy behind Dao Tu. Dao Tu sat on the table and thought for a while and said, forget it today, it's too late for them to disband and go back to rest. But tomorrow morning according to the official Navy standards, no one can be late. Yes. After getting the password, the Navy went out to convey Dao Tu's order. After a while, a handsome man walked in without knocking on the door. Who? Enter my office without knocking. Dao Tu heard the footsteps, her first reaction was anger. But when she saw that the person coming in was Carl, she was stunned for a second, and then she was discouraged and did not continue. I'm here to share with you what I have done in the past few days. Here are all the documents I have organized. It's the information of the trafficker I arrested. This is the place that needs to be repaired, and here is. One by one, Carl told Dao Tu all the things he had done in the past 5 days. These 5 days are very short, but Carl has done a lot of things. He hasn't reported many of these, and staying here is basically equivalent to giving all these achievements to Dao Tu. Although doing so will make Carl's merit rise slowly, it doesn't matter to him at all. With his current strength, he can go out for a day and catch 2 pirates casually. Anyway, he is not a temporary commander now, so naturally he doesn't need to be in the base every day and worry about the ceiling. After explaining all these things, Dao Tu hit a hatch and asked casually. You did these things in the past 5 days? Isn't it a bit too much? Is this too much? I don't think I have reached the limit. If it weren't for the repair of the naval compound, it would have delayed me a lot of effort. These pirates and slave traders, I can catch twice as many. Hearing Carl's swearing words, Dao Tu couldn't help feeling a big head. Although she is also a conscientious good navy, she does not like to work overtime. Peach Rabbit prefers Polo Salino's rhythm of clocking in and out of get-off work. So when she saw these materials, the first thing she saw was a big head. In his impression, Carl went from a rising star in the Navy to a workaholic like Sakaski. Carl didn't know that he got such an evaluation. He is still upset now. If there was enough time, he could indeed catch more slave traders. Since he has such power, of course he can't waste it. In his previous life, he hated human traffickers very much. Traveling to the world of One Piece, although human traffickers have become slave traffickers, the essence is the same. So when he faced these scumbags, he would be more ruthless than against the pirates. Okay, you go back to rest first, and I will stroke it all by myself. Carl nodded, glanced at the room nostalgically, and then left. Dao Tu waited until Carl left, slumped on the chair, took out a pile of documents, and scratched his scalp. I didn't expect that this legendary new star of pirate would have such a side. As long as he has a certain amount of power in his hands www.readaloud.com, he will become a workaholic, which is exactly the same as the predecessors of Sakaski. Fortunately, he is the same as Senior Sakaski, he is not so extreme, otherwise I will be in trouble. Dao Tu reluctantly opened the information and began to prepare for taking over here. The lights stayed up all night. In the entire naval base, the other navies are already asleep, and only Dao Tu is still staying up late to work. Until the next morning, Dao Tu read all the information, and then came to the navy yard after a brief wash. Since it was renovated, the paint in some places hasn't even dried. Dao Tu saw clearly and couldn't help being surprised again. In the original information, the naval compound has been completely destroyed by the battle between Doflamingo and Carl. This place was completely built temporarily, and it still looks good, even if it is officially completed, there is no big problem. Now I finally understand why Master Marshal is so optimistic about him. The execution is so strong, and there are dual attributes of workaholics and combat madness. Coupled with his hatred of sin, as well as his care and kindness to ordinary people, this is simply the perfect navy template. Dao Tu sighed in his heart, then glanced at the surrounding navy. They were all on time, but, how about Colonel Carl? Why is there no Colonel Carl in the team? Where did he go? At first, Dao Tu was very excited, thinking that these navies would gather so quickly and it would be easier to manage. But she looked around and couldn't find Carl, which made her a little puzzled. Captain Carl, should be going for a drink. The first publication of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time you see the genuine content. Chapter 31, Depressed Peach Rabbit. Carl, you bastard, I said yesterday that all the navy should be assembled. You dare to ignore my orders and even come to drink. In your eyes, is there a boss like me? Lieutenant Admiral Dao Tu learned from other navies that the bar that Carl often goes to is Siaki Bar. She gave up the drill of those navy and ran over to catch people. Carl's impression in her heart yesterday was that he was a naval star who was not proud, but very powerful and responsible. But after coming here this morning and seeing Carl who was drinking, her impression of Carl plummeted. She couldn't imagine how a workaholic would give up work and drink here. Dao Tu couldn't understand why Carl did it. Don't be angry, Lieutenant General Dao Tu. Major General Pizza did not arrange a position for me before, so I don't have my place even if I gather. And I'm not here to be lazy. How do you think I caught so many pirates and slave traders? If I hadn't come out every day, how could it be possible to collect so much information? It's not that I'm not doing nothing. Carl shook his head. Apparently he didn't care about the duties like Doutu. Seeing Carl go his own way, even drinking, Peach Rabbit was a little depressed. Could it be that I blamed you? Actually, you came here with your own plans. Yes, that's it. Carl nodded, lying without blushing. Doutu touched her nose, then slapped it on the table. Humph. Don't want to lie to me, you just ran out to be lazy. I ask you, did the appearance you showed some time ago pretended to be seen by the Marshal of the Warring States period? After I come, will you begin to show your true shape? Humph. I knew it would be like this. You are not a workaholic at all, and you are not so dutiful. You just want Master Marshal to see your efforts. How is it? After being pierced by me, there is nothing to say, right? Doutu showed her graceful figure with her hands on her hips, and her face looked like she was sure of winning. Carl sighed, then pointed to the back of Doutu. Doutu was a little confused, and then looked back. I saw in the corner of the bar, a few pirates were knocked unconscious, where they were thrown away. Their wrists were handcuffed specially for the navy. Obviously these people were caught by Carl. I said, I just came out to drink just by the way. The most important thing is to catch pirates and slave traders. Both of these are scumbags who sell slaves. Since you are here, take them back. I just missed a trip. When Carl said that, the corners of Peach Rabbit's mouth twitched slightly. She originally thought that she had caught Carl's handle, but he came out really to arrest someone. She really had never seen this kind of operation. But even so, as Carl's boss, she would never admit defeat. Humph. Even so, this is not an excuse for you to leave the team without authorization. Quickly follow me back to practice those navy. You are more familiar with this place than I am, I need you to help me. Lieutenant Doutu was on his right hand, obviously he wanted to bring Carl back. She had put down her figure and didn't want to argue with Carl again. There was no grievance between the two of them, and Doutu was a little angry at most, and Carl didn't gather. It was no big deal. And he arrested 2 human traffickers, enough to offset his violation of not gathering. This is not the headquarters of the Navy, and the rules are not so strict. Doutu knows that the rules are different in each place. So she will not be very strict with her men. Unless the other party committed a serious crime. You'd better go back first, I'm fine here. Carl shook his head, not planning to go back with Doutu. Haha. If you don't go back, I won't go back either. Let's spend it here. Doutu saw that Carl didn't appreciate it, and his temper came up. She flicked her cloak, sat directly on the seat, and waved her hand. Boss, give me the best wine here. I want to drink it. Hearing Doutu's words, Carton's eyes lit up, and then he looked at him gloomily. Did you bring money? This is a black shop, and the drinks are very expensive. Hehe, my wife's assets are beyond your imagination. Doutu sneered, then put her slender legs on the table on the other side. Fortunately, there is no other person here, otherwise her actions like this will definitely attract the coveting of some pirates. Miss Navy, I advise you to take a look at the price list of drinks. Mr. Carl is right, we are really expensive here. Xiaoqi smiled and looked at Doutu. She also heard a little about Doutu's reputation. Although she is not afraid of each other, Doutu's identity is a navy, and if she can't be guilty, try not to offend her. This is the way to survive in Shampoo, and Xiaoqi naturally knows it. Okay, then I'll take a look. Doutu took a look at the wine list helplessly, and then lay down on the ground like this. Yes, literally, she turned the chair upside down. He also fell to the ground. She would be so gaff, she was completely frightened by the price of drinks. What's the situation here? An ordinary watt of wine costs 10,000 baileys. Even if it's food and drink, reading www.uukonshu.com will cost 3,000 baileys. And this, what kind of wine is this? One bottle costs 300,000 baileys. Black shop, you are a pure black shop. I want to seize you. Lieutenant Dao Tu stood up and came to the bar aggressively. Xiaoqi shook her head, and then took out a business license. After Dao Tu glanced at the business license, her eyes suddenly widened. Because she saw a familiar signature. That is the signature of the Warring States. How is it possible? How could the Marshal of the Warring States period issue a business license to such a small hotel? You will know this question when he comes out. Now you should sit back and order a glass of wine with me. Carl smiled and said mysteriously. Dao Tu glanced at Carl, then glanced at Xiaoqi, who was neither humble nor overbearing, still looking at the pipe, and snorted coldly. Hey! Give me a glass of cold water. Puff! Hearing the words of Lieutenant General Dao Tu, Carl almost spewed out as soon as he took a sip of wine. Even Xiaoqi at the bar couldn't help but laugh. What's your situation? What happened to a glass of cold water? My old lady didn't bring money today. What happened to a glass of cold water? Dao Tu angrily raised the chair and reached the opposite side of Carl. It's nothing, you don't need to care, don't care at all. Carl smiled and shook his head, not wanting to reveal his dark history, but Xiaoqi was not used to him. Miss Navy, when Mr. Carl first arrived, he had no money like you, and only ordered a glass of cold water. If you look at it this way, you two really match well. The first publication of this book is from 17K novels. The first time you see the genuine content. Chapter 32, Cute Rabbit. Don't talk nonsense, I'm a good match for her? How is this possible? Although Dao Tu is an alternate general and is in her 20s, she has lived in a naval camp for a long time and has not experienced severe beatings by society. So when she heard Xiaoqi words, her first reaction was shy. Then when she saw Carl snickering, she suddenly became angry with an unknown rage. Hurry up, buy me a bottle of wine. Spend your money, or I'll remember it for you today. Good, I see, Boss Xiaoqi, please give this beautiful navy a bottle of the best wine. Coming soon. Xiaoqi nodded, and then went to prepare the wine. Although she hates the navy, she hates Carl even more. Because of Ace's affairs, both Xiaoqi and Lei Li wanted to treat the guests quickly. But for some reason, they can't do it now, so they can only let Carl dominate here. Fortunately, he came here to drink and eat to give money, which also allowed the bar to have a fixed source of income. Today she saw a lovely navy like Dao Tu, and she felt much better. In her opinion, at least not all navies are as annoying as Carl. Why do you come here every day? Is the wine good? Dao Tu blinked and asked curiously. She blinked very cutely, but Carl didn't care, just took a sip, and then shook his head. The wine here is hard to drink, but I am not here to drink, but to irritate people. Annoying. Dao Tu was puzzled. Xiaoqi, who came over with the wine, twitched the corners of her mouth. After putting down the wine bottle, she left here without saying a word, and didn't even bother to stay in the bar. Yes, I'm here simply to irritate people. Don't you know that every time that old man sees me, he blows his beard and stares? This appearance is really very eye-catching. I can't see him for a day now, I think there is something lacking in life. Carl smiled and answered that Dao Tu still didn't understand, but he didn't ask. Haha. You kid, what else can you do besides me off? If you are able to go out with me, go heads up with my old man. Suddenly one sounded a little old, but a full-bodied voice sounded from the back door. Xiaoqi called Lei Li out, otherwise she wouldn't know what Carl could say too much. Yet, didn't you just say that you don't want to see me in the morning? Why did you come out? Carl raised his glass to Raleigh, then drank the drink. Dao Tu looked at Lei Li and felt that he was a little familiar. Is the Vice Admiral Dao Tu? I have heard of my name for a long time. I didn't expect you to come to my shop too. It's my bar. Xiaoqi added a sentence later, and Lei Li coughed slightly and pretended not to hear it. He is Carl who you just said you want to be angry with? If you really make this old man angry, wouldn't you blame yourself? Dao Tu Zhenji said Ling Ran, but these words caused Lei Li to breathe a sigh of relief and almost didn't catch his breath. What is it that he will blame himself if he is so angry? If he is really angry, he will be the happiest one. Carl just wanted to refute something, but Dao Tu pinched his chin, unconsciously revealing his beauty. A pair of big watery eyes stared at Lei Li up and down, as if looking at some rare animal. What a beauty! Compared to Hancock, she doesn't let her go too far. As an old gentleman, Raleigh's eyes are always so unique. When Xiaoqi saw Lei Li's eyes, she punched him on the head without hesitation. Old stuff, be serious. Hi, Xiaoqi, can you not be so violent? If you don't look at beautiful women, would I still do something to you? The two looked like old couples, very natural, and there was no trace of contrition. I remember. No wonder I see you familiar, you are a pirate. Suddenly Dao Tu stood up, put his hand on his saber, ready to do it at any time. Ha 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 ha, yes, I am Ray. You are the deputy captain of the Pirates of the Gutter, Thunder Dog. Dao Tu interrupted Lei Li's words loudly, and from the careless pocket, put out a reward order. This reward order is the wanted thick captain of the sewer pirates group, Thunder Dog. His bounty is 210 million Baileys, which is a very powerful big pirate. And the most important thing is that his portrait on the wanted order is a bit similar to Raleigh. Whether it is the shape of the face or the wrinkles on the face, they are almost exactly the same. The only difference is that Thunder Dog has always maintained a gloomy smile, and his hair is also crimson. Raleigh is different, his smile is bold and his hair is naturally silver grey. If you abandon these gaps, at first glance this Thunder Dog is really just one, Raleigh's high imitation. Ha 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 ha, I really laughed at me. Lieutenant General Dao Tu, you are really a talent. www.readaloud.com. I didn't even connect Lei Li and Lei Go, how did you think of it? Ha 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 ha, no more, my stomach hurts with laughter. Carl kept slapping the table, the laughing man turned his back, and even burst into tears. Lei Li and Xiaoqi glanced at each other, and the atmosphere was as embarrassing as it was. Raleigh originally thought that Dao Tu really recognized himself, so he planned to make a simple appearance. As a result, the other party not only didn't recognize him, but even regarded him as a little pirate. This makes Raleigh very shameless. Xiaoqi laughed aside. She also knows about this Thunder Dog, but the other party has disappeared and his whereabouts are still unknown. There is a high probability that she is dead, so she feels a little funny. Dao Tu was puzzled and compared the wanted order carefully with Raleigh. Only then did she scratch her head awkwardly and withdrew the wanted order. It turns out that I made a mistake. You are Lei Li and Lei Dog. Although they are about the same length, you are not alone. Wait, your name is Raleigh. Pluto Raleigh. Peach Rabbit, who reacted slowly, just remembered at this time. Carl said that his name was Raleigh. Then she linked Lei Li's wanted warrant with the appearance of the old man in front of her. This surprised him, and instantly drew out his sword and waited for it. It's not easy for you to recognize me finally. Riley shook his head, a little speechless. After receiving Raleigh's acknowledgement, Lieutenant Dao Tu's expression became more serious. Carl, I'm here to hold him, you quickly inform the Marshal of the Warring States period, saying that Pluto Raleigh is here and requesting a general to be arrested. The first publication of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time you see the genuine content. Chapter 33, Raleigh with garlic. Lieutenant Dao Tuo is very nervous now. She didn't know why One Piece's deputy, the legendary One Piece Pluto Raleigh, appeared here. But a legendary pirate like him, no matter where it appears, will cause an uproar. That's why she was so nervous, for fear that Raleigh would do anything to them both. It's a lovely girl. It's been a long time since I saw such a lovely navy. If only all the navies were as cute as you. Raleigh smiled and shook his head, then stared at Carl firmly. Carl was unmoved, stood up and pressed the waiting Peach Rabbit to his seat forcibly. You don't need to be nervous, Lieutenant General Dao Tuo. The Marshal of the Warring States has already known about Raleigh's presence here. I discovered his navy here the first time, and also notified the Marshal of the Warring States period. But the Marshal of the Warring States did not intend to care, as long as he didn't do something extraordinary here, just let him carry it here. And how do you think the signature here came from? Obviously, the Warring States Marshal knew that Lei Li was here earlier than we did. Yes, is that the same thing? Dao Tuo is a little confused. She had no idea that she would meet the legendary pirate Raleigh here. And more importantly, the Marshal of the Warring States period was originally an insider in this matter. This made her mind a little bit overwhelmed. Carl sat down and slowly explained to Dao Tuo. To put it simply, Raleigh is very strong. If you want to capture, you need at least 2 generals and a dozen lieutenants. Arresting him to start such a big battle is completely outweighed by the gains, and it can even attract other comrades, and it will be even worse at that time. And most importantly, in order to prevent the Roger pirates from reuniting, the Warring States Marshal will let him go. Otherwise, why do you think Raleigh is here? And more importantly, there is a more legendary person than Raleigh. More legendary? Is it the boss? After hearing Carl's words, Dao Tuo was a little curious, and then turned his gaze to Xia Qi. Don't look at me like that. Although I was a pirate once, I was just an unknown person. In terms of popularity, I am certainly not as big as Raleigh. Yes. Your popularity is not as great as Lei Li, but the pirate group you used to belong to, in the memory of the older generation, is a very scary existence. Carl smiled, Xia Qi also smiled, Lei Li smiled awkwardly, his eyes became sharper. Seeing these 3 people's way of communicating like dumb puzzles, Dao Tuo felt that his IQ was not enough. Forget it, drink quickly, and come back with me after drinking. Dao Tuo doesn't want to entangle these things anymore. Regardless of whether it was Raleigh or other things, she was not qualified to intervene. The most important thing now is to get things right in hand. Carl nodded, then walked over to Raleigh, smiled and raised his glass. Senior Raleigh, you are no longer a pirate, how about you, as an ordinary person, accompany me for a drink? By the way, talk to me about the Straw Hat Pirates, but I heard that they declared war on the world, intending to overthrow the deeds of the city. The Straw Hat Pirate Group? Is the pirate group founded by Cap's grandson Luffy? What does their robbing have to do with me? Can I help them? Raleigh shrugged and said nonchalantly. Even if I want to rob prison, I will only save Ace, who is Luffy. Why should I help him? Carl smiled when he heard Raleigh say that, and then pointed to the military cap on his head. His straw hat, but Roger's straw hat. And he is one of the 4 emperors, Shanks. Shanks is your former crew member, he will definitely tell you this, so it's not surprising that you will help him? And I heard that Shanks came to the Chambord Islands for a short time during the few days when I was working. It's just a pity that I didn't see the legendary 4 emperors, otherwise I would definitely have to try against him. When talking about the battle, Carl's eyes shone with fanaticism. Although this light only flashed, it only lasted for a second. But the people present are not weak, they all saw Carl's enthusiasm. The pretended enthusiasm made Lei Li and others believe that he is a fighting freak even more. Haha, what does this have to do with me? I don't even know Luffy. Why do you think I am an old man to make those arrogant little devil obedient? Raleigh still didn't care, he wouldn't admit it no matter what Carl said. Carl did not continue to struggle with this, just drank the wine in his hand, and then said, "In that case, I won't ask any more. What you do has nothing to do with me. But when some people go to die in vain, that's your responsibility." Ha 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 ha. Carl walked out of the bar with a smile, but Dautu, who didn't know why, followed Carl. Carl's aura is very strong. Dautu followed behind him with a dazed expression, acting like her lieutenant general instead. Carl became her boss instead. But Dautu didn't care about this, she just wanted to quickly take Carl back. When Carl and Dautu left, Raleigh stared at the empty wine bottles left by them. After a moment, Riley sighed and relaxed his body. "I didn't expect that Carl, this kid, could be so clever. It hasn't been a long time since Shanks came here, he even thought of me about the declaration of war by the Straw Hat Pirates. This kid has the wisdom not weaker than that of the Warring States period, and is very good at seeing people." Yu reading www.yuugonshu.cm. He knows all the information. If I didn't know it through Shanks, the straw hat on Luffy's head was the captain's straw hat. I am afraid I will only regard him as a victim, and will not choose to save him. Raleigh shook his head. At this moment, he seemed to be several years old. Xiaoqi stood behind him, rubbing Layli's temples and scalp to help him relax. "What do you plan to do next? Do you continue with the original plan, or wait for a while?" "Wait for a while, this kid Carl is too shrewd. I can't do anything about him here. Fortunately, he won't stay here for too long. During this time, let Shanks train the Straw Hat Pirates to help them improve their strength. They won't be able to use them until they save people, but this time I can't stand on the sidelines, I have to go off the court myself. Carl, this kid, is really very difficult. Really, do you need me to help you contact some old friends?" Xiaoqi's eyes flickered slightly, and Layli shook his head. "No, it's enough for me to add Shanks and those little ghosts, and we are not without foreign aid." Long, the kid, wouldn't stand idly by to his son. Raleigh smiled. He always wanted to laugh every time he thought of Dragon. The shoe prints on his face, coupled with that serious expression, would inexplicably poke Raleigh's smile every time. "Uncle Raleigh, I'm passing by the shampoo, and I will come to see you by the way." Just when Raleigh was relaxing, a beautiful woman appeared in the bar. Seeing this graceful figure, Layli squinted his eyes, revealing the old gentleman's smile. "It's Hancock. The first publication of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time you see the genuine content." Chapter 34, Another 7 Wu Hai. After a morning of tossing, Dautu finally took Carl back to the naval base. The other navies were also very excited at this time because they were put on a half-day holiday. But in the afternoon they could not escape the fate of reprimand. But Carl still didn't gather here, he still went his own way, staying in the room alone and didn't come out. Dautu had no choice but to let him go. Carl's strength is very strong, and he has a lot of achievements. In addition, the Marshal of the Warring States period took a fancy to him, which allowed Carl to ignore Dautu's orders. There are actually many navies like him, most of them are arrogant people, and they have good strength. Dautu is also commonplace, so I don't plan to take care of it. As long as Carl doesn't lose the chain at the critical moment. Come here today, disband on the spot, and everyone will immediately return to their posts. Yes. After disbanding these navies, Dautu also breathed a sigh of relief. This is true of every admiral. Everywhere they go, they will abandon the original rules and set their own rules. This is also one of the reasons for convening all navy meetings. But more importantly, let the commander show up in front of all navies, otherwise, if there is a situation where the navy does not know the commander, that would be a bit embarrassing. Some high-profile navies can completely omit this step. If it is something that has no reputation in the first place, this is also an opportunity to get closer to the Navy. A beauty like Lieutenant General Dao Tu can abandon such cumbersome steps, but she does not want to give up the opportunity to set rules. After finishing the training, Dao Tu returned to his command room, which was relieved. But when she saw the materials on the table again, Swallow felt one head and too big. But fortunately, she stayed up all night to read these materials, and now she only needs to sort them slowly and report them. The next thing is very simple, it will not take long to complete. But Dao Tu doesn't plan to do it now. She is not a workaholic. When she is not busy, she naturally fishes if she can. I really didn't expect that Carl didn't stumble me at all. It seems that his target is not just a commander of a small base. This kid should have a bigger goal, but he doesn't know what his goal is to move forward. However, looking at his calm dialogue with Raleigh today, the future of this kid is limitless. He might even become a general before me. You really deserve to be the person who is valued by the Marshal. Dao Tu sighed. After today's observation, she found that no matter what aspect she was, she couldn't keep up with Carl's rhythm. Especially the conversation between him and Raleigh today was even more hazy, and she didn't understand a word. This made Dao Tu deeply doubt his IQ. But she quickly abandoned this idea, ready to take a nap, and then continue to work. Just when she just lay down, there was a commotion outside. What happened again? Dao Tu frowned, ready to go out to have a look. At the same time, a graceful beauty appeared in the Navy compound and asked to see Carl by name. The surrounding Navy was very entangled, and some people even bowed down under the beauty's skirt, trying to hold their thighs. Facing such a man, the beauty kicked him flying without hesitation. The body of the Navy that was kicked into the air showed partial petrification, but it did not die. She didn't come here to kill people, otherwise none of the people present would survive. Boya Hancock, one of the 7 martial arts, what are you doing here? This is a Navy place, not a place where pirates can set foot. Dao Tu was shocked when she saw the beauty who appeared here. The female emperor's reputation is outside, even several times greater than Dao Tu's reputation. Few people don't know her appearance on this sea. Dao Tu recognized the identity of the other party for the first time. Hey! I'm here to look for Carl, what are you doing? Get out of my concubine. Hancock raised his head proudly, and walked towards Dao Tu. Those who are still awake quickly take other people away, this is not a place you can take. Some of the surrounding navies have been confused by her, while others use pain to force themselves to stay awake, and then take away some of the tempted navies. Dao Tu knows Hancock's abilities very well. Her beauty even made Dao Tu a little excited. With every step of Hancock, the sweat on Dao Tu's forehead becomes denser, and his heartbeat will gradually accelerate. Wait until Hancock stands in front of Peach Rabbit. Dao Tu only felt that her mouth was dry and her tongue was dry, and her body was very hot as if she had been roasted by fire. This is the ability of sweet fruits, coupled with Hancock's natural beauty. Whether it's a man or a woman, few people can resist the beauty she exudes. Dao Tu was originally a very beautiful woman. But when she saw Hancock, she knew that her beauty was nothing in front of Hancock. More importantly, she discovered that she had fallen in love with the proud woman in front of her. This discovery made Dao Tu crazy instantly, and the whole person collapsed a bit. No, I have to hold on, I don't have a boyfriend yet. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com absolutely can't like women. Absolutely not. Dao Tu's struggling and tangled expression aroused Hancock's interest. She showed a charming smile, narrowed her eyes, gently pinched Dao Tu's chin, and put her slender fingers on Dao Tu's lips. Miss Navy, do you like the beauty of your concubine body, too? Hancock's sudden words made Dao Tu come back to his senses in an instant. She pulled away Hancock's jade hand, took a step backwards sweating profusely, and then drew out her weapon. Get out of here! This is not a place where pirates can enter. Coco, it's really interesting, follow your own heart and admit it, you just fell in love with your concubine. There is no doubt or self-denial. It is normal to fall in love with a concubine, because the concubine is the most beautiful woman in the world. Boya Hancock smiled charmingly, and again prepared to pinch Dao Tu's chin. Peach blossoms have appeared in Dao Tu's eyes at this time, which was obviously enchanted by Hancock. If she doesn't wake up again, she will fall completely soon. Dao Tu knows this too well, but she can't do it at all. What Hancock is strongest is not his own strength, but his own charm ability. This lack of vitality, even a veteran lieutenant, cannot rely on his own willpower to break free. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel is the best example. He broke free of Hancock's charm and relied on self-harm. As for the other people who are getting rid of the charm, either possess the domineering look of the overlord, or the strength is strong enough to crush Hancock's charm aura. Either it is a tendon, a lack of a string, or simply a fool, so that she can be completely immune to her charm. The first publication of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time you see the genuine content. Chapter 35, Fight Hancock Again. Hancock, I advise you not to do anything to Jun. She is the famous Peach Rabbit in the Navy. If you start with her, believe me, Senior Crane will definitely come to you to talk about life. Just when Dao Tu thought he was going to fall completely, a young but extremely reliable voice sounded from behind Dao Tu. When Dao Tu came back to God, he found that he had appeared in Carl's arms. She had no idea what was going on. Her brain was completely blank just now, and she had no memory at all. When he recovered, Carl had already appeared and held himself in his arms. Feeling Carl's warm and reliable arms, Dao Tu even wanted to close his eyes and sleep well here. Hey! Even if Crane is in the future, I am not afraid. But it's best to avoid a trouble, and I'm not here today to trouble the Navy, but specifically to find you. Hancock is definitely not afraid that Lieutenant Crane is just too troublesome and doesn't want to get involved with such a veteran Navy. The Navy of the same era as Carl has almost become legendary. As the General Staff of the Navy, Lieutenant General Crane is no exception. Especially when Doflamingo was chased by cranes around the world, Hancock was also an insider. She naturally knew how strong he was. Since it's looking for me, let's go outside and say, after all, this is the naval base and it is inconvenient to speak. When Carl saw Hancock so witty, he didn't talk nonsense, and directly put Dao Tu here and walked out. Dao Tu felt the warmth disappear, opened his eyes a little disappointed, and looked at Carl's back. For some reason, she suddenly twitched her head and stepped forward and yelled softly. Be careful, the Empress is very strong. Hearing Dao Tu's sudden concern, Carl was shocked, looked back at Dao Tu and smiled. Don't worry, she is not my opponent. Hehe, you are still so confident. Hancock snorted and walked out after Carl. Seeing the backs of the two of them walking out, Dao Tu suddenly reacted, and he was blushing again. What did I just say? It's really embarrassing. But Carl should be okay? He beat Doflamingo back after all, and it is not the first time he has played against the Empress. No, I still have to go out and see, if Carl is really in danger, I can help too. Dao Tu took a deep breath, restored her mood to a normal state, and followed out. At the same time, other navies also saw this abnormal performance of Dao Tu, and they all showed expressions of eating melons. I didn't expect Colonel Carl to be so attractive. Yes, not only did the Empress come to the door in person, but even directly attacked Lieutenant General Dao Tu's heart. If this is not a love veteran, I will pull X on the spot. I really envy. Two beauties, I don't know how much Colonel Carl had before. Let's talk about it, why are you looking for me? Carl looked at Hancock with a cold expression. He didn't know what the other navies thought of him and Hancock. Carl just wants Hancock to leave now, she can easily affect other navies here, which is very annoying. That's right. The Empress with the most beautiful face in the world is just an annoying pirate in Carl's eyes. If Hancock knew Carl's evaluation of himself, I am afraid he would have regarded Carl as his mortal enemy in his life. I came here for 2 things. The first thing is to thank you for arresting so many slave traders. I hate the slave trader very much, because I take you differently on this matter, so I plan to come and see you smoothly. Don't think that this will make me feel good about you, you are not qualified. Hancock sneered. Although he said he was grateful, his tone was no different from that of Xingxi's questioning. Don't talk nonsense, what's the second thing? Carl frowned, not wanting to talk nonsense to her. Hancock smiled and kicked it without hesitation. When Carl saw this, his eyes became sharp, and then raised his hand to block her blow. However, Hancock's kick was not only used for armed color and domineering, but also used for fruit ability. Although Carl used his armed color domineering to prevent him, he was still beaten back by 2 meters. The sleeves of the uniform turned into gravel and fell to the ground with a flick. This is the second thing you asked me for. As Kaiwahei, you openly attacked the Navy. This is a felony. Hehe, I didn't want to find fault with you, but you embarrassed Senior Raleigh in advance. He won't be embarrassed with you because of his identity, but I am different, this time you don't want to use all kinds of reasons to shirk. This can be regarded as a personal grievance. Coupled with the approaching war, I believe that Zhang Yu and the 5 old stars will not revoke my Kaiwahei identity because of such a trivial matter. Hancock said confidently, then tapped his lips, and suddenly a heart-shaped substance appeared in front of her. Captive's arrow. Hancock launched an attack on Carl without hesitation. www.readaloud.com. Looking at the pink arrow, thinking intensively about his lashing, Carl squinted his eyes and pressed his hands down instantly. In an instant, the huge air current smashed all the arrows directly from top to bottom. Hancock's face changed drastically when he saw it, and he didn't hesitate to retreat. At this moment, with Carl as the center, a huge ring with a diameter of more than 10 meters suddenly appeared. The depth of the entire ring is more than 3 meters, only the place where Carl stays, there is no change in the slightest. How about it? My newly developed move air pressure is pretty good, right? The corners of Carl's mouth raised slightly, his body leaned forward slightly, and the enthusiasm in his eyes flashed away. Witheredwood and Sakura-ten were long in coming, and then they flew out of the base and fell into his hands. At the same time, the system sound rang after a long time. But the choice this time made Carl a little surprised. Ding! God level selection has been triggered. Option 1, end the battle and gain Hancock's heart, reward the host for Hancock's loyalty. Option 2, kill Hancock and get Jun's heart, reward the host for Jun's loyalty. Choice 3, repel Hancock, reject Jun's love, and reward the host with a level increase in all skills and attributes. This choice is somewhat different from the previous choice. But for Carl, the first 2 options are almost negligible. He wants only strength now. In this world, if there is no strength, he is nothing, so he did not hesitate to choose 3. Straight guys should be straight guys. In order to gain strength, you have to abandon some unnecessary things. The first publication of this book is from 17K Novels. The first time you see the genuine content. Chapter 36, Fierce Battle. Boya Hancock, you provoked the Navy again and again, and I don't need to treat you any favorably. Now I will arrest you in the name of the Navy. Hey! If you have the patience, come and try. Smelly brat! Hearing Carl's words, Hancock naturally couldn't admit it. In an instant, their domineering colors collided with each other, and the entire sky suddenly flashed and thundered, as if the end of the world. Dark red lightning appeared continuously from the sky, smashing all the clouds in the sky. Carl was expressionless, holding his double knives tightly in both hands, with a fanatical expression in his eyes. He was like a lion ready to culling its prey at any time, his eyes fixed on Hancock. As if in the next second, the prey in front of you will be shredded. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Hancock's forehead at this time. She did not expect that Carl's progress would be so fast. It has only been more than a month since the two of them met last time. Although Carl had the rudiment of the overlord at that time, he had the qualifications of a king. But he did not really awaken the domineering look of the overlord. But when she saw Carl today, she found that the other party had not only awakened the domineering look. He even raised the domineering power of the overlord to a level comparable to that of himself. You must know that Hancock's domineering look has been achieved for a long time before it has reached this level. Even if Carl was the overlord who awakened on the day he met Hancock, he had cultivated to this level in a month. It's already very jaw-dropping. Not to mention, Hancock at the time clearly knew that Carl was not his opponent. But now he can not only fight with himself, but even repel Doflamingo. With such strength, it only took a month, which made Hancock understand that the potential of this person in front of him was extraordinary. But precisely because of this, she wants to defeat Carl even more. Aromatic feat. When the two confronted, Hancock chose to strike first. She came to Carl in an instant, covered with armed and domineering power transfer, and rushed towards Carl's facade. Most people simply can't react to this blow, even some lieutenants can quickly deploy defenses. But Carl was fully absorbed and put his gaze on Hancock's lap. By the time she launched the attack, Carl had already reflected. This is not only the result of seeing and hearing the domineering, more importantly, Carl's spirit is very concentrated. I saw him set up the double knives and blocked Hancock's foot abruptly. Before Hancock could continue his attack, Carl's counterattack had already come. Lion-powered earth roll. With a roar, the earth began to cry. The surrounding ground rolled up two huge whirlwinds, and instantly rose into the air, enclosing Hancock. This is the ability of the Golden Lion. Hancock saw these two whirlwinds. Without any hesitation, he went straight up with 2 feet. Her strength is not weak. With these 2 feet down, combined with the fruiting ability, as long as there are physical things, everything can be petrified by her. Even these 2 whirlwinds are no exception. As long as it is not covered with armed color domineering, no one can escape the fate of petrochemical. Carl frowned slightly. He didn't accidentally think that Hancock's petrification ability could affect Whirlwind's body. Is this the ability attached to Fruit Awakening? Oh? You know that Fruit awakens. Hearing Carl's question, Hancock did not answer directly, but asked with a charming smile. Carl didn't catch the stubble, and fell from the air instantly. Cross-cut. A very simple move is to cover the arms and domineering from the double swords, and then carry out a surprise attack at a very fast speed. But the simpler the moves, the more miraculous they can sometimes be. Since Carl launched a surprise attack from the air, the double acceleration of the fruit power and gravity made his speed exceed the speed of sound in this second. Hancock didn't even react, his blow had already rushed to Hancock's eyes. Damn stinky man! Along with a roar, a cloud of smoke rose from the ground. After a while, Carl's figure reappeared from the air. However, his attack continued uninterrupted. The continuous air slashing, coupled with the whirlwind attached to the fruit ability, made his slashing even more abrupt. The smoke and dust on the ground became more and more intense, and it soon covered a radius of 100 meters. But Carl, who has a domineering look and feel, can still clearly see Hancock's location. His attack was uninterrupted, like a machine gun. 2 slashes would fly to Hancock in 1 second, without stopping at all. Carl may not be as fast as Hancock in terms of speed. But to compare strength and physical strength, Carl is definitely better than Hancock. The good foundation laid by 3 million push UPS in 5 years is not so easy to be surpassed. The top power in this world, regardless of their abilities, the body is the first. Without a powerful body, even if you have powerful abilities, it is still just a waste. The Golden Lion who was abandoned in old age, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is a good example. As he pushed the time inside the city, his body was almost hollowed out, and even if he escaped, his foundation was destroyed. Coupled with underestimation and some dark diseases, he was silent for more than 10 years but was finally defeated by Luffy, and then died in Carl's hands. It is very clear to Carl through these, how important it is to have a very good physical fitness. You man, kind of head on with me. What kind of man are you with this move? Hancock was a bit miserable by Carl's suppression. She was already anxious at this time and wanted to attack Carl with words. But Carl was unmoved, he just wanted to quickly defeat Hancock and get system rewards. This is his goal. As for what Hancock said, he wouldn't care about it. And he will not release water just because the other party is a beautiful woman, so whether it is an insult to Carl or Hancock. Damn bastard, captive's arrow. Hancock found that she was passively defending and would never be able to break away from Carl's attack in her life, so she chose to counterattack. But this trick is of no use to Carl either. Carl just used the fruit ability again to blow away all the arrows. At the same time, it was blown away, and there was smoke and dust on the ground. But taking advantage of this premarital check, Hancock has already walked behind Carl. Aromatic feet. Hancock has a hideous face, and he is mercilessly hitting the back of Carl's head. However, her attack has been captured by Carl's domineering look and feel, holding the sword in her right hand. Within milliseconds, Hancock's blow was prevented. It's just that Carl's defense was relatively hasty and his strength was insufficient, so Hancock flew out. Hancock took advantage of the victory, and rushed to Carl again. Chapter 37, Repel. Sure enough, the rumors are true. Colonel Carl is really strong. Although Colonel Carl repelled Doflamingo before, the two only fought for less than 10 minutes. Now she fought fiercely with the female emperor who is also Kaiwahei for more than half an hour. This kind of strength, I am afraid that ordinary lieutenant adults can't match it, right? Don't say that, Lieutenant Admiral Daotuo is here too, she must have no problem. Yes, Lieutenant Admiral Daotuo is not only good-natured, but also very strong. Dealing with the Empress is absolutely nothing. But Colonel Carl is really strong. I'm afraid that only the veteran Lieutenant General can stabilize him, right? I don't know this. Anyway, there is no general. If the 3 generals come, Chiwahei will not dare to be so arrogant, right? This is not nonsense. The 3 generals are the top combat power of our navy. Even the 4 emperors themselves dare not act against the 3 generals. Speaking of generals, when will Colonel Carl become a general? Becoming a general requires not only strength, but also military merit, right? Every 10.5 years, I am afraid it will not be possible. However, Colonel Carl's promotion speed should be very fast. I can become a major general within 1 year of Bailey. I bet 2 Baileys, he can become a major general in half a year. I bet that Colonel Carl will become a lieutenant general in 3 months. The surrounding navies are bragging about the navy's combat power. In their eyes, Carl's strength is very strong, and he can already match the old lieutenant general. As for the admiral of the navy, he can stabilize the existence of the 4 emperors. And Carl's exposed potential is more exaggerated than Daotuo. So when he can become a general, it has also become a topic that everyone talks about. At this time, Lieutenant General Peach Rabbit, watching the battle between Carl and Hancock, listening to the surrounding navy, bit his lip, his heart pounding. She clearly understood that her strength was actually similar to that of Carl now. But in the face of Hancock's charm, even if she is the same woman, she can't avoid falling in love with each other. Although this is only the fruit of the opponent's ability, having a tough will can be immune. But Daotuo doesn't have such a tough will, she can only remain semi-conscious at best. In this state, her strength has dropped very seriously, and it is impossible to be Hancock's opponent. This is why, when she faced Hancock, she was so nervous and even sweated all over her body. But now she slowed down, and at the same time admired Carl even more. In her eyes Carl had become a hero. If it weren't for Carl's help, she might really like Hancock and be petrified by him. After thinking about the consequences, Dao Tue shuddered. "Captain Carl, don't lose." Dao Tue prayed silently in her heart, hoping that Carl would win. If Hancock wins, the Navy will surely sweep the ground, and she herself will be severely punished. After all, she is the commander here. As for Carl's punishment, although it is certainly not serious. Therefore, whether it is for his own impunity, or the face of the Navy, and Carl himself, she didn't want Carl to lose. No one knows Dao Tue's mind, she just prayed silently in her heart. But at this moment, the battle between Carl and Hancock was coming to an end. The fighting style of these two people is very bold and unrestrained. The movement caused by Carl's style and fruit ability is very big. Although Hancock is a woman, she is a female emperor. The fighting posture is not very beautiful, but she is very heroic. Her heroic fighting method is very eye-catching in the eyes of the audience. "Hey! Carl, I recognize that your strength is comparable to mine. I really didn't expect you to grow to this level in just 1 month. If you give you another year or 2, you will probably have the strength of a general or even the 4 emperors. How about this? I concede defeat in this battle, but you have to promise me not to trouble Raleigh. He is my benefactor. If you agree, I owe you a favor." Hancock knew that he would not be able to defeat Carl in such a fight. Both of them were sweating profusely after an intense exercise. But Hancock has a lot of injuries on his body. In addition to his physical exertion, Carl has a lot of injuries. There are no obvious injuries on his body. And the most important thing is that Carl still keeps breathing smooth, his eyes are still sharp. It can be seen from this that Carl's physical fitness is better than Hancock. The two of them chose to continue the fight, and after a few days, it must be Carl who stood here in the end. Hancock knew it well, so she didn't plan to continue to pester. After hearing Hancock's condition, Carl shook his head and took a step forward, and the Overlord color turned on again. "It's a pity that Raleigh is the deputy captain of Roger, the Pirate King. For whatever reason, as long as I am here, I will not stop monitoring him. So your request is not established at all. www.readaloud.com and the camp between us is originally an antagonistic relationship. Why should I promise you?" Carl tilted his head, pretending to ask suspiciously. Such an expression made Hancock a little angry, but he was helpless. If she continues to struggle now, things will be delayed. Hancock came to shampoo, after all, he was just passing by, not specifically to find faults. "Haha! Smelly man, remember your words, although I lost this time, I will definitely let you kneel at my feet begging for mercy if I see you later. Wait and see." "Colonel Carl." Hancock snorted coldly, took a step back, and did not continue to struggle. Carl watched Hancock's departure until she disappeared from his line of sight, and then he put away the 2 knives and let out a sigh of relief. "It's really a troublesome woman, but that's good. I also truly realize my current strength. To what extent?" Carl smiled and walked towards the naval base. After this battle, he already knew his strength and what level he was. And the selection task has been completed, and his full attributes and abilities will be upgraded by 1 level again. In this way, his strength will be improved again. If Hancock hurries back, Carl will be able to teach him to be a man immediately. Properties panel. Name, Carl. Strength, C. Agility, D. Spirit, D. Physical strength, C. Abilities, Military Fist, F. Piao Piao Fruit, S. Armed Color Domineering, Proficient, Seeing and Hearing Color Domineering, Proficient, Domineering Color, Proficient, Double Sword Flow, C. After opening the Properties panel and taking a look at the latest properties, Karl was very satisfied, and then returned to the base surrounded by the navy. Even Lieutenant Daotu had tears in his eyes and was happy for him. Chapter 38, Excited Sengoku. Captain Karl, you are so majestic today. You actually repelled one of the female emperors of Kaiwohei. If this incident were to spread out, it would be even more exciting than persuading Doflamingo to retire before. I didn't expect that Colonel Karl would be so strong. He really deserves to be a man valued by the Marshal of the Warring States period. Well, I like such a man. Hurry up and get out, it's all men, what do you like? That is, even if Colonel Karl wants to like it, he will like Lieutenant Admiral Peach Rabbit, such a beautiful and flowery female navy, go away as a rough man like you. Ahem. You all calm me down, get excited, what do you mean by me? Do you want to be punished? Hurry up and return to my post. If I find that someone still says that I don't work, I will be punished to run the entire Chambord Islands. Yes. The Lieutenant Daotu who was named suddenly blushed, and his eyes scolded the navy who didn't have a door on his mouth. After being reprimanded by the training Peach Rabbits, these navies also shut up one after another, and then returned to their posts. The Chambord Islands are so big that if you are penalized for a lap, you may not be able to finish it all day and night. So they all closed their mouths, for fear of annoying Peach Rabbit. After sending these people away, Lieutenant Daotu still had a blush on his face, but his expression relaxed a lot. These guys know what to do. I obviously have nothing to do with Karl, and I insist on having a relationship. It's really not big or small. But whoever comes, Karl has great potential, looks handsome, and has a good body, and more importantly, he is a little taller than me. If I want to find a husband in the future, he is indeed a very good reference template. Ba ba ba. Jun, now is not the time to find someone to fall in love, please calm me down. Daotu patted her face and forced herself to calm down. Then she returned to her room and began to deal with official duties. And regarding what happened today, she repented and gave it to the Marshal of the Warring States. Karl had returned to his room and didn't know what the rumors were about him outside, nor did he know that after he defeated Hancock, it touched Daotu's heart. Now he just wants to take a good rest and eat a meal, and then go to the training room to master the strength he has just gained. The improvement of strength is only the improvement of data, if you can't master the body perfectly. This kind of improvement is a burden, so Karl will have a fixed number of hours of training every day. This is also one of the reasons why the Navy admires him. Not only is he close to the people, he is also very inspirational, and he has no background, and he has obtained this kind of treatment purely on strength. It is a template for grassroots counterattack. Therefore, the Navy is very optimistic about him, and even some people have regarded him as a role model. At the same time, the Warring States at the Navy headquarters hung up the phone worm, showing a satisfied smile. Karl, this guy, has improved in less than a month. Doflamingo had to retreat because of some words. But this time, he actually repelled Hancock, and even some lieutenants could not match his strength. Even if Daotu is a candidate for the general, I am afraid that with her current strength, she is not Karl's opponent, right? Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect that flying squirrels would recruit such a good seed for me, it is really great. The Warring States period was very excited, and such a good seedling as Karl was very rare in the Navy. Since Sikorsky and his generation, they have become the pillars of the Navy. On the contrary, the next generation was a little bit blue and yellow, and apart from Smog and Daotu, none of them could hold up the main beam. And even these people are currently in the growth stage, and it will take at least 10 years for them to grow. In the middle of this time, the Navy will usher in a period of weakness, and this is what the Warring States period is most worried about. Fortunately, Karl's strength and talent can make up for this period of weakness. This is the real reason why the Warring States is happy. Humph. Even so, I can't forgive this kid for taking my 2 grandsons into prison. Without him, Titch, the bastard, would not disclose Ace's identity, causing the 5 old stars to execute him. If I hadn't come forward to beg for mercy, I'm afraid it would not be executed in 3 months, but it would be public execution this month. Carp gave a cold snort, obviously dissatisfied with Carl. But he was just dissatisfied, and there was not much hatred. In the eyes of everyone in this world, Ace's identity was made public, and it was Titch who spread it. The fact of spreading information to the sea, although he did it right. But the real communicator was Carl, and no more than 5 people knew about this. The most important thing is that these people, for their own reasons, will not tell the truth. Coupled with Titch's desire to spread his reputation, he naturally acquiesced in this matter. This has led to a very good relationship between the Navy and Carp, who hates Tick very much. Carp, although that's what I said, I still want to advise you to calm down. Whether it's Carl or Titch, you reading www.yunshu.com, when you are facing the 2 of them now, calm down for me, and don't make bad things just because of impulse. Lu Fei is still locked on the 6th floor. If you still want him to come out, you will accompany Zifa in the past 3 months and train your troops. 3 months later in the decisive battle with Whitebeard, we must not lose. This is the order of the 5 old stars, and it is also the best time for our navy to want to show its military power in the world. In this war, I will let the whole world know that the navy is the real overlord of the sea. 4 emperors, but you. Only for navy shoes. The aura of the Warring States period radiated out, making the surrounding space a lot depressing. Carp snorted and did not speak, but left the room straight away. Although he likes to act rashly, he still knows how to make a difference in such big things. At least his heart is still toward the navy. Do you have anything to say? The Warring States period glanced at the back of Carp's departure, and then put his gaze on Lieutenant General Crane, who was sitting on the side and kept silent. Lieutenant General Crane took a sip of tea, then took out Carl's data sheet and said, "It's time for him to become a brigadier general, although the Navy's current strength is sufficient. But with his talents, there will definitely be a breakthrough before the war. We can give him a ship and some soldiers, let him go to the New World. It would be a waste of his talent if he just stayed in the Great Root and Shampoo Land. It makes sense." Hearing the words of Lieutenant General Crane, Sengoku squeezed his chin and stared at Carl's photo and looked again. "Wait 2 more days, after the shampoo stabilizes, I will transfer him to the New World. Don't let Daotua go around alone, she is still young and needs to grow up." Agree. Chapter 39, Transfer Order. A. The naval base in Chambord. After daily drinking from the outside, Carl caught a few pirates back, threw them into the corner, and handed them to other navy soldiers to dispose of. Then he was ready to go back to his room to rest. However, when he stepped into the naval base today, he obviously felt that the atmosphere was a bit wrong. The emotions of the people around seemed to be a little abnormal. What's even more exaggerated is that some people even cried. With tears in his eyes and a choked voice, it looked very wrong. "You are all here to see what I am doing, and quickly return to your post. Do you want to be set off by Lieutenant General Daotua?" Carl frowned, wondering what they were gathering here for. At this moment, Lieutenant General Daotua walked out of the room with graceful steps. "You guy, don't bring the phone bug. If you didn't come back in time, I'm going to find you myself." Daotua's tone was a bit resentful, which made Carl even more puzzled. After repelling the Empress before and after a week of getting along, the relationship between Carl and Lieutenant General Daotua has changed from unfamiliar to familiar. The most important thing is that during this week, Daotua often goes to Siaki Bar to drink with Carl. By the way, supervise Raleigh. This move made Raleigh very distressed, and she couldn't even do her own thing. But precisely because of this, Carl has also seen how cute Peach Rabbit is after being drunk. "What's the matter with me? Looks like you seem to be anxious." Since the relationship between the two parties is not that distant, there is no need for them to have too many rules. But this is still due to Karl's strength and prestige. If he was just an ordinary navy, he would definitely not be able to communicate with Dao Tu on an equal footing. Ahem, there is a good news and a bad news, which one do you listen to first? Don't sell it to me. If you want to say it, just say it. If you don't say it, I'll go back. Karl didn't talk nonsense, and asked Dao Tu to tell the story. Dao Tu frowned and pouted her cute mouth. Humph. You are still so boring. To tell you the truth, the bad news is that you are about to leave me, such a beautiful beauty. Do you feel very unwilling to give up? Dao Tu squinted his eyes, as if expecting something. But Karl just gave a simple "oh," and there was no more text. This made Dao Tu angrily stomped her feet, and instantly lost her interest. Then she took out a piece of paper and threw it to Karl. This is a transfer order. The Warring States Marshal asked you to return to the Navy headquarters within 3 days. According to my guess, your gilding task has been completed, and staying in Champu will only waste your talent. So I think Master Marshal will definitely let you go to the New World to experience. I hope you will be in the New World. You can still care about nothing like you are now. Humph. Dao Tu angrily threw the transfer order in front of Karl, and he returned to the room. What a bastard! I don't know how to praise me after I say that. You deserve to be single. After this time of getting along, Lieutenant General Dao Tu's favorability for Karl has soared. Her current situation is that she has some good feelings for Karl, but she is not sure whether she likes Karl. But if Karl takes the initiative to confess to her, Dao Tu will accept it 100%. This is her current state of mind. It's just that Karl's slow performance made her a little angry, but also a little happy. At least Karl's character will not let other people take advantage of it. At the same time, Karl was very happy when he got the order. He didn't know Dao Tu's inner activities, he just felt that Dao Tu liked to stick to himself very much in these 2 days. Although he had thought that Dao Tu would like himself. But just think about it, Karl doesn't think he has such a charm. Although he is handsome and has a good body, he is still a promising naval star. But Karl doesn't think Dao Tu will like himself, in terms of identity and future. For now, Dao Tu can throw off Karl a great route. Waiting left and right, finally waiting for this transfer order. It seems that you guys also know that I will leave soon, so you gathered here, right? Seeing these good brothers, Karl couldn't help but shed a few tears. Let's go to the banquet tonight. My treat. Karl thought for a while. Han said such a sentence. The Navy suddenly cheered and began to prepare for Karl's farewell banquet. His departure also made many navies feel uncomfortable. When Karl is here, their job can be a lot easier. As there are many pirates and slave traders in the Chambord Islands, many people trade secretly here. The Navy wants to control, but these soldiers are not strong enough to easily provoke retaliation from behind-the-scenes forces. Especially when Pizza was in town before, I thought about Doflamingo's level of tasks, the forces that developed. They have no way to intervene at all. When Karl came, he cut off a lot of power alone. Now add Lieutenant General Dao Tu. After the two men united and carried out a raid on the Chamardayan Islands, they also cleared out many slave traders and pirates. Those forces formed by Doflamingo and Golden Emperor, or the big bosses of the Dark World, did not dare to do anything against them. The tasks of these navies are therefore much lighter. You only need to complete the tasks you should complete every day, which is very easy. Even the residents of the Chamardayan Islands have a lot of praise for the Navy. www.readaloud.com. More than half of all this is due to Karl. Everyone was really reluctant to leave him like this. But this transfer order will come sooner or later, everyone knows this, so there is nothing to regret. In this way, the evening banquet opened as usual. Except for those who need to be on duty and shifts, everyone else attended this banquet. Even Dao Tu joined in the fun, but she didn't drink. Even if she was embarrassed in front of Karl alone, she didn't want to be embarrassed in front of so many navy. Otherwise, his prestige may be gone. Time passed by every minute, and it soon arrived late at night. Most of the navies were so drunk that they sat on the ground and fell asleep like this. Karl was not drunk, or even rarely drank, just accompany others to talk, chat, and watch the stars. "Karl, I have a question for you." Dao Tu leaned over and reached Karl's side, his lips lightened, and Yalan exhaled. "Do you have any dreams?" In this world, many people have dreams. For example, the dream of the Marshal of the Warring States period is world peace, and Lord Sakaski's dream is absolute justice. And my dream is to become a general and protect the peace of one party. Do you have any dreams? Why don't you tell me to listen? Dao Tu blushed but was not drunk, but looked very relaxed. This kind of peach rabbit is very attractive, but Karl is still unmoved, he just shook his head and sighed. My dream. It's actually very simple, just to be the strongest in the world. Karl's gaze was quiet and energetic, and it didn't seem like a casual word at all. Dao Tu nodded when she saw it, and stopped talking with an insignificant Chapter 40, Promoted to Brigadier General. Early the next morning. The banquet that lasted all night is over. Karl simply packed his belongings, carried his bags, and after greeting everyone, he left the shampoo. His ability is very convenient, and he can fly to the Navy headquarters without riding a Navy warship. Even in terms of the speed of his flight, even the fastest naval ship can't keep up with his speed. It also takes at least 3 hours for a Navy ship to reach the headquarters of the Navy from Chambord. Even if the wind goes smoothly, it takes 2 hours. But Karl relied on his own flying ability and could fly to the Navy headquarters in less than an hour. Although his speed was several times slower than Polo Salino's speed. Polo Salino departed from the Navy headquarters and arrived in the Chambord Islands in just over 10 minutes. Karl is completely incomparable with him. But Karl has more room for growth. As long as he is given time, he can definitely reach Polo Salino's level. 1 hour later, Karl came to the sky above the Navy headquarters. Karl felt a little nostalgic looking at the Navy's still training below, and then went to simply register. Not long after, Karl came to the Marshal's office and saw the Warring States period. "Captain Karl, see Lord Marshal." Karl smiled and saluted a standard military salute. In the Marshal's office at this time, apart from Karl and Warring States, there were no other people. So the Warring States waved his hand and signaled that Karl need not be so serious, and Karl was not polite to this either. "Relax, how about you in Chambord? It feels good to be stationed at the base for the first time, right?" To be honest, in the Chambord Islands, drinking with Lei every day, catching pirates and human traffickers, this kind of life is quite leisurely. Karl told the truth. This kind of life is indeed very comfortable for him, but he has returned to the General Navy, even Dao Tu dare not say that this kind of life is very leisurely. He went to Shampoo for a month, and he didn't idle at all. His military merits have long been at the rank of Brigadier General, so he was transferred back a few days later. It is to let him assist Dao Tu and get familiar with the situation of Shampoo. Now Dao Tu has completely mastered the Shampoo land, so he transferred Karl back. Karl, I know everything about what you did in the Chambord Islands, and I am also very satisfied. Now I officially grant you the rank of Commodore, allowing you to have your own warship and 50 Navy soldiers willing to follow you. This is the force you can have now. The next task I will give you is to patrol the New World. Is this going to the New World? I didn't expect this day to come so quickly. Karl's eyes moved slightly, showing a very excited expression. Although he had predicted that he would be assigned to the New World. But he did not expect that he was not going to garrison a certain base, but patrolling in the New World. In this way, there is simply too much room for maneuverability. Yes, it is too wasteful to guard a certain base with your talents. Only by patrolling can you grow better. But you have to be careful, the new world is very dangerous, especially in the realm of the four emperors, you'd better not set foot. Although your strength is good now, you are still not their opponent against the four emperors. I understand. Although I like to challenge the strong, but for people of this level, I'll talk about it later. Now I am really not their opponent, I still have self-knowledge. Carl scratched his head, telling the truth. He was very clear about his strength, and he was slightly higher than Kaiwahei and Lieutenant General of the Navy headquarters. But the difference between the ranks of the four emperors and generals is a little far away. The power of the generals and the four emperors is enough to kill most of the Kaiwahei and the lieutenants. With this kind of strength, at best, he can hold a few moves like Jinping in the original, but he is definitely not an opponent. He would naturally avoid fighting head-on with the four emperors. You can be so self-aware. Warring States nodded in satisfaction, then stepped forward and patted Carl on the shoulder vigorously. Boy, from now on, you are the Brigadier General of the Navy headquarters, with a small number of troops deployed and the right to go out to sea freely. But you should take a break in the next few days. The new Navy uniform will be sent to you tomorrow. In the past few days, first choose a warship and your own men to prepare for going to sea. Hearing the words of Sengoku, Carl nodded, then showed a somewhat embarrassed expression. What's wrong? What's the matter? Seeing Carl's expression, Warring States hurriedly asked with concern. Carl touched his nose, his tone a little awkward. That one. Can I go to sea by myself? You know very well that I don't know how to lead soldiers, and I haven't received training in this area. Even in the Chambord Islands, I only gave orders for a few days, and someone helped me lead my troops. So I'm worried, I can't manage these 50 people. When Carl said this, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com himself felt that the room was full of embarrassment. Zhang Guo's eyes widened even more. He didn't expect that someone would give up leading troops. This is the first in the history of the Navy. However, the Warring States period thought carefully about Carl's background and what happened during this time. This made him understand that Carl is a qualified Lone Ranger, and as far as leading troops, there is really not much outstanding. This is a little troublesome. It would be too dangerous for you to go to the New World without taking soldiers, but it is also very convenient for one person. Don't leave, I'll make a phone call to ask her opinion and listen to what she says. The Warring States also couldn't make up his mind about this matter. Although he is a wise general and a marshal of the Navy, it was the first time he met Carl's request. So she needs to discuss with Lieutenant General Crane, the Navy Chief of Staff, to see if this is feasible. Carl was also relieved to see that the Warring States did not directly refuse. The reason why he didn't want to lead troops, besides that he could not lead troops, the more important thing was that he couldn't complete some of his plans. Some plans can only be completed by one person. If someone is next to him, it will be very inconvenient for him to do things. So Carl looked very expectantly at the Sengoku who was talking. After a while, the Warring States sighed, hung up the phone, and the bug sat back in his chair. Brigadier General Carl, I approved your request. Really? Carl was a little excited when he heard the words of Sengoku, but Sengoku shook his head, nodded the table and said. But you can't go to sea alone, so continue to pick people these days, at least 7 people, otherwise I won't allow you to go to sea. Chapter 41, Depressed Carl. In the end, I'm still going to lead soldiers, it's really a bit depressing. Fortunately, I was allowed to recruit elsewhere. Is this a special treatment for me? Carl scratched his head, returned to his dormitory in the Navy headquarters, and began to think about what to do next. Although the Warring States period allowed himself to take only a small amount of Navy to sea, Carl was still a little uncomfortable. He can't fully guarantee the safety of these people if they are in danger with them. Therefore, he must select members with relatively low ranks, but not low in strength. However, he needs at least 7 members, and these people have almost all the configurations on the ship. Ship doctors, cooks, navigators, boat craftsmen, etc., recruit one for each profession, and almost everything is complete. This is also the standard configuration for pirates, but it is the first time Carl is placed in the Navy. So he didn't know what to do. But in the end, under Carl's reasoned struggle, the Warring States period allowed him to go outside to convene a meeting, not just limited to the Navy headquarters. And the most important thing is that the time for recruiting soldiers is extended indefinitely. When will he be able to recruit 7 people before letting him go to sea? If Carl keeps fishing and not recruiting, he will be locked in the Navy headquarters for the rest of his life. Although the Warring States period was unwilling to do this, it was his duty. If this trick is to deal with the green pheasant and polo salino, the two of them would like to stay here for the rest of their lives. These two lazy people like to stay still in one place. But the Warring States period is very clear about Carl's character. He is not in one place and can stay in the same place. That's why he issued such a request. The purpose is to force him to find a suitable soldier as soon as possible. In this way, he can go to the New World as soon as possible, improve his strength, and broaden his horizons. Forget it, after eating at noon, go to the naval training camp and take a good look. What if there are any good seeds? By the way, the ships are selected again. Except for some special ships, most of the naval warships are actually the same, and there is no need to carefully select and look at the right ones. The most important thing is to select members, which is really difficult. Carl shook his head, lay down on the bed and closed his eyes. He plans to sleep first, then go to lunch, and wait until the afternoon to pick boats and people. Time goes by little by little. The afternoon came soon. After Carl first went to the dock to adjust a pleasing ship, he told the dock staff about his modification plan. After spending a little time with the dock staff and drawing up the refitting drawings, he strode straight towards the boot camp and training camp. But the recruits are really all recruits. The strength of these people is mostly at the level of a major in this department, and some of them are more talented, and their strength is also at the level of lieutenant colonel. Moreover, these recruits are not even domineering, and cannot protect themselves in the New World. Carl walked for more than half an hour, then left the boot camp and walked towards the elite training camp. Most of the people here will be at the colonel level. Although these people may not be all domineering, but at least they have the qualifications to learn domineering. And these people are all promoted from the new barracks, young people with great potential. Had Carl not been recommended by the Flying Squirrels, he would now be a member of the elite training camp. Here you can systematically learn the 6 types of Navy, and some other combat methods, even the armed and domineering and the domineering, but also the theoretical knowledge. But if Carl hadn't been recommended, but had studied here, his strength would definitely not be as fast as he is now. He has a system. If he doesn't go out and make good use of the system to improve his strength, it will be a waste. It didn't take long for Carl to arrive at the elite training camp. But when he first came here, he saw an old acquaintance who was training these soldiers here. Pizza. Carl was surprised and delighted to see Pizza here, and went straight up to give the senior a big hug. Pizza had been staring at these people's training intensively. But suddenly he was hugged, which made him a little confused. At first he was a little angry, thinking it was a prank by that student, but looking back, he found that it was Carl. This also made him overjoyed. Carl, you have been transferred back, and it is about the same as I calculated. 1 month is enough for you to gild the shampoo. Are you planning to pick soldiers and go to sea with you? Yes, I have to select at least 7 crew members and go to the New World with me. Crocodile touched his nose, and replied a little awkwardly. Ordinary admirals have to take at least 50 men to go to sea. But Carl only has 7 people. Even Pizza couldn't help but open his mouth at this time. There was something in his mouth but he couldn't speak. After Carl briefly explained it, Pizza reluctantly accepted the setting. Okay, since that's the case, I won't say anything. There is a list of personnel here, so you can read it yourself. I see, thank you Senior Pizza. Carl was stern and gave a serious military salute, but Pizza smiled and patted Carl on the shoulder. Haha www.readaloud.com. Don't be so serious, it makes me uncomfortable. Pizza and Carl have a very good relationship, and when they were in the Chambord Islands, they also set off for each other. More importantly, Carl saved Pizza's life, so the relationship between the two will get better and better. By the way, Pizza, would you like to go to sea with me? If you want, Forget it, I'm over 40 years old, and I have no potential at all. Going to sea with you will only drag you back. Pizza refused the invitation without waiting for Carl to finish. He knew very well that Carl invited himself not because of strength, but because of feelings. So no matter what Carl said later, he just rightly refused the invitation. Seeing that Pizza was so determined, Carl also gave up the intention of inviting him, and then put his gaze on the list of these people. This data sheet is divided into two parts. There are only 3 people in the first part. These 3 people have shown extraordinary potential after joining the Navy for a month. And the evaluation of the strength of the 3 of them is very high. Especially Melinda Nilu, who ranked first in the elite training camp. Her strength has reached the level of a Major Admiral of the Navy headquarters. More importantly, there is a brief introduction below her, which is playing against Pizza. Although the result was a defeat, it was only because she had no experience in fighting Pizza. If you give her time to grow up, she will soon surpass Pizza. Her background is also very simple. Melinda Nilu was raised by a wandering giant. After being trained and nurtured by the giants, she also inherited part of the power of the giants. Although compared to the giants, her power is not strong enough, but in the eyes of ordinary people, this is a strange power. Even Pizza is not as powerful as her. Chapter 42, Recruit. This Melinda Nilu is very interesting. He was nurtured by the giants and even inherited some of the powers of the giants. The power of the giants should not be underestimated, even if it only inherits 1/10, her power is more than ordinary people. However, based on this information, she seems to have inherited nearly half of the strength of the adult giants. She is only 22 years old this year. She has such potential only 2 years older than me. It really cannot be underestimated. More importantly, she turned out to be a girl. I almost beat you. It's an exaggeration. Carl couldn't help but admired, completely ignoring the feeling of Pizza. Pizza, standing next to him, stared at Carl without squinting, his mouth twitched slightly. He wanted to say that Carl was the real monster now, but he couldn't say it to his lips. In the end, Pizza could only sigh, and continue to accompany Carl to read the information. In Carl's exclaimed tone, he turned to the second page and saw a swordsman with outstanding strength. This person was named Enzo, and he was a wandering Wano country samurai. According to his own statement, he escaped because he couldn't stand the rule of Kaido and black charcoal Orokai, and under the self-sacrifice of other good friends warriors. It's just that after he escaped, there was nowhere to settle down, and his pride as a samurai would never allow himself to be a pirate. So he can only earn rewards by hunting pirates to ensure that he can survive. Later, because of a coincidence, he got the opportunity to join the Navy, and then he entered the elite training camp. He joined the training camp for half a month less than Melinda Nilu. The two of them basically joined halfway, but they showed the power to crush the others. Especially Enzo, he has reached the threshold of Jianhao. As long as he is given an opportunity, his strength will change qualitatively. So Carl is very optimistic about this man, and his strength has reached the threshold of Brigadier General. This is also very suitable for Carl. The strength of the Brigadier General threshold, as long as he does not provoke the 4 emperors, is enough to protect himself in the new world. Then Carl put his gaze on the last list. This is also a woman who is not too old, but after seeing this person, Carl's eyes become a little strange. This person is no one else, she is one of Zifa's favorite disciples, and also the Navy An who followed Zifa to defect. An's strength has reached the threshold of a brigadier general, and Enzo is almost the same level of strength. It's just that she has been trained under Zifa since she was a child, and now she has been trained for 7 or 8 years. It's normal to have such strength. If it weren't for Melinda Nilu and Enzo, she would be the well-deserved number 1 in this issue. And the most important thing is that she has now become a regressive fruit ability person. That's it, Enzo and Melinda, I'm observing, and by the way, you can help me ask. It's best if they want, and I won't force it if they don't. I know, but Carl is also good at An, don't you think about it? Pizza looked at Carl with a smirk, but Carl slapped him on the back without hesitation. Although the slap was not hard, it was not light on the pizza. At least it made him feel the pain briefly. Hey! What are you doing? Do you know how to respect the old? Who told you to cheat me? You think I don't know that An is one of the most important disciples of Senior Zifa? You let me grab someone from Zifa-senpai? I don't want to be put on shoes. Carl glanced at the pizza contemptuously, his eyes as if to say that he didn't want to cheat me again. Unexpectedly, your information was quite well informed. In order to avoid misunderstanding, her teacher was not marked as Zifa on the data sheet. But needless to say about this kind of thing, people who want to know will know it after inquiring. I didn't expect you to understand so clearly just when you returned to the Navy headquarters. Pizza shook his head, looking a little disappointed because he didn't get to Carl. Carl smiled and did not speak, but continued to look through other people's information. But everyone else's information, Carl can be eye-catching. The strength of these people is to reach the threshold of a colonel if they die. Although it has great potential, the growth cycle is too long, and Carl can't afford such a time at present. What he needs is people like Melinda Nilu and Enzo who have the ability to protect themselves and have good potential. This kind of talent is very difficult to find, so Carl looked around and didn't see a suitable candidate, which made him a little helpless. It's not early today. I'll be back 2 days later. Here's gone? Are these people not suitable? No, these people are not qualified. Carl shook his head, and then left the training camp. Pizza was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Carl's requirements were so high. In his opinion, there are still many good people in the elite training camp. But Carl didn't put these people in his eyes. Although they are good, they don't even have names in the original works of the previous life. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Even Melinda Nilu and Enzo belonged to the existence of no name and no surname. Obviously, in the original book, the two of them either died prematurely, or just stopped here, and did not show stronger strength. These two people with good potential are so, let alone others. This is the status quo of the Navy. There is a huge gap between the older generation and the new generation, and there is no suitable person to make up for it. Carl is the only one who can make up for the vacancy, which is one of the reasons why he is valued by everyone. That's all. Today's selection of Carl is considered to have completed the task. It's just that the follow-up selection has become more and more difficult. Carl went to other training camps, even the dock and the back kitchen. He also picked a suitable helmsman and chef, but the strength of these two people is a bit weak. Not only will they not be domineering, even the Navy's 6th form has not been fully mastered. That's why the two of them were sent to do logistics. However, they can be regarded as a young Navy with good strength in logistics and more potential. Carl took the 2nd place, lowered his requirements, and included the chef and the helmsman in his team. Then he found another veteran sniper, probably between the colonel and the brigadier general. He can master the 6 Navy styles proficiently, and can see and hear the domineering, but he hasn't learned the armed and domineering. But it doesn't matter, what Carl fancied him was not his strength, but his superb sailing skills. This is a very skilled navigator, but he is a bit withdrawn, so he rarely goes to sea with other teams. For this kind of weird character, Carl did not hesitate to throw an olive branch. The other party also readily accepted, which made Carl very happy. Chapter 43, One Person Short. Pizza, is this the ship doctor you introduced to me? Although it looks good, how is the technique? Her information is mediocre, and she doesn't seem to be any good. 4 days have passed, but Carl is still struggling with the ship doctor. There are many excellent ship doctors in the Navy headquarters, but most of them already have goals to follow. So Carl can only look for ship doctors with good medical skills and strength from the boot camp. Pizza also found some doctors, but most of them were denied by Carl. The ship doctor is one of the most important corps on this ship, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he is in charge of the life and death of the crew. Therefore, the ship doctor must be reliable, even if the strength is not good, it does not matter, the technology must be passed. For the ship doctor's requirements, Carl can be said to be very high, really higher than the combatants. That's why in 4 days, everyone else was looking for it, and he hadn't found the ship doctor yet. Even Pizza took a lot of effort to recruit such a very suitable ship doctor for Carl. But her age is a bit too young, she is only 17 years old now. The other crew members are older than Carl, and the weird sniper is even 30 years old. But the ship doctor was only 17 years old, which made Carl have to doubt her skills. If it weren't for Pizza's high recommendation, he wouldn't bother to watch it at all. You'll know when you come with me. Her technique is absolutely good, and she is also an animal-type fruit-capable person, and has a certain life-saving ability. Those with animal fruit ability are very exaggerated in terms of physical strength. You should know this better than me. Although her skills are not top-notch, she is the best among her peers, even better than some doctors in their 20s. The only flaw is that her identity is somewhat sensitive, so no one wants to take her aboard, but I believe you will definitely not care about her identity. What kind of sensitive identity will make people afraid to take her on board? Is it possible that she is a descendant of the Drago Knights, or was once a slave of the Drago Knights? Carl felt a little funny when he heard what Pizza said. Pizza couldn't laugh, but nodded solemnly. Yes, she used to be one of the slaves rescued, and I think you are also very aware of Tiger's deeds. She was lucky at the time and was rescued before she was branded with the mark of the celestial dragon. When she was young, she had already eaten the devil fruit and flew to the naval base with all her strength. The Marshal of the Warring States period and Lieutenant General Crane saw her pitifully, so they took her in and asked her to study medicine at the naval base and become a physician. So her identity, whether it is the Wu Lao Xing or the Navy, is very clear, but because there is no Tian Longren brand, Wu Lao Xing is too lazy to pursue it. But the Tian Longren always wanted to take her back. If it weren't for the Warring States Marshal to stop her, she would probably not survive at all. This is why, other people dare not take her out to sea, because it is easy to be targeted by those mentally handicapped Tianlong people. When talking about the identity of the little girl, Pizza couldn't help but sighed, obviously sympathizing with the little girl very much. Carl was a little surprised when he heard this story for the first time, and stopped smiling. It has not been 2 months since he joined the Navy. He still knows too little about some people in the Navy. People with stories like this are everywhere in the Navy. If this is the case, you can take me to see it. Anyway, Tian Longren is not a difficult role for me. If her skills pass, I will take her to sea. Carl didn't care about the Drago Knights at all, and the place he was going was the New World. Don't talk about the dragon people here, even the Navy must be careful if they want to set foot. Tianlong people come here with only one word, death. The 4 emperors are not afraid of Tianlong people, and they will not give up robbing such a good fat sheep. As long as he enters the New World, even if the Tianlong people want to target themselves, they have to weigh them carefully. And Carl's potential has been paid attention to by the 5 old stars. The 5 of them will not let their own people go to work on a rising star in the Navy. In their eyes, a combat freak like Carl is the best to control. This is the character that Carl has deliberately displayed during this period of time, and it has begun to bear fruit. After a while, Pizza took Carl to the Navy hospital and found the girl that Pizza said. The girl's hands turned into a pair of wings. She is using her own abilities to help the patient in front of her treat the injury. Carl can clearly see that this girl can finally control any feather on her wing. Using the convenience of these feathers, she quickly helped the patient to suture the wound. After completing this simple operation for her, she changed her hands back to their original state, exposing her white and delicate jade hands to help the wounded continue to apply medicine. Her skills are really good, and she is also a fruitful person, which is in line with my standards. Carl smiled and nodded. He didn't expect that the girl that Pizza found would exceed his expectations. This surprised him. Pizza smiled, and then waited until the other party's operation was over before shouting, "Black Feather! Come out, someone will look for you." The named Kuruba glanced at Pizza, then nodded. After she finished packing her things and took off her white coat www.readaloud.com, she came to Pizza. "See sir, is there anything wrong?" "Kuruba, haven't you always wanted to go to sea? This is Brigadier General Carl and my good brother. He is recruiting crew members, and he and I feel that you are very suitable, so we are going to ask your opinion if you are willing to go to sea." Go to sea. When Kuruba heard these two words, his indifferent face suddenly blushed, and he looked very excited. But soon her excitement subsided, and her whole person became like an iceberg again, somewhat indifferent. "Sorry, sir, you know my sensitive identity, it is impossible for the Tianlong people to spare any slave, so nothing. As long as you agree, you will be mine from today. Even if the Tianlong people come to make trouble, I will protect you to the end. This is a promise made to you and all crew members." Carl suddenly uttered a sound that made Kuruba stunned, but she still shook her head, obviously a little frightened. But her eyes betrayed herself. Kuruba still wanted to go to sea with the warship in her heart. She wanted to see what this vast sea looked like. "Haha, don't worry, Kuruba, he knows your identity. You can rest assured that Carl will definitely protect you, I promise with my personality." Pizza patted his chest to make sure, and Carl showed a harmless smile. Kuruba was a little moved, and then she looked back at the colleague she was working with. Then she found that those people were all looking at herself with cheering eyes, which made her heart alive after a long time, and she became less lifeless. I agree." After getting Kuruba's consent, Carl laughed. "Now, there is still one person." Chapter 44, Annie Road. The fifth day. Carl has recruited 6 members from the Navy headquarters. The 6 members agreed, and they all have their own positions. But one thing, Carl didn't tell the truth to them. They don't know when they will go to sea or how many people will follow Carl. But now that they had the opportunity to go to sea, they naturally wouldn't ask too much. Generally speaking, the number of people who went to sea with the Brigadier General was around 50 people. But Carl is different. The main reason he didn't tell the truth was that he was worried that these people would regret halfway through. They won't be able to run as long as they get on the boat at that time, which is a bit of selfishness of Carl. However, the recruitment of personnel has not yet been completed, and he is still short of the last core. As long as he can be brought over, even if the configuration of this ship is completed, even in the new world, he can break out of his own world. Is this Sky Island? It's so beautiful. Carl followed the memory of the original work and the naval map to find Gaia Island, and then he followed the White Sea to find the empty island. The Warring States period gave Carl permission to recruit crews elsewhere, but Carl did not say that he would definitely recruit the Navy. So his last spot has always been reserved for Ainalu. According to the timeline, Annie Road at this time has just been defeated by Luffy for less than 2 months. It is impossible for him to fly to the moon in such a short time. Taking advantage of this time, Carl found Any Road and forced him to join the group is the best choice. The current Any Road not only lost his pride by Luffy, but also knew that there were a lot of powerhouses under the Sky Island. If it weren't for the fact that he had always wanted to go to the Infinite Land, with his character, he would definitely go to the Great Route to make a good journey. Carl knows Ainullo's character well, so he plans to get him into the group. As for the war, this is not in Carl's consideration. After all, Ainullo's current strength is also above the Major General and below the Lieutenant General. Carl drew a man who was less than 30 years old, with super talent, and capable of thundering fruit to become the Navy. Although it may only be Carl's private army, this is not a small improvement for the Navy. When the Warring States period has been fooled, Wu Lao Xing will be even better. These 5 talents don't care what you want to do, as long as you focus on the Navy and the world, they don't care what you do. Sometimes it will even help you. So Carl will make good use of his identity and continue to let the 5 old stars add weight to him. The outskirts of the Island of God, Carol entered here without anyone else, and attracted the attention of Any Road. Who dares to step into God's territory? A mere mortal, if you don't want to die, leave immediately, otherwise you will be at your own risk. Just when Carl was flying in the air, looking for the Island of the Gods, Ainullo's voice suddenly sounded from the air. His domineering look is very exaggerated and can cover an entire island. Coupled with the power of the Thunder Fruit, he is like a true god, controlling everyone on the island. And his speaking voice is also a long-range sound transmission deliberately trained to match his own identity. If ordinary people hear this strong voice, they will naturally subconsciously treat it as a to enshrine. But this is pediatrics for Carl. He completely ignored Ainullo's warning and flew straight to the Island of God. Sitting on Ani Road in the temple, he was a little angry when he saw Carl ignore his warning and continue to fly towards him. Since you choose to die, don't blame me. After being taught by Luffy, Ainullo's temper was not as violent as before. Otherwise, he would not warn first and then take action. When he saw Carl, he didn't mean to retreat, and even accelerated his speed. This made Ainullo very angry, and without hesitation, it was a divine penalty hit. The power of this divine punishment is very strong. After being defeated by Luffy, Ainullo practiced for a long time. This allowed him to grasp the fruit ability to a higher level. If Luffy and others fight Ainullo again, it's hard to say who will win. But for Carl, Ainullo's attack was useless at all. I saw him snap his fingers lightly. The surrounding air began to flow, and instantly condensed into one to choose, blocking this heavenly punishment. Ainullo, get out of your temple. At the entrance of the Island of Gods, Carl stood in the air and did not directly break in. He didn't want to destroy such a beautiful place, so he planned to wait for Any Road here. Ainullo was a little angry when he saw that his move was broken and he was taunted by Carl. Without hesitation, he turned into a thunder and lightning, and rushed out directly. Mortal, you angered the gods. Accept the punishment from the gods. God punished 10 million volts. Ainullo's standard opening remarks, without too much nonsense, just come up. Carl shook his head. He could not say what he had prepared. It seems that you can only communicate smoothly by hitting you down. Carl didn't do anything, but the air around him spun around on its own. In the face of the thunder offensive on Ainullo, the cyclone created by Carl can be easily defended. The difference between the two of them is huge, and Carl can completely crush each other. www.readaloud.com. But at this moment, the system sounded and the choice appeared again. Ding! When you meet Ainullo, the selection of God level has been triggered. Choice 1, kill Ainullo and reward the host for the ability to get the Fruit of Thunder. Remarks, no side effects, no conflict with Piao Piao fruit. Choice 2, kill Ainullo and reward the host to become the only in the sky. All attributes improve 3. Choice 2, break all the self-confidence of Ainullo, make him feel despair, reward the host for the loyalty of Ainullo, and the same level of knowledge and domineering as Ainullo. Seeing the appearance of these three choices, Carl was stunned for a second. These three choices are all very good, making him hesitate for a while whether he should abandon his original plan. In particular, getting the thunder fruit will not conflict with the ability of the piao piao fruit. This option can make Carl's strength a qualitative change. But in this way, his original plan will fall in vain. Although the second option looks good, it is not very useful to become the of the Sky Island. Only the level of all attributes is increased by 3, which greatly improves oneself. And the last choice is very much in line with the plan I made. After thinking about it a little bit, Carl chose not to kill the chicken to get the eggs, but to take it step by step with his feet on the ground. Although killing Ainulu's own strength in a short period of time, there will be a qualitative change. However, Ainulu's talent is already good. Give him a year or two of development time and standardized training, and he will definitely become in existence no less than a general. After thinking for a while, Carl finally chose 3. Pulling out seedlings to promote growth, killing chickens and getting eggs can indeed gain greater benefits in a short time, but Carl still likes to put long lines to catch big fish. Naturally, it is better to take a long-term perspective. Chapter 45, Fierce Battle. A mere mortal, dare to look at me with such a look. Looking for death. Carl's eyes on Ainulu were full of disdain, which made him very unhappy, even a little angry, who called himself Thor. Ainulu did not hesitate, and once again created a thunder to attack Carl. But none of his attacks could hit, which made him more and more anxious. Damn mortal! You completely angered the god. Go to hell! Billion-volt Thor is coming! Accompanied by Ainulu's roar, a huge thunder giant appeared in front of Carl. Such a huge thunder giant appeared here, full of oppression. Even Carl couldn't help but feel a little tricky. Such a giant, if you want to kill in a second, I am afraid it is impossible. But it doesn't matter, my goal is not to kill Ainulu anyway. Carl thought for a moment, then flew forward and attacked Ainulu in the face of the thunderous sky. You came here on your own initiative? It's really looking for death. Ainulu roared, and the huge thunder giant threw a punch downward. The huge thunder power instantly swept all areas of the first half of the Island of God. The clouds and vegetation here have been destroyed by the power of thunder. The power that seemed to destroy the world completely covered this area. Facing such an attack, Carl only smiled contemptuously, and then crossed the swords and placed them in front of him. Lionville Chikiri Valley. Accompanied by Carl's low roar, 2 lions capable of breaking the mountain and the ground instantly rushed to the sky. The tyrannical force directly cut down the entanglement in the sky. Ainulu's attack also fell at this moment. But the attack of the thunder giant looked huge and fierce, with a great sense of oppression. But when the fist of the thunder giant touched Carl's slash, it fell apart in an instant, and there was no power to parry. Seeing this scene, Ainulu was shocked, and once again gathered the thunder, trying to block Carl's attack. But it's a pity. Under this cross-cut temperament, the body of the thunder giant instantly dissipated, as if it had always existed before. Ainulu's body was also cut off, but he did not die, but turned into thunder, condensing his body into one place again. But even if he didn't mention it, he was panting heavily, feeling a little afraid in his heart. He didn't expect the mortal in front of him to be so strong. His own attacks are not only ineffective to him, they can even be defeated by him in turn. In this way, Ainulu thought of some bad memories related to Straw Hats. But when he checked his body and found that he was indeed not injured, he became arrogant again. Ha 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 ha! Although mere mortals have great power, they can't hurt me at all. My Thor Ainulu is an invincible existence. As long as you don't have the physique of a Straw Hat Kid, you can't beat me. When talking about Straw Hat Luffy, Ainulu gritted his teeth, obviously hating him very much. At that time, he was obviously full of advantages. As long as he used the speed and the burning of thunder, he could cause fatal damage to Straw Hat Luffy. But he had his head twitched, and he insisted on fighting in close combat, and he was abused as a result. This is the conclusion that Ainolo came to after carefully analyzing his own strength after the defeat. So whenever he thinks of Luffy, he gets very angry. Carl can clearly feel the anger that Ainolo has overflowed at this time. He smiled, and then said, "It feels uncomfortable to be defeated, isn't it?" Claiming to be Thor, but being defeated by a rubber boy, his self-confidence was severely hit. But it doesn't matter. I can tell you now that the Straw Hat Boy has also been arrested by me. His strength is in the sea below the Sky Island, which can only be regarded as the last. With your talents and abilities, staying here is really violent. Ainolo, the of Thunder, are you interested in following me and taking a walk in the ocean below? As I see and see, more powerhouses? After playing for such a long time, Carl took advantage of the time when the opponent did not attack immediately, and then said his purpose. When Ainolo heard that, his pupils suddenly shrank, and his expression was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Luffy would be arrested, and he would still be arrested by the person in front of him. And the most important thing is that Carl Chang Luffy's strength, in the sea below, is just the last. This is what makes Ainolo very concerned. Hey! If that kid hadn't restrained me with fruit ability, I would lose to him? But since you have said so, I also ask you a question, what kind of strength are you among Qinghai people? Ainolo asked this question, obviously wanting to know what rank Carl's strength ranks. And he asked that, it shows that he has some interest in the sea below. What Carl has to do now is to strike while the iron is hot. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com convinced Ainolo. My strength, to put it bluntly, is above average, but you can't even beat me of this strength, and still have the face to claim to be Thunder? Haha, I feel embarrassed for you like this. Throwing your strength on the sea, you can't even make a splash. Although what Carl said was a bit exaggerated, it was almost the same. Although the thunder fruit is very strong, if it is really placed on the sea, it will be a great blessing in the first half of the Great Route. Once he maintains such strength, he enters the new world. As long as you find someone who can domineering, it is possible to defeat Ainolo. Domineering is a threshold. After learning domineering, strength will have a qualitative leap. Although Ainolo has a heart network, he is far from it. Ha 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 ha. It's really interesting, you said that your strength is not the top in Qinghai. I am really more interested in the world below, but before that, you, a blasphemous mortal, are still going to die. Your attack can't beat me as a natural element, so I now give you two choices, or die. Either kneel and surrender to me. Obviously, Ainolo also took a fancy to Carl's strength, so he wanted to recruit. However, this approach made Carl couldn't help but laugh. Carl didn't expect that Ainolo's brain circuit was so strange, and he wanted to recruit himself. This approach is really a bit funny. A mere mortal, dare to laugh at this god. It's really looking for death. Ainolo saw Carl's smile, and his anger was hooked again. He didn't have any hesitation, and his firepower was on in an instant. The dense thunderbolt instantly covered the entire space, forming a dense thunder electric grid. Hundreds of billions of volts God Punishment Network. Chapter 46, Vassal Clothes. The fruit ability development is really good, but unfortunately it didn't work in the right place. If you do not pursue the scene and the momentum, but concentrate the power of the fruit of thunder in a certain aspect, it's really a pity that your strength can still be improved by a level. Carl shook his head, and the two knives crossed again. Although this thunder network is terrifying, dozens of falling thunders will appear every minute and every second. Faced with such a situation, even the average lieutenant admiral must be prepared. The power of thunder is very exaggerated. Even if it is just being rubbed, the body will be slightly paralyzed. This negative impact is very deadly in battle. If Carl is not a person with the ability of floating fruit, he can isolate all the scattered thunder from his body. He will not come here to trouble Ainolo. Yahahaha. Mortals, go to death! Accompanied by the roar of Ainalu, the sky full of thunder network rushed toward him. Facing the mighty power like the destruction of the world, Karl gave a chuckle, and the overlord's domineering burst out. The powerful momentum stopped the surrounding thunder for a second or two. Even Ainalu was stunned by this powerful aura, with an incredible look in his eyes. Karl seized this 2-second opportunity, and the two swords instantly covered the armed color domineering, and instantly flashed in front of Ainalu. Cross slash. A very ordinary slash, but it directly hit the entity of Ainalu, causing a huge X-shaped wound to appear on his chest. Blood was flowing continuously, and Ainalu lost consciousness due to severe pain. Karl retracted his swords to look at the disappearing thunder and Ainalu falling from the air, and he couldn't help but shook his head. The physical fitness is really bad. I didn't use my full strength, and I couldn't handle it. But this is good, at least it shows that he still has a lot of room for growth. Give him a simple dressing first, lest he die here. Karl caught Ainalu with one hand, lifted him in the air and walked into the temple. Through seeing and hearing the domineering, Karl found a lot of medical equipment. After simply bandaging Ainalu, he temporarily threw him here. Karl walked towards the golden country in the back. After a while, Karl came to the position of the golden clock. Looking at the surrounding gold, the huge golden clock in front of him, and the historical text below the golden clock, Karl was lost in thought. Sure enough, it's not the text of this world, at least not the current text. I can't understand it at all. Karl shook his head, not planning on the Ninth Order historical text. This thing is basically useless to him, anyway. He doesn't plan to look for Ralph Drew, let alone become the One Piece. The purpose of his coming here is very simple, that is, to collect some gold to use as his own startup capital. But this gold cannot be found by the warring states, otherwise his small vault will be gone. Fortunately, there are a lot of big boxes here. Just put the gold in the box and finally transport it back to the ship. In his capacity, as long as the warring states period does not come in person, generally no one will check what he brought back from outside. It took more than an hour to get 6 large boxes of gold before Karl returned to the temple contentedly. Although I made 6 large boxes, compared with the gold here, there is almost no reduction in gold. When you need money in the future, this will be a great vault. This is also Karl's plan for the future. By the way, I just remember now. After defeating Ainalu, I will be rewarded with domineering experience. After returning to the temple, Ainalu hadn't woken up yet, but Karl thought of his reward. Then he opened his personal attributes without hesitation and checked it briefly. The physical attributes have not changed at all, and the level of ability has basically not changed, except that there has been a slight change in the domineering color. Karl's knowledge and color are domineering, although there is no change in the same level. But when he releases his domineering, he will find that his domineering has undergone a qualitative change. As long as he wants to, he can hear the sound of the entire empty island. Even if some people speak quietly, he can hear it clearly. However, the difference between Karl and Ainalu is that he can freely control the coverage of the domineering color. If he wants to, focus it on a small area, and even create an effect similar to perspective. Although it is not a real perspective, it can have a panoramic view of everything there. Even a small bug will be clearly caught by him. This situation made Karl a little excited. He didn't expect that his domineering experience would become so flexible. If you are learning to predict the future, you will really take off. Karl was a little excited, and at this moment, Ainalu, who was thrown to the ground with a bandage on his chest, also let out a painful. Ainalu slowly got up under Karl's gaze. He gently touched his wound. www.readwound.com. The severe pain made him grin. In the ocean below, there are countless people like me, and they can easily defeat you. Although you are a natural fruit-powered person, there are many things that restrain you, not to mention sea towers and the sea. Armed color domineering is a weapon against those with natural fruit ability, although armed color domineering needs to cooperate with the user's strength in order to exert its due effect. But where I want to take you, more than 80% of people have this kind of power. Are you interested in coming with me now? Carl smiled and invited Ainolo to join his team. Ainolo frowned and did not speak. The moment he was defeated by Carl, he thought of Luffy again. It's just that this time is different from last time. The last time Ainolo was unlucky, he encountered a fruit ability to restrain himself. If you want to fight hard, Ainolo may not be defeated by the opponent. But he was killed by Carl in seconds. The absolute gap brought about by this kind of strength made Ainolo understand that his strength is really weak in Qinghai. I don't have much time. I'll give you a few more minutes. If you think about it, follow me. Otherwise, I will not keep you as a potential threat. Carl exploded with an astonishing aura again, and the Overlord's impact caused Ainolo to sweat all over his body. Even the wound that had begun to heal had a trace of blood oozing out. Carl said very clearly that he can live with him, not only with death. Faced with such pressure, Ainolo has no choice but to agree. Humph. Even if I lose to you today, don't let me find a chance. One day I will defeat you and return to the Sky Island again. Ainolo is still full of confidence in himself. Chapter 47, Return. Late that night, Carl took Any Road and left quickly from the Sky Island, and returned to the Navy headquarters within a few hours. But when the two of them came back, it was already late at night. Except for those on duty, most people in the Navy went to sleep. Carl also took advantage of this opportunity to throw his 6 large boxes of gold into his warship warehouse. Then he took Ainolo to the infirmary for treatment. Master Carl, isn't he a member of our Navy? And what's the matter with his injury? It's so deep. You don't need to worry about this kind of thing. You just need to know that he will be one of us from tomorrow. Hearing Carl's words, Kuroba didn't ask more, but nodded and started to treat. Kuroba knew that he was not a member of the Navy when he saw Ainolo. Kuroba, who has worked in the infirmary for nearly 10 years, can't say that everyone in the Navy has seen him. But I also watched a lot of things. In addition, Kuroba's memory is very good, and even if they meet again after 3 or 4 years, they can be vaguely recognized. That's why she knew that Ainolo was not a member of the Navy. Although the wound was deep, it was not a problem at all for Kuroba. Seeing that Black Feather's hands turned into wings, she manipulated the dense black feathers on her wings and began to stitch the wounds for Ainolo. Black Feather, I always have a question, where is your limit? How many feathers can you control at the same time? 13,000. Lord Carl. 13,000 feathers are all the feathers of my arms, and it doesn't matter if the feathers fall, they will grow out. It took me nearly 10 years to reach this level. How about it? Although Kuroba looked cold, she was still very young, only 17 years old, the age of a little girl. She said that, obviously, she wanted to be praised and recognized by others. Carl is not a person who will be stingy with praise, but without hesitation is a praise. This made Black Feather's face reddened with Carl's praise, and she was obviously very useful. By the way, who is this man? He is not a Navy, so he can join our team. At this time, Ainolo had fallen asleep due to the anesthetic. No matter how Carl and Kuroba discussed it, he would never wake up. His name is Ainolo. As for his ability, I will announce it when you all meet tomorrow. Now I will sell it first, but I can say that his strength is second only to me among the people I choose. Is it so strong? Although Kuroba didn't know who Carl had chosen to join his team. But being able to get Carl's praise made Kuroba understand that the person he was healed was indeed good. But in this way, she was even more puzzled. Since his strength is so strong, who would cause such a deep wound? With such a question, Kuroba also asked Carl, but the answer he got made Kuroba a little speechless. Carl was about to recruit him, and he briefly talked about it, and then Kuroba understood it. It turned out to be such a thing, he also seems to be a very proud person. But if you do this, Lord Karl, wouldn't it hurt his self-confidence? Don't worry, Einal's self-confidence has not been hit so easily. If you want to be strong, even if it is not in combat, but in other areas, self-confidence is indispensable. Even if it is defeated 1,000 or 10,000 times, you must have the courage to stand up again. Otherwise, no matter how strong this person is, he will never become a strong one, because he is unworthy. Having said that, Karl once again thought of the Golden Lion. Before he was caught and retreated into the city, this guy was indeed a real sea powerhouse. But when he cut off his legs and escaped from Pushing City, it changed. He has lost self-confidence and the heart of being strong, thus becoming more and more inactive. Anilu will leave it to you, don't forget to gather tomorrow afternoon, I have to go back and sort out the information about Anilu. At least I have to make up the Marshal of the Warring States period to find fault. Master Karl, don't worry, put him with me, there is absolutely no problem. Hei Bingtian's face showed a sweet smile. This makes Karl suspect that this is the true character of the other party, the previous iceberg face is just a disguise. But he didn't struggle too much. Her experience as a child was complicated, and self-protection was also a normal behavior. Today I have to stay up again, and my hairline feels like I have to move back a few millimeters. It's really hard for me. Karl shook his head, then returned to his dormitory. Early the next morning. Office of the Marshal of the Warring States period. Karl stood here, waiting for the reprimand of the Warring States. 7 personnel have been found, and the first 6 are all good naval soldiers with great potential. But the last Einalu, the Warring States did not find any information about him. Although Karl's information stated that he was a talent found by chance in the first half of the Great Route, he was also a person with the ability to thunder and fruit. But his identity is a mystery, and his origin is unknown, which is really unacceptable for the Warring States period. Karl, you have to think about it clearly. Going to the New World is not a game. The danger there is very big. You brought such a new world with an unidentified person, are you sure there is no problem? And he doesn't have any military rank, just someone you recruited from outside www.readaloud.com. How can I create a profile for him? What's the problem with this? Master Marshal, I have already thought about it. You just need to arrange for him as a logistic soldier casually. Moreover, he was originally a boatman, and he was very good at shipbuilding and ship repairing. Wouldn't it be enough to get him the status of a trainee boatman? This is not only convenient, even if the 5 old stars personally intervene, they can't find the problem. After all, the interns don't have much file information. Karl showed the side of the old fritters, which made the Warring States feel helpless. He didn't want to scold Karl too much, but this time he did a little too much. Not only didn't discuss it in advance, but even thought about everything by myself. Although this was very efficient, the practice of cutting first and playing later made the Warring States somewhat unacceptable. Marshal, what are you still struggling with? And you can also look at it from another angle. Einalu is very strong. If I don't recruit him, he will most likely become a pirate. With the fruit of thunder, coupled with the domineering look that can cover a kingdom, this kind of strength can at least replace Crocodile to become the Kaiwohei, right? However, I recruited him as a subordinate. This not only added a part of the Navy's strength, but also reduced the potential enemy. It can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, isn't it? Hearing Karl's fallacies, the Warring States period felt even more headache. In his impression, Karl should be very serious, but this time he really understood. Even those who seem to be serious, do something extraordinary, it is more headache, and the thinking is clearer. Karl's words, and the information he provided, the Warring States period couldn't find any flaws at all. There is no way, the Warring States can only agree in the end. Otherwise, Karl will still be nagging here. Warring States didn't want to be further educated, so he could only let him go. Chapter 48, All Members Gather. Nearly one morning, Karl spent a lot of effort and finally convinced the warring states with his 3-inch tongue. In the end, the warring states had no choice but to agree to Karl's request. It was not an excessive request. And what Karl said was wrong. Instead of making Anilu a potential enemy of the navy, it would be better to bring him into the gang directly. In this way, it can not only increase the strength of the navy, but also reduce the pressure on oneself. Why not do it? And for the identity of Anilu, just follow the identity of the last trainee boatman. This will neither cause suspicion nor hinder Karl's going to sea, which is very easy for the warring states period. All the preparations Karl did were seamless, except for the blurry background of Anilu. There are no loopholes, so the warring states has nothing to do. They can only agree to Karl and let Anilu join his team. However, regarding the background and identity of Anilu, the warring states period said that he would insert it to the end, but Karl did not care. Anyway, no matter how you check the warring states period, it will be impossible to find out that Anilu is the of the Sky Island. And even if he could find it, it would be hard to get off by then, and it would be impossible for the warring states period to recognize the identity of the Anilu navy. Karl blocked all the roads, which made the warring states very uncomfortable. As for how he will deal with the questioning of the 5 old stars next, this is his own business, and Karl doesn't care. Although the 5 old stars pay attention to himself, Karl is very clear that he is not qualified to have a direct conversation with the 5 old stars. The middleman of the warring states period was the most unlucky one. After lunch, it was time for the team members to gather. Karl hid from the side and appeared last deliberately, just to see how these people reacted. When 6 people in navy uniforms appeared at the assembly point, they all turned their eyes to the only Anilu who was not wearing a navy uniform. "Anilu, where's the uniform I gave you this morning?" Kuroba frowned, wondering why Anilu didn't wear a uniform. "That thing is too hard, I'm still so comfortable, and I'm not losing face to you." Anilu pointed to his injured navy cloak, and then draped it behind him. Seeing him like this, Melinda Nilu frowned slightly and looked a little unhappy. "You are not the navy after all, you do not respect the uniform of the navy a little bit too much." "Yeah, ha 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 ha, don't say it so serious, that doesn't mean to disrespect, there are so many powerful naval forces, this is my goal to defeat in the future. As for the few of you, they are not qualified enough to teach the gods, wait until the Karl comes over." Anilu still goes his own way, not paying attention to other people's eyes at all. And when he called Karl, he also deliberately increased the pronunciation of the word bastard. This made the people around, even Kuroba, a little uncomfortable. He is not a navy. Just when everyone was very upset with Anilu, the man next to him remained silent, and the man with stubble spoke. "How would you know?" Anilu was not a navy business, and Kuroba knew it, so she seemed a little surprised. But the man just shook his head and pointed his eyes. "I have never forgotten, and I have seen all navies in the navy headquarters, but I have never seen him." "Okay. You are not the navy, but what is your purpose?" Melinda Nilu was originally upset with Anilu, but now that he is not a navy, she is even more angry. She didn't understand why someone from the navy would appear here. Nilu's aura drove forward for 2 steps, obviously trying to do something on Anilu. Anilu smiled contemptuously, and didn't pay attention to Nilu. Just as Karl said to Kuroba, all of them will not be domineering now, except for Karl, the second strongest person. Nilu could not be his opponent at all, but she didn't know Anilu's ability, so she planned to do something against Anilu. "Melinda, calm down, no matter what his status is, we are all selected by Brigadier General Karl. Since we choose to follow Brigadier General Karl to sea, we have to obey his orders. Isn't this common sense?" With a pair of dead fish eyes, Enzo stood up blankly to make a round. His character looks very serious, his appearance and shape are also standard handsome guys. It's just this pair of dead fish eyes that lowered his appearance. Hey! After Master Carl arrives, I will ask what this is all about. Nilu's temper is very violent, and it is obvious that she belongs to the character that is not afraid of the sky. Although she agreed to join Carl's team, this does not mean that she will willingly accept Carl's command. She had to test Carl's ability herself. During this time, Carl's reputation was very loud in the Navy headquarters. Nilu joined the Navy about half a month later than Carl, so she also wanted to know. Reading www.uugonshu.com. What kind of person is Carl, and why would he be considered a little monster by other navies? It's weird. If I remember correctly, the Brigadier General team needs at least 50 Navy soldiers. But now there are only 7 of us. Can it be said that everyone else has eaten it? Meow. A cute girl with cat ears and cat tail blinked her big watery eyes and asked others. Hearing what she said, except Anilu, everyone realized that there seemed to be something wrong with this gathering. Not only did other people not come, even Carl didn't come. What's the situation? What about Brigadier General Carl? Enzo frowned and looked around, but he didn't find Carl. Others also started looking for Carl, but still didn't find it. Only Inilu glanced at the other people contemptuously, and then put his gaze on the sniper. I can perceive that you are domineering. Have you already seen Carl? Where is this bastard? I did see Lord Carl, he is flying towards us. But what do you mean by what you just said? Could it be that you are also domineering? Sniper Jace looked at Inilu in surprise. He knew very well that most of the people present were recruits and couldn't use domineering at all. Even Nilu and Enzo have just reached the threshold of learning domineering. That's why Inilu's words attracted his attention. Yeah, ha 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 ha, I am a god. How could I not be domineering? Inilu laughed, and then thought of Carl's domineering things about his science popularization yesterday. It was also at this time that he knew his heart network, which was actually called domineering. Chapter 49, Tentative. At the same time, Carl leisurely flew from the outside towards the meeting point. He has observed the reaction of each of them through seeing and hearing the domineering. The helmsman Ellen was the most peaceful, he didn't say a word, and waited quietly for Carl to arrive. Inilu is still as arrogant as before, but it has converged a lot more than when he was on the Sky Island. After Carl's education, Inilu deeply realized that there are so many strong men in this world. And Carl also told him that there are at least hundreds of people in the Navy headquarters who are strong at the same level as him. There are dozens of people who are better than themselves. This made Inilu even more afraid to act rashly, for fear that he would die here. After all, his current status is still a black household, and there is no such person in the Navy headquarters. If he really died, Carl could only mourn for him, and then find a good grave to bury him. There is no other way. Then came Melinda Nilu. She was the same as Pizza said, her temper was very hot, she looked like her second child and her third child. But this is also somewhat similar to the personality of most giants. After all, she was a human being taught by the giants, and because of her special physique, she inherited half of the power of the giants. This led to her arrogant capital. Then there is Enzo. His personality is good, his appearance is online, and he is very sensible. The only thing that made Carl feel criticized was that his natural dead fish eyes gave himself a lot of looks. Hey, you also said relatively few things, still maintaining his high coldness. But her eyes were full of expectation. Carl believes that after all of them are well acquainted, Black Feather's high cold fan will slowly disappear. Then there is the chef cat demon. That's right, the cute little girl with cat ears and cat tail is the chef Carl personally looked for. Her cooking skills are average, but she has her own unique experience in desserts and the like. The meal eaten on the boat can be average, but the dessert must be good. In addition, she is also a fruit bearer of the animal family, and she also has a certain ability to protect herself. But she likes it very much. She uses her fruit ability to keep her tail and cat's ears always online. Although this is a bit cute, it looks a bit strange. This also led to her being completely out of sync with her peers, and only some old gentlemen would like her. The last is the sniper Jace. He is just like Anila said, with a domineering look and feel. His domineering coverage, although not very wide, but the linear range is very long. This is where his advantage as a sniper lies. And besides being a sniper, he is also an excellent navigator. If it wasn't for his withdrawn character, which offended a lot of the Navy, it would be impossible for Carl to get him aboard and successfully get him aboard. Looking at this group carefully, they are really a group of problem children. If you have to say anything, I am afraid that there is only Erland, the only normal person among these people. Carl shook his head with a wry smile. He did not expect that he recruited so many people, but most of them were problem children. But then again, these people have potential and strengths, and it doesn't matter if they are problem children. According to general standards, Carl is also a problem child. After a while, Carl arrived at the assembly place, and the other people also became serious at this time. Even Einalo dared not talk casually, for fear of being taught another lesson by Carl. The fact that he was beaten up yesterday is still fresh in his memory. "Sorry, I'm a bit late for other things, don't you mind?" Carl smiled and asked knowingly. He said that just to see what these people thought of him. "Master Carl, the time for our assembly was half an hour ago, do you want to give an explanation for being late? Or can you not be punctual as an officer? Is this unfair to us?" As Carl expected, Nilu was the first to stand up and want to challenge Carl's authority. The other people did not move, even Einalo did not speak. He just showed a smirking expression, wanting to see how Nilu would end up. Enzo sighed again and again. He and Nilu have a good relationship. He was like a candle Nilu just now, so she should not be impulsive. But he still didn't hold on, because Nilu's strength was too great. Even with his wrists, Enzo never beat her once, so naturally he couldn't help it. "Do you want an explanation? Very good, I will give you an explanation if I win." Carl is not talking nonsense, he knows that Nilu wants to challenge herself, so he takes the lead. In this case, it is better to give her a chance directly to let her recognize the reality. At this time, Nilu was a little excited, she didn't expect Carl to be so direct. "Since you have said that, Master Carl, then I'm not welcome." Marine recruit Melinda Nilu officially challenged Lord Carl. "I want to see what kind of strength you, a new star who has not joined the Navy for 2 months, can surpass our recruits in elite training camps." Smash fist! Nilu yelled, summoned all her strength, and slammed Carl with one blow. "That's right, just smash it." Her power is huge. The moment it popped out, a 1-meter deep hole appeared on the ground. Seeing this pothole, even Einalo couldn't help taking a breath. His thunder fruit is indeed powerful, but he does not rely on his own fruit abilities, but simply relies on physical fitness. It is impossible to have such power at all. Except for Enzo, the pupils of the others shrank suddenly. Although they had heard that Nilu was the strongest recruit in the training camp. But they never thought that Nilu's power could be so great. As Nilu's old opponent and teammate, Enzo was surprised to see this scene, but he sighed. "Comparing with Brigadier General Carl, I really suffer too much. If Major General Pizza is right, he is better than most lieutenants. In terms of strength, it can be called a monster. Nina, although your strength is strong, you are far from Brigadier General Carl's opponent." Enzo muttered to himself, and the people around him also deeply agreed with him. Because at this time, Carl caught Nilu's full punch from the front. No matter how hard Nilu tried, she couldn't move forward at all. Refusing to admit defeat, Nilu began to punch and kick at Carl. But no matter how she offensively, Carl can defend from the front, even he only uses his left hand. The gap is so big. Nilu couldn't believe that the gap between herself and Carl was so big. But this did not dampen her self-confidence, but gave her the motivation to move forward. Chapter 50, Boarding. How can you be so strong? It's only about half a month longer than when I joined the Navy, how can I become so strong? Nilu couldn't believe that the gap between herself and the man in front of her could be so huge. You know, although her current strength is not as good as the Rear Admiral, at least she can fight the Rear Admiral and hold the opponent for a long time. But Karl's rank is no more than a Brigadier General. She couldn't believe that a person with such strength would be just a Brigadier General. Yeah, ha 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 ha, this guy Karl is a monster, you are so tender. Without waiting for Karl's answer, Anilu on the side couldn't help but laugh. Nilu turned back and glared at Anilu's ridicule. She is a girl, and this expression is a bit unsightly. Nilu's looks and figure can't be regarded as beautiful, but it is also considered to be on the upper side. Generally speaking, it is the kind that can be seen in the past, and the more you look at it, the more pleasing to the eye. And she has short orange hair and looks even more heroic. The only flaw is in terms of body shape, it doesn't matter what you want. Coupled with the cultivation of the giant wild sect, she didn't treat herself as a girl at all. Why? Not convinced? AI Nilu sneered at Nilu's expression, then activated her ability and teleport to Nilu's side. If you can touch me, even if you win, how about it? How can it be so fast? Nilu was shocked when she saw Anilu's speed so fast, but she didn't admit it, she just punched her backhand. Without any exception, Anilu just stood here, letting Nilu punch and kick herself. He even hit Hatch leisurely, because Nilu's attack completely penetrated his body and caused no harm at all. After a few punches, Nilu returned to the team angrily. This time, her self-confidence was really shocked, but she did not admit defeat, but stared at Karl and asked, "When can I learn domineering? I must have a good beating, this natural bastard." People in the Navy headquarters are all well informed. They also studied the devil fruit systematically, so Nilu clearly understood that Anilu's ability is a natural devil fruit. As for the ability, she couldn't guess it for the time being, because Anilu didn't make a move. Others were surprised when they saw Anilu's ability. They did not expect that Karl had recruited a natural demon fruit ability. You know, today's 3 generals are all natural devil fruit abilities, and their power is obvious to all. Although Anilu in front of him is not as good as the 3 generals, his growth prospects are bright. Nilu, please wait first. You have enough strength now, but your mood is not enough. You need to calm down for a while. But after getting on the boat, I will teach you all about the domineering training method by myself. As for how much you can learn, it's up to you. Karl will not be stingy with domineering teaching. They will be his own team in the future, and the faster these people will improve, the better for Karl. After an episode, Karl once again spoke to everyone present, and repeatedly emphasized that the new world is completely different from the Great Root. They have the strength of some people, and in the Great Root, they can be regarded as medium and upper. The strength of any road is the ceiling level of the first half of the Great Root. But their strength can only save their lives in the new world. Karl must emphasize this matter, no one can do anything to the pirate without his own order. Then Karl asked each of them to introduce themselves so that they could get acquainted with each other and cooperate in the future. After all this was completed, Karl took a look at the time. It was close to evening, and then he was ready to take everyone on the boat and set out to sea. Although it is said that going to sea at night is a bit dangerous, the surrounding sea area is under the jurisdiction of the Navy, so there is no need to worry about it. But when everyone was about to board the boat, the cat demon looked left and right, and finally asked what he had doubts since he came here. "Brigadier General, why do we count you in this team? There are only 8 people?" Meow. As far as I know, don't the Brigadier Generals usually consist of 50 to 100 people? Meow. It's really weird. Meow. This is nothing strange, because what I want to form is an elite force. I don't need too much manpower, I just need people with potential and strength to follow me. Carl didn't tell the truth, but used another way to pack these people into elites. If they say this, although they will still have doubts, it will not make them have too many worries. More importantly, www.readaloud.com. These people are also very excited after hearing Carl's words. These people in the Navy headquarters are just a group of ordinary soldiers. Even if it is Ainalu, he is still in the Sky Island now, being his own aboriginal god. Carl's praise is very useful to these people. However, it is only clear to Carl himself that this is just his rhetoric when facing these people. The real reason, only he, Sengoku and Lieutenant General Crane knew. If it looks like this, if my ship didn't fly the Navy flag, would it be more like the pirates? Carl suddenly thought of a question and couldn't help but vomit. Kuroba walked at the end and heard Carl's complaints, but he didn't stretch himself suddenly, and laughed directly. But only Carl saw her laugh, and no one else saw it. She straightened her face quickly, keeping her iceberg beauty, and step by step walked onto the boat. Carl looked at Kuroba's state, and couldn't help feeling a little distressed for her. Her original character must be very happy. If it weren't for her status as a slave to the Tianlong people, she would never pretend to be cold. I hope she can be really happy on the boat. If she keeps her face like this, she will be under a lot of pressure, right? Although Carl can understand the psychological changes after the slave was rescued. Just like Hancock, she was a slave once, and her character is not as strong as she is now. But in order to hide the past, this deliberately put on a high cold model, and made her character so strong. The purpose is to discourage those close to her. Kuroba also had this idea, but she was still young and didn't pretend to be thorough enough. Forget it, anyway, these people are problem children. Let's go to sea first. Their problems will be solved later. Chapter 51, Sign In. New World. A Navy warship is traveling alone. The dense clouds in the sky symbolize that there will be a rainstorm soon. But the people on this ship did not have any worries. Although the weather in the New World is changeable and very bad, there is no threat to them. Carl can fully use the ability of fluttering fruits to fly his ship to avoid such bad weather. So they didn't worry at all, instead they were all in the training room, being taught by Carl. Today is the first day for all of us to go to sea. After one night, I don't care if you rest or not. Now everyone must obey my orders, do 1,000 push-ups every day to train their physique. Black Feather and Cat Demon, you two can appropriately reduce a little, 500 is enough, after all, you are not combatants, or girls who have never participated in battle. But there are no few other people at all. Having a good physique will be the key to your life. That's right, in the New World, don't think about catching any pirates. With your current strength, life-saving is a problem. Carl spoke to these people unceremoniously. He knew very well that most of the people in front of him were arrogant, especially Nilu and Ainalu. So Carl must fight their arrogance, only in this way they will not die in vain in the New World. Although Nilu didn't know why she needed such training, she didn't care as long as she could improve her strength. Ainalu's face was a bit ugly. He is a thunder fruit capable person, the development of the fruit is very powerful, but he has never exercised his body. 1,000 push-ups a day is a bit difficult for him. Although the others were a little puzzled, they agreed to Carl's words and began to exercise. Master Carl, you don't need to take care of us like this. I have discussed with the cat demon, and we can do what they can do. And don't forget, we are the animals with fruit ability, so our physical strength will not be worse than them. Yes, meow. We won't be bad either. Carl was a little surprised when he heard Kuroba and the cat demon. He didn't expect that Black Feather and Cat Demon would be so active, but Carl was right after thinking about it. He really underestimated these two people, just because they too are animals with devil fruit ability, their physical strength will not lose to the others. Even if the two of them would basically not participate in the battle, there is no harm in having more life-saving power. So Carl also agreed to their request. 1000 push-ups a day is a compulsory course for everyone next. Carl himself has more than 2000 a day, and can even reach 3000 when he is full of energy. After 7 days of such a peaceful day, Carl came to Punk Hasid. According to the original route, he originally wanted to Deers Rosa. However, the Warring States period notified him that there was an unknown poisonous gas in Punk Hasid and asked him to investigate. Carl accepted the order of the Warring States, then turned the bow halfway, and came to Punk Hasid. Everyone rests in place, and in an hour, we will reach Punk Hasid. Nilu and Inalu, you two will go down with me in the future. The other people stay on the boat and guard our boat. If you encounter an enemy, you should call the phone bug and notify me as soon as possible. Yes. Hearing Carl's words, everyone stopped training and started to prepare for the next thing. Everyone performs their own duties. Dor Ai Erlin began to observe the chart, looking for hidden places, preparing to dock the warship. The sniper Jace is responsible for guarding the surroundings and observing whether there are any pirates. The cat demon and Kuruba are going to prepare the next meal. Although Kuruba is a ship doctor, in general, she hardly needs to work. In addition, she also has a certain interest in the kitchen, so she often goes to make some desserts with the cat demon. Enzo put his hand on his cock, leaning on the mast and said nothing. Nilu and Inalu started to get busy, ready to follow Carl to disembark. 1 hour later, the warship was docked in a hidden corner of Punk Hasid. Inalu, give you a chance to perform, use your domineering experience to see what is happening on this island. Yahahaha. No problem. Inalu laughed, unleashing his domineering look and hearing, and enveloped the entire island. Carl also secretly released his domineering look and feel, and had a panoramic view of everything on the island. After a while, Inalu's expression became a little ugly, even a little angry. Asshole! What happened in this? There will be a large group of children. Although Inalu is not a good person, he is not a pervert who will attack children. But he found many transformed children in this island. This made him feel a little angry. Carl also noticed this situation www.readaloud.com, but he had expected it a long time ago and was not too surprised. This should be the Marshal of the Warring States period, let me investigate. Poison gas or something is probably just a cover. These children are our target, and I noticed that some of them are the ones that disappeared half a month ago. Half a month ago, Carl was still recruiting at the Navy headquarters. At that time, he heard that many children had disappeared inexplicably. The most important thing is that these missing children come from all over the world. In addition to the New World, there are victims in the Great Sea Route and all over the world. After Carl heard about it, he didn't pay much attention to it at the time, because in this world, it is normal for a child to disappear. Most of them were abducted by slave traders and then sold to the Tianlong people or other powerful people. This is one of the reasons why Carl hates slave traders. But even so, he paid attention to the photos of the missing children. As a result, he did not expect that all these children would be captured by Punk Hasid. From this point of view, the slave trader had a lot of trouble for Caesar. At the same time, inside the secret laboratory inside Punk Hasid Castle, Caesar and Monet stared at the Navy ship, their expressions uncertain. Shoot la 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 la, it's really interesting, there will be a Navy coming here, are they coming to investigate because of the leak of poison gas? The gas leak was done deliberately by Caesar, with the goal of completely controlling the secret laboratory here. The Navy would come to investigate, which was entirely in his expectation. Monet on the side glanced lightly at Caesar and did not speak, but went straight out. At this time, Monet has not been transformed like the original. She is still a slim and beautiful woman. Chapter 52, Enter. Shoot la 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 la, Monet, these Navy outside, it's not a problem to leave it to you, right? This leading naval rank is just a brigadier general. Can you solve them? Caesar's sly smile obviously didn't put Karl and the others in his eyes. If the admiral arrives, he will be afraid of 3 points. But if only the brigadier general comes over, he doesn't have to be afraid at all. Those who can gain a foothold in the New World will not lose to the brigadier general of the Navy headquarters at the worst. So Monet just nodded and continued to walk outside. Caesar stared at the screen tightly. He looked at Karl and the others, who had already approached the gate of the castle, and showed an inexplicable smile. "Shoot la 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 la, Navy, welcome to the island of death. Please enjoy." As the voice fell, the gate of the castle was opened by Caesar, but he also opened the poisonous gas injection device. At the same time, Karl originally wanted to use his power to open the door. But he did not expect that the castle would have opened by itself, which surprised the 3 of them. It seems that the owner here is very confident in himself. Not only did he open the door, he even sent someone to solve us. I was really underestimated. The corner of Ainul's mouth raised slightly, and he walked in swaggeringly. His domineering appearance has been kept open, and he can easily hear Caesar talking to himself in the basement. Karl did the same, but he didn't plan to do it directly, but wanted to see what Caesar was going to do. In this way, Karl took Nilu and Ainulu and walked towards the inside of the castle. It didn't take long for Karl to realize that the surrounding air was a little bit wrong. Not only him, Ainulu also noticed something wrong. This should be the poison gas that the Marshal of the Warring States period said. Except for those with natural fruit ability, it is really difficult for other people to come here to investigate. The surroundings are sealed and the vents are closed. Even the Navy will suffer here in the future. Karl gave a chuckle, then used his power to envelop the 3 of himself in clean air. Faced with this poisonous gas, those with natural fruit ability can completely ignore it. As long as the natural elemental ability is elementalized, this poisonous gas will not enter their bodies at all. In addition, the floating fruit can also restrain this poisonous gas. Karl can completely isolate the poisonous gas, so that he will not be affected by the slightest. So after they passed through the dense gas zone, Caesar could no longer calm down. Caesar didn't expect that Karl and others were not afraid of the poisonous mist at all, which made him a little panicked. So he hurriedly summoned his men to organize Karl and others to enter the core area. After receiving the order, Caesar's subordinates all started to intercept Karl and others. But when they had just appeared and had not yet launched an attack, Ainulu snapped his fingers and summoned several thunders to defeat them all. Really irresponsible. Ainulu snorted coldly. He had already understood the actions of these people. He didn't have to wait for these people to take action. He could solve it in advance. Karl and others arrived at the basement level of the castle without hindrance. This is also the entrance to the secret base. It should be here. This door is thicker. Nilu, are you okay? Don't worry. Just leave it to me. Nilu clenched her fists, took a deep breath, and punched out suddenly. A powerful punch instantly hit the giant gate in front of him with a very deep punch mark. Dense cracks are distributed across the gate. Then Nilu punched out again with the same few punches. Suddenly, the gate burst. Nilu breathed a sigh of relief, and pushed behind Karl. Yes, after this period of training, my strength has increased a lot. Karl nodded in satisfaction, and then walked in first. Nilu was not happy because she was praised, because she knew very well that her current strength was not Karl's opponent at all. This strength is nothing to be proud of. Ainulu on the side glanced at Nilu and didn't say anything. Ainulu is now relying on himself as a natural fruit ability, and can be said to be the strongest member on the ship except Karl. But he knew very well that if he didn't pay close attention to training, as long as Nilu learned to be armed and domineering, he would no longer be her opponent. During this period, Ainulu also reduced the time to play, and the slaves trained their physical strength, striving to reach the threshold of being able to practice armed domineering as soon as possible. Nilu, you go find those children and rescue them all. Ainulu, you go to solve this woman, Try the first battle of your new world, there is no problem, right? When the three of Carl entered the door, they saw Monet, who was waiting here for a long time. Snow flies all over the sky, she just sits on a snow seat made of snowflakes. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com with her legs folded, quietly waiting for the arrival of Carl and others. Yeah, ha 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 ha, leave it to me. After receiving the order, Annalou turned into lightning and rushed forward without hesitation. Monet didn't pay attention to the three people in front of her, but when she saw Annalou's ability, she was shocked. She did not expect that Annalou would also be a natural fruit ability person. This made Monet, who was full of confidence and thought that he could easily solve the three people in front of him, suddenly became a little nervous. Accept God's sanction. Thunder. Analou's casual blow is a powerful thunder. But Monet was also a natural fruit ability person, she did not evade in the face of this blow, letting this thunder cover her body. With a powerful blow, the surrounding swords were wiped out, but Monet was transformed into a snow girl and reunited his figure. You are also a natural demon fruit ability. Seeing the enemy in front of him, who was the same natural ability as himself, Annalou put aside his contempt, and his expression became more cautious. After this period of education, Annalou also knows very well that if he is not domineering, there are two natural ability people. It is difficult and impossible to tell the winner. At the same time, Nilou took advantage of Monet being entangled by Annalou, she rushed to the other direction quickly. Based on the information she had received before, she already knew the children and where they were locked up. As long as she doesn't meet someone with the same natural ability as Monet in the middle, she can get those children out without hindrance. Carl simply found a place to sit down and took out a phone bug. Is the Warring States Marshal here? I am Brigadier General Carl, and I have very important things to report to you. Chapter 53, Natural Match. What you said is true. Brigadier General Carl, I order you to break through Punk Hasid, and I will let the people of the G5 branch to support you now. After Carl briefly explained the situation here, it attracted great attention from the Warring States period. Although he had suspected Punk Hasid before, there was no substantive evidence, so he wanted Carl to investigate the gas incident here. By the way, I'm investigating whether there are any other anomalies here. It turned out that something was wrong here, which made the expression of Warring States a bit ugly. It used to be one of the Navy's test and research bases. If it weren't for the frequent outbreaks of poisonous gas, the Navy would not abandon it. It is for this reason that it has become a secret place that no one wants to go to. Marshal of the Warring States period, I have got some gossip that the G5 branch is likely to have spies of pirates. Although I am not sure who it is, for safety reasons, it is better not to let the Navy of the New World come over. If possible, it is best to send a general to take over. If there is a general here, even if the spies of the G5 branch want to intervene, he can't act. There are pirate spies in the G5 branch? Are you sure? Hearing Carl's words, Zhenguo frowned. If it is the same as Carl said, there really are spies in the Navy, which is not a good thing. Carl continued in a skeptical tone, I'm not sure, but this kind of thing would rather be trusted than not. And I heard that General Kuzan is in the New World. Wouldn't it be faster to let him come than the people from the G5 branch who are farther away? Carl's words sounded fine, and letting Kuzan pass and return to the Navy by the way was also a good reason. As a result, people in the G5 branch dare not complain. However, the Warring States period was still very concerned. Carl said that the G5 branch had spies. In his opinion, there can be no spies in the Navy. Okay, so be it. After the price of Punk Hasid is resolved, wait 2 days, and I will let Kuzan go over and take over Punk Hasid. As for the G5 branch, if you have evidence, you will completely notify me, but there is no reason to doubt your colleague based on rumor. I disagree. I know, Master Marshal, I won't mention this matter again, unless I have substantive evidence. So that's it, I have an enemy here, so let's hang up first. With that said, Carl hung up the phone worm, snapped his finger casually, and killed all the enemies around him who wanted to sneak attack him. The Warring States is still so confident, thinking that his navy is like an iron barrel, and it is impossible to infiltrate it. But that's right, if I were not a traverser, I wouldn't believe that Virgo, who has been doing his duty, turned out to be Doflamingo's. What he hides is really good, and he just helped Doflamingo to complete some transactions in the underground world, and did not deliberately approach the Navy's secret information. Under such circumstances, it is very difficult to catch evidence that he is a spy. That being said, Carl didn't care. In any case, Virgo is already on Carl's kill list. Similarly, Doflamingo is also on his kill list. It's just that Carl knows very well that with his current strength and status, he can find trouble for the two of them at most, forcing them to show their feet, and can't directly solve them. At the same time, the battle between Anilu and Monet looked very fierce, but no one could help each other. Monet can control the surrounding temperature and make it very cold. Even if it was Carl, some snow appeared on his body. She can even create a blizzard and use it to attack. But this kind of fighting method has no effect at all for Anilu. As long as Anilu is elementalized, he can escape any of Monet's moves without even feeling the cold. But in the same way, although Anilu's thunder was huge, it could not hit Monet. As long as Monet is elementalized, thunder's attack will directly penetrate her body. But there is one thing that makes Monet feel very depressed. The power of thunder is very powerful, and it takes a very long time for her to reconsolidate her body every time. It is precisely because of this that her battle with Anilu is completely at a disadvantage. The fruit of the thunder is called the strongest natural devil fruit, and it is not without reason. The attack power of the thunder fruit is not weaker than that of the lava fruit. The speed is comparable to that of sparkling fruit. And the most important thing is that after being hit by the thunder fruit, it will have a paralyzing effect. This is the same as when being attacked by a frozen fruit ability person, it will produce frost to restrict movement. The thunder fruit that combines all the advantages of the three natural fruits, as long as it is used properly, the final achievement will certainly not be weaker than the three generals. Anilu pressed Monet to fight at this time, and it was also reasonable. The only pity is that www.readaloud.com he can't cause fatal damage to it, and can only consume the opponent's physical strength little by little. This is also one of the common ways for those with natural ability to end the battle. Without being domineering, generally speaking, they can only consume each other's physical strength. When someone falls to the ground without physical strength, it is another person's victory. Carl watched the massive battle in front of him, with a slight smile on his lips. Anilu, is it good to fight against fellow naturalists? This kind of feeling that no one can help each other, is it very novel to you? Yeah, ha 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 ha. It's really cool. I never thought that in a place like Shanghai, anyone could have such strength. No wonder you say that people who can enter the new world are not bad. I didn't believe it at the beginning, but now I believe it. Anilu laughed wildly, his eyes full of enthusiasm, and his moves became more and more harsh. Monet clenched his teeth and insisted, but she knew very well that she would definitely lose if she continued to fight like this. You have to think of a way. Monet rolled his eyes, and finally put his gaze on Carl. She could tell that Carl was a brigadier general and the leader this time. As long as he is resolved, the opponent will definitely retreat. So Monet chose to attack Carl. Anilu's attack is invalid to him, as long as he rushes over with the thunder and solves Carl. This is what Monet thought. Anilu also saw through her mind, but did not stop it, even put her hands around her chest, with a gloating expression. Monet didn't understand why Anilu stopped, but since he stopped, Monet would naturally not let go of such an opportunity. Go to hell. Navy. Chapter 54, Spike. Snowstorm. Monet knew that the Commodore, no one was a general, so she did not hesitate to release the big move, wanting to solve Carl in one breath. In an instant, the blizzard in the sky turned the entire room into a land of ice and snow. Monet even turned into a snow demon, rushing towards Carl with a hideous face. Facing Monet's menacing move, Carl just shook his head, and took the dead wood in his hand with a casual move. One sword flow. Without releasing any moves, Carl simply covered the domineering moves on the dead wood, and then took a step forward. In an instant, Carl's figure disappeared from Monet's eyes. By the time she reacted, Carl had appeared behind Monet and slowly put the knife into the scabbard. "Ihe." As the voice fell, Monet felt a pain in his neck, and his vision suddenly became a little strange. In the last second of her consciousness, she saw her body fall from the air. This made her understand that she had been beheaded. After Monet's spike, Carl didn't touch anything in his heart. Killing pirates is already commonplace for him. Although Monet is a very cute girl, Carl does not intend to accept her as his own. Monet was very loyal to Doflamingo. Even if she forced her into his team, Carl was not sure that he could keep her loyal to him. In the original book, Monet did it for Doflamingo, and would rather die here than live. She was originally able to escape, but in order to prevent Doflamingo's plan from being discovered, she followed this secret base and was buried in the flames. Her loyalty is worthy of admiration, and killing her is also her best destination. Yahahaha, you really deserve to be killed by a single sword. Ainolo squinted his eyes. Carl's seemingly fluttering sword reminded him of his fight with Carl at that time. The battle at the time seemed to be huge, but in fact Carl also only used 2 tricks to solve himself. Ainolo also knew very well that if it weren't for Carl, he would have found himself with the thought of soliciting. I'm afraid he would be dead. Ainolo, it's time for domineering learning to be on the agenda, although those with the natural devil fruit ability are very strong. But without the domineering support, it would actually not be able to exert the power of the natural devil fruit. And the masters in the new world are like clouds, with your strength, it's still not enough. Carl patted Ainolo on the shoulder, indicating that he still needs to work hard. Ainolo nodded, showing a confident expression. Although he is confident of his own strength, he also knows very well that he used to be a frog at the bottom of the well. Nowadays, if you see a little girl in the new world, there will be a natural devil fruit. This made him even more aware of the importance of domineering. At the same time, Caesar, who saw Monet's death through the monitor, had already dialed the phone worm and contacted his boss behind the scenes. Joke. You quickly send someone to rescue me. Monet has been killed, the test items have been rescued, and I am also at risk now. If you are not sending someone to rescue me, your plan will soon be exposed, so send someone here. Caesar called the phone worm in a panic, obviously worried that Carl and others would invade him. Although he is very confident, he is very safe here. But according to the strength of these 2 people, even if he can hold him here, he can't hold him for too long. And he also knew very well that he could kill Monet in one hit. The strength of this brigadier general was definitely higher than his own rank. At least it is the strength of the major general level, otherwise it is impossible to kill Monet in seconds. And the most important thing is that Carl will be domineering. Caesar knew that he could not hide for too long and could only ask for help from the people behind him. I really did not expect the navy to have achieved this step. Don't worry, Caesar, I will let people pass. Hold on. After speaking, no matter how Caesar on the phone worm snarled, Doflamingo had hung up the phone worm and destroyed the phone worm. He must not let the navy know the connection between himself and Caesar. The plan of artificial devil fruit is generally revealed. Not only will he be chased by Kaido's people, even the navy will not let him go. As Kaiwahei under the banner of the world's government, openly cooperating with the 4 emperors. Once this kind of thing is exposed, even if he holds the secrets of the Tianlongren, he will be deprived of Kaiwahei's identity and be wanted again. He would never see such a situation. Then Doflamingo sat back in his seat, with Erlang's legs tilted, with a very vulture expression on his face. The eyes hidden under the eyes shot out a terrifying light, making the people around them afraid to talk casually. At the expense of Monet, this loyal member, Doflamingo was also very angry. At this moment, Wilgo's phone worm called in. After Doflamingo got through the phone worm, his expression became even more ugly. www.readaloud.com. According to the news that Virgo got, the person who was sent to Punk Hazard this time was the one who had been with Doflamingo before. Carl, who played against him. The most important thing is that this time Warring States directly bypassed the G5 branch, allowing Cusin, who was returning to the Navy headquarters, to rescue the children there. There was no problem with this wave of operations in the Warring States period, but Doflamingo began to doubt it. Instead of asking people from the G5 branch to help, let Cusin go instead. This kind of operation shows that people who don't trust the G5 branch. Doflamingo couldn't help wondering whether Virgo had been exposed, or some flaws had been exposed. So he told Virgo to continue hiding, and not to contact himself during this time, let alone rescue Caesar. Virgo accepted the suggestion and chose not to move. Doflamingo broke the phone worm and began to think about how he should rescue Caesar. If he dies, the artificial devil fruit plan will be completely destroyed, and the alliance with Kaido will be broken. Although I don't want to do this, this is the only way. Doflamingo looked awkward, then opened the drawer and dialed a phone bug that he didn't want to call. Hey, is it Jack? I'm Joke. I need your help. At the same time, just when Doflamingo asked for help, Carl has taken Ainalu and found Caesar's position. The two of them were unimpeded all the way, no matter what enemies or traps they encountered, they could not pose a threat to them. The two of them came to Caesar with ease. There was no suspense in the battle between them. Even if Caesar was a gas fruit-capable person, he was still killed by Carl with a single move. Just when Carl was about to solve Caesar, the selection system was triggered again. Chapter 55, Stay Behind. Ding! When encountering Caesar, the selection system has been triggered. Option 1, recruit Caesar, make him his crew, and reward the host for Caesar's loyalty. Option 2, kill Caesar and destroy all man-made devil fruits, reward the host with a random devil fruit as a reward. Choice 3, let Caesar go, reward the host for the favor of Doflamingo and Kaido, and increase a random attribute by 1 level. So little reward this time? Calmo rubbed his chin, feeling a little surprised. He did not expect that the reward this time would be so small. But think about it. Caesar in front of him did not pose much threat to himself. Although it is the production base that destroyed the artificial devil fruit, the impact on the plot is minimal. At most, it only attracts the hatred of Kaido and Doflamingo. These two were originally enemies, and they held a grudge against themselves, and of course Carl wouldn't care. This time there are few rewards and it is excusable. Afterwards, Carl didn't hesitate to take the knife down with his hand, killing Caesar, who kept begging for mercy. He didn't intend to spare him. Caesar did a lot of evil, and conducted many human experiments, completely a murderous demon. Although Vegapunk often does human experiments, at least he will not abduct children directly like Caesar. Vegapunk at least maintains his humanity. He will only act on people who agree to undergo human experiments. But Caesar is different, he can be played by anyone. There is absolutely no need for such a scum to keep him and continue to harm the world. Then Carl took Ainalu and searched the entire secret base. During this period, Carl also saw an extremely ugly dragon. Without any hesitation, he shot and killed him directly, and then realized that the opponent turned out to be Momonashuk. Only then did Carl realize that he had killed the wrong person. But it doesn't matter, whoever makes the other party not speak will attack him, and he looks so scary that he deserves to die. That's all. After sorting out the information of the entire base and getting the children out, Carl ordered Ainalu to destroy it all. Ainalu also lived up to expectations, directly incarnation of a 1,000-meter-high thunder giant. The thunder in the sky continued to gather. In the blink of an eye, the thunder of the world fell from the sky and instantly destroyed this huge castle. Yahahaha! Ainulu smiled and lifted his transformation, looking at his masterpiece triumphantly. After several days of training, he found that his ability to control the fruit has become stronger. Nilu looked at the proud Ainulu and clenched her fists. She knew very well that she was not an opponent of Ainulu now. But she did not admit defeat. As long as she can learn to be armed and domineering, Nilu doesn't think she will be much weaker than Ainulu. In this way, Karl also completed the task of choice too, by the way, and successfully obtained the Swexia fruit. It's just that he didn't take the Swexia fruit out the first time. Suddenly taking out a devil fruit would cause unnecessary suspicion, so he planned to go out for a while. In this way, you can casually talk about the origin of the fruit. As for who eats this fruit, Karl feels that both Nilu and Enzo are quite suitable. Next, we will camp outside and wait until General Kuzan arrives and pick them up to the Navy headquarters. You are responsible for the safety of these children these days. I plan to go to the surrounding waters. I will not run too far. If you encounter an enemy, remember to notify me as soon as possible, and I will rush back as quickly as possible. Karl just downplayed it and handed over the task of taking care of the pirates to the other members. That's all. Karl left Punkhasad without any psychological burden and flew towards the surrounding sea. I have to say that Punkhasad was still a very beautiful island before it became an island of ice and fire. It's a pity that in the original book, Kuzan and Sakaski fought a battle, which completely changed the climate here and made it a frightening island. I don't know why the two of them have to choose such an island with a pleasant climate and scenery for a duel. Isn't this a violent thing? It's really a pity. Karl flew in the air and shook his head. Brew brew brew. Brew brew brew. At this moment, the phone worm rang. Karl stopped flying, stood in midair and connected to the phone worm. Hello. Who is this? Allah, are you Brigadier General Karl? You are. Hearing this somewhat lazy voice, Karl felt a little familiar, but for a while, he couldn't remember who the other party was. I'm Kuzan. I heard the Marshal of the Warring States period say that you rescued a group of children in Punkhasad, didn't you? It turned out to be General Kuzan. That's right, Punkhasad does have a group of children, and I rescued them all. And I have found some other information, and I will pass it to you when the time comes. Really? It's really troublesome, I have to make a detour. Have you caught the owner of that place? No, I will kill all my enemies, but you can rest assured that Caesar is in charge of that place. Yu.Yukansha.com. Everything he has done is written in the information, and there is absolutely no omission. Karl didn't tell the truth. Although these data can prove that the artificial fruit was made by Caesar. But this does not prove that there is any connection between him and Doflamingo. Karl did this because it was too cheap for Doflamingo to end the game too early. Really? It's a pity. If it's alive, maybe he can get other information from his mouth. But that's okay, your task is also perfect, and you will wait there for 2 days. My fleet and I will arrive in 2 days. During this time, the enemy may move. You have to be careful. Although Kuzan is very lazy, he still cares about his colleagues. Karl agreed, and then hung up the phone worm. 2 days? It should be no problem. Virgo is definitely impossible to move because of Warring States orders. Doflamingo must have also received the news, knowing that Kuzan will come soon. If he wants to come, at least it will take more than a day. If he doesn't want to be exposed, he will definitely not show up in person. In this way, there are not many people who can threaten me. The only uncertain factor is whether Kaido will send someone out. Karl thought for a moment. The only threat he faced now was Kaido's men. But even if Kaido sent someone, he would just send Jack, a stupid man. This guy looks rough and thick, but for Karl, he is the least threatening one. For this stupid man, he has 10,000 ways to sanction the other party. Although he is not sure that he can be killed, the opponent can never be his opponent. This is Carl's confidence. Chapter 56, Chance Encounter. It's almost time, it's time to go back. Although Carl came out to explore the surrounding seas, he was more importantly looking for an excuse to obtain the snow and snow fruit for himself. So he doesn't take too long. It was almost evening now, and it was time for him to go back to rest. But just when he was about to leave, the boat below, which looked a little ruined, appeared in Carl's sight. A very obvious pirate flag is hung on this small boat on the mountain. Carl is also very familiar with this pirate flag logo. This is the Pirates of Blackbeard Titch. Not only Carl found Titch, but Titch and the others also found Carl. Even Titch beckoned to himself, showing a constipated smile. Hee, since you have greeted me, do you seem to be a little timid if I don't go there? Carl sneered, then flew straight over. He was not worried that Blackbeard would do it to himself. The opponent has no reason to attack him in the naval camp at this time. Tick still needs to endure for a while, until the Dingshan War breaks out. He will fully reveal his ambitions. Forbearance in this regard, if Titch claims to be second, I'm afraid no one dares to call first. Faced with such an ambition, Carl also wants to get rid of it quickly. But the opponent's strength is not weak, coupled with his current Kaiwahei identity, Carl really can't do anything with him. So he also needs an appropriate time to kill Tick. At the same time, Blackbeard Titch originally greeted Carl, just to mock him. But he did not expect that not only did Carl not be ridiculed, but he even flew over. This made Titch suddenly a little confused, and became nervous from the bottom of his heart. What should I do to cover up? This guy is here. I'm not doing well with him now, otherwise my plan will be in vain. It's better to bear with me. This kid can't do it to me, right? Even if he does it to me, it's the Navy's fault, right? Titch thought a lot, and after analyzing the pros and cons, he found that as long as he didn't take the initiative to take the initiative. Even in the end, it was Carl's responsibility, and it had nothing to do with him. After thinking of this, his expression became relaxed, and the iconic smile hung on his face again. Tykish personally stood on the bow of the ship to welcome Carl's arrival. Thief, ha 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 ha, I didn't expect Master Carl to come to my pirate ship, do you have any advice? Humph. I don't dare to give any advice to you, Kaiwahei. If you have to do it, does it count as killing all of you? Carl is not here yet, the voice comes first. The powerful and domineering, burst out from Carl's body instantly. Before Titch's subordinates could react, more than half of them had been stunned by this domineering look. The others, except Titch, were equally uncomfortable. They can barely resist Carl's domineering dominance only if they can use most of their power. Although under normal circumstances, the Overlord's domineering can only be used to clean up the minions. But as your strength grows, and the domineering level of the Overlord increases, domineering and domineering can obviously help you and weaken the enemy's strength. Even Blackbeard was sweating when facing Carl's Overlord color. He also had to allocate a part of his energy in order to offset the influence of the Overlord's domineering look. It's really the Navy Star Carl. No, now you should be Brigadier General Carl, right? Titch took a look, and he recognized Carl's military uniform floating above his head. Now Carl's rank is Commodore. Pirates like them are very sensitive to the rank of the Navy. As long as the opponent comes out wearing a Navy uniform and does not make changes to the Navy uniform, a pirate of Tick's level can recognize at a glance what rank is in the Navy that is hunting down his own. Titch, I don't want to talk nonsense with you, and I don't want to care about your purpose in coming here. But the vicinity of Punk Hasid has been under the control of the Navy, and here I discovered the trajectory of Kaido's activities, as well as some ulterior secrets. If you continue to stay here, I can completely arrest you as Kaido's comrade. According to the information I have, Kaido has a deal with a Kaiwohei. Although I am not sure who it is, you are the first Kaiwohei to appear here, so... Thief, ha 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 ha, I'm leaving now. I don't want to interfere with the affairs between your navy and the four emperors. Tich didn't hesitate to admit it and chose to leave. He knew very well that with his current strength, directly participating in the game between the navy and the four emperors was an act of seeking death. At most, he just eats some leftover rice in the middle to get a little benefit. Especially for the navy side, when he has some important information about the four emperors, he is even less likely to come out and die. This is totally inconsistent with his forbearance style. It's not yet the time for Tick to rise, so he understands that no matter what happens here and what temptations there are, reading www.yuyugonshu.com, he can't stay here. Carl saw Tick's confession so quickly, which he didn't expect. But since he chose to leave so soon, Carl didn't say anything, but floated in the air and stared at Tich silently. Little devil, you can still have a glorious moment now, after a while, you will become a prey. My Blackbeard Tich will keep staring at you. Thieves, ha 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 ha. Tich suddenly made such a sentence, which sounded like a threat. If you change the average person, you might not even care about it. But Carl could hear his voiceover. Tich was obviously looking at himself, otherwise he would never have said such a thing. With his character, as long as he finds a chance, he will definitely start with himself. After Carl thought about it this way, he sneered, then opened his hands. In that case, let me see you off first. Storm. Along with Carl's soft sound, the surrounding sea instantly set off a storm. The huge incoming waves slapped Tich's small boat, making his originally weak boat tottering. The violent storm even damaged the sails of the boat. If it weren't for the waves, the boat would have capsized now. Damn bastard! Tich didn't expect that Carl would actually borrow the wind of nature to attack himself. But it was too late for him to fight back at this time. His boat has entered the water. If he does not dare to make up for it, the boat will sink soon. Carl looked at the embarrassing appearance of Tich and the others and couldn't help but laugh. But at this moment, the phone bug he carried with him rang, and Kuroba's anxious voice came from inside. Master Carl is not good. Drought Jack, one of the 3 plagues, is here. Chapter 57, Welcome Gift. When Carl was molesting Blackbeard, Punk Hasid also had an unexpected situation. Drought Jack, one of the 3 plagues of the Big Beasts and Pirates group, suddenly arrived. Without the domineering experience of Anilu, all of them would not be able to notice Jack's arrival. Thanks to Anilu's domineering experience, this allowed Kuroba and the cat demon to successfully take the children to a relatively safe area, and also allow them to make more preparations. It turned out to be Jack, one of the 3 plagues. It seems we have to be prepared to delay the time and wait for Brigadier General Carl to return. Among these people, Enzo is not the strongest, but he is the most reliable person. As a person who escaped from the country of Wano, he knew very well how powerful the strength of the 3 plagues was. At first, a group of them wanted to escape from the country, but in the end he was the only one who succeeded. This is not because of how strong he is, but because of other good brothers, paving the way for him. Coupled with his luck, he fell into the water from a height of several hundred meters and did not die, which made him survive by luck. However, he had never fought against the 3 plagues. To be precise, he is not qualified to fight the 3 plagues. With his strength, even the 6 volleys are not qualified to meet. Although Enzo said so, Anilu and Nilu were a little eager to try. During this time, in addition to their normal exercise, they were also pressed into the cabin by Carl and forcibly learned information about the 4 emperors. Although they didn't remember a lot, at least they remembered the personality characteristics of each of the 4 emperors, as well as the strongest combat powers under them. Jack, one of the 3 plagues, is very unique. Even if Inilu never sees it again, he can recognize the other party after seeing the reward order. Yeah, ha 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 ha, even if the opponent is very powerful, I can't lose to him, I'm the thunder god Anilu. Anilu laughed arrogantly, but his eyes were very cautious. Tactically despise the enemy and value the enemy strategically, this is what Anilu is thinking now. And he also knows very well that the strength of the three plagues can be regarded as the combat effectiveness between the first and second lines of this world. Especially in the New World, Jack's strength, as long as he doesn't meet the generals and the four emperors, he can walk sideways. So although Anilu is still proud, he does not despise the other party. The same is true of Nilu, who has the same idea as Anilu. She knows how powerful Jack is, but she also wants to try, between herself and Jack, who is stronger in the end. Nilu heard that each of the four emperors has power that surpasses adult giants. Even some of their more famous subordinates have the power not weaker than the giants. Although it was pure strength, it did not calculate other strengths. But Jack, as a very resistant meat shield, is also very powerful. Nilu's current thoughts are very simple. She wants to see what the power gap between herself and this kind of existence is. However, the two of them were very excited, and the others were worried and dying. Especially the cat demon. She didn't know how to fight, and her strength was the weakest among all members. If she had to say anything, her strength would be equivalent to that of a major in the Navy headquarters. If it weren't for the fruit ability, even if Carl valued her ability to make desserts, he would not agree to let her go on board. Fortunately, although she was scared, she moved the children unambiguously. With the cooperation of her and Kuruba, these children were successfully transferred. Kuruba's fighting ability is not bad, but her hands are not for fighting. Once she had an accident and other people suffered serious fatal injuries, she would have no way of treatment. So everyone unanimously decided to let her and the cat demon hide with the children first, and then call the bug to notify Carl. As for the others, they are ready to fight. Erland's fighting ability is also very average, but he was also a fast gunner. There is nothing wrong with leaving him here to guard the boat. Jace is not very useful in this battle. He will not be armed and domineering, and his melee combat ability is also very average. Although the gunshot was accurate, it didn't do anything to a monster like Jack with a thick skin. So he can only stay here and guard the boat with Ellen. At present, it can become the fighting force against Jack. Only Anilu, Nilu, and Enzo are the only three. However, with the strength of the three of them, they are not Jack's opponents, so they can only delay as much as possible. Why don't I go there first and give them a meeting gift? Anilu smiled sullenly, looking very much like a villain who wanted to sneak attack on the protagonist. Not only him, but even Nilu, who is next to him, thinks this way. It's a pity that Nilu hasn't learned all 6 Navy poses. Her talents, power, feet, and finger guns were the first moves she learned. Uebu and other 6 Navy forms, on the contrary, fell into a state of stagnation. So she is not impulsive, but wait and see. www.readaloud.com. Be careful, Jack is very difficult to deal with, although your strength is very strong, but he is not easy to deal with. Brigadier General Carl said that there are few people who can be named in the New World who are not domineering, so. Yeah, ha 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 ha. Don't worry, I'm not a fool, I won't be caught by him. Anilu laughed, then turned into a thunder and lightning and rushed over. At the same time, Jack is ready to crush this Navy warship. In their opinion, a Commodore's warship can't be seen by them at all. If it wasn't for joke. Because the opponent is a Navy, he is not easy to do it. Jack didn't bother to come over at all. Hey! Joke! This guy is really a waste. Even if the Navy can't solve it, let me do it. What else did you say that this Brigadier Admiral is difficult to deal with? Let me be careful. What a coward, even the Navy, no wonder he wants to be Kaiwahe. Jack is obviously a bit contemptuous of Doflamingo. To be precise, he despised all the Kaiwases and looked down upon all the Kaiwases. Even if there are monsters like Shiping, Xiong and even my hawk in Kaiwahe, he still looks down. In its view, the people who take refuge in Kaiwahe are a group of downright cowards. Gg, Lord Jack, someone has flown here. Suddenly, a little brother shouted loudly. Jack looked up indifferently, but a stout thunder was greeted. This blow directly burned the sails of the ship, and a big hole was punched in the deck. The most important thing is that the stern position ignited a raging fire. The mobility of this ship has been completely abolished. Chapter 58, Jack is here. Yahahaha. My gift is pretty good, Jack from the Kaido Pirates. Ainulu stood up in the air with his hands on his hips, smiling out of style. Although his thunder did not have any effect on Jack. But this blow at least made Jack's ship lose its mobility. In this way, the opponent's idea of sinking the warship was completely shattered. I don't know where they came from, you are looking for death. Jack is a stupid big man, he didn't hesitate to pick up the artillery, and it was a shot against the sky. But this shell did not hit Ainulu, but passed through him. After Jack played several rounds in a row, he confirmed that Ainulu was a natural fruit ability person. It's just that Jack's knowledge reserve is really worrying, and he has not seen the Devil Fruit illustrated book. Except for a few well-known fruit abilities, Jack has no idea what the other Devil Fruit abilities are. So when he knew that Ainulu was the fruit of the natural devil, he was shocked, and then asked Ainulu loudly. That in the sky, what kind of demon fruit are you? Yahahaha. Why should I tell you? Although Ainulu's IQ is not very high, he will not actively reveal his abilities after Carl's affair. Even if one's abilities are very iconic, the other party can guess it. But it is a good habit not to explode. Because some hole cards need to be hidden in order to be most useful. But Ainulu didn't expect that Jack was really as stupid as the information said. After several rounds of artillery testing, the other party didn't even notice his such obvious fruiting ability. Jack's brain has nothing but muscles. Damn bastard, go to hell! Jack roared and his body began to squat. With his formidable power, plus his own monster-like weight, he directly bends his ship a lot. After a while, Jack shot up to the sky in an instant, and came straight to Ani Road. The powerful force brought extremely fast speed, and it came to Ainulu in an instant. Jack's fist was covered with armed domineering, and he rushed towards Ainulu. He is stupid, but he still understands that to deal with the natural devil fruit ability, he must use domineering. Otherwise, you can't kill the opponent. It's just that Jack considers a very good offensive, which is not very good in the eyes of Ainulu. Such an offensive full of loopholes, he directly transformed into thunder and lightning to easily dodge, and then another blow of thunder fell from the sky. Being hit by the thunder head-on again, Jack's body crashed down and hit the ground directly, forming a big pit. Yahahaha! Billions of volts Thor is coming! Ainulu smiled wildly, without leaving any hands, directly unleashing one of his strongest moves. A huge thunder giant appeared in the air, punch after punch and smashed towards Jack on the ground. Each of his punches can cause the ground to shake, the sea to churn. Even the clouds in the sky gathered together because of his thunder, forming a dense thundercloud. Jack's little brothers, when they saw Ainulu rubbing Jack on the ground, they were shocked and angry, and wanted to help. But at this moment, Ling Li shot down several pirates running in front of the ocean instantly. Enzo was standing on the huge stone ruins not far away, his eyes were sharp, and the silver knife in his hand reflected a terrifying light. He knew very well that he was not Jack's opponent, so he might as well clean up the miscellaneous soldiers here. Jack's strength is very good, but his ability to lead troops is very poor, and he will anger his crew for some trivial matters. It can be said that as long as the person is a little strong, he is not willing to follow Jack, for fear that he will die unclearly with him. Most of these crew members who followed Jack were forced to come over, and their strength was not very good at all. Enzo cleaned them very easily. But Nilu didn't want to do such a tasteless thing. Now she braved the sky of thunder, rushing to the pit where Jack was, and wanted to join forces with Ainulu to deal with Jack. She also knows that Jack's strength is very strong, but she still wants to try. How much worse is her strength compared to Jack? Cut. What a troublesome woman! Ainulu also saw Nilu rushing over. Fortunately, his domineering look is very good. He easily manipulated thunder to avoid accidental injury, leaving a passable passage for Nilu. However, the movements of his hands did not stop. Ainulu can feel that Jack's resistance is getting stronger and stronger. Although his attack is very powerful, it can even bring a paralyzing effect to Jack. But the opponent's physical fitness is also very strong. His own massive attack has absolutely no effect on him. Jack even climbed out of the edge, holding the thunder hard. At the same time www.readaloud.com Nilu also rushed up, and nodded to Annie Road in the sky. I saw that she used up all the strength of her body and jumped up. Her fist even glowed with a slight red light because of the flow of blood. This punch is her strongest punch so far. Accompanied by a roar. A crack appeared in the earth. Jack, who was about to climb up the pit, was beaten back by Nina directly. This punch hit Jack's cheek firmly and almost broke the bridge of his nose. But Nilu's right hand also became a little red and swollen. It can be seen from here that although Nilu's punch is very powerful, Jack's face is also very thick. She didn't even break the defense with this punch. As expected of Jack, who is called a monster, my full punch did not even interrupt the most fragile bridge of the human body's nose. Although her tone was low, Nilu also saw the gap between herself and the other party. She is the closest person to those who can learn to be armed and domineering among those recruited by Karl. The power of the punch just now made her touch the threshold of armed and domineering. But not enough. She needs to be stronger. This kind of power cannot become her strongest, but must become the norm. Otherwise, Nilu will not be able to stand on this sea. Asshole! You are all going to die. Just when Nilu was thinking about this question, suddenly a roar came from below the cavity. A huge humanoid creature leaped from the inside. Nilu couldn't dodge, and was directly knocked out by this huge humanoid creature, spouting a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, his goal is not Nilu, but Ainulu in the sky. Otherwise, this blow would have killed her. Chapter 59, Save the Field. Ainulu. Be careful. Nilu, who was knocked into the air, used a lot of strength and adjusted her figure so that she would not land with her head on the ground. At the same time, she reminded Ainulu to make him beware of Jack. At this time, Jack had already transformed into the form of an orc, and his entire body's height had been forcibly increased a lot. Such a Jack has not only become more explosive, but even faster than before. Faced with Jack like this, Ainulu reacted, but his elementalization speed was still a step slower. The huge Rakutan giant was instantly dissipated by Jack's huge body. Ainulu succeeded in elementalizing at the very moment, avoiding a fatal attack. But his body was still touched by Jack. A huge wound appeared in the abdomen. Although this wound was not as serious as the injury Karl had caused him before, it would not cause him to coma. But as an Ainulu with few injuries, his ability to resist is really not good. Jack's attack directly reduced his combat effectiveness a lot, and even his ability to control the thunder fell a lot. Ha 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 ha. Go to hell. The arrogant kid. After Jack saw that Ainulu was injured, he didn't know what method he used, and he forcibly turned around in midair and rushed towards Ainulu. Faced with Jack who suddenly rushed over, Ainulu had no choice but to summon a sky full of thunder nets, wanting to intercept him. But the thunder that knocked Jack down before fell on him now, just like a water gun, without any effect at all. Damn it! Seeing that his attack had no effect, Ainulu turned into a thunder and lightning again, barely evading Jack's attack. But at this moment, Jack didn't know when, suddenly he threw two huge scimitars. These two scimitars were covered with a touch of armed domineering. Although the concentration is not very high, it is enough to cause damage to those with natural fruit ability. In addition, Jack's strength is very strong, and it is not a problem to face the adult giants. If these two weird weapons hit Ainalu, he will be cut in half. Seeing this scene, Ainalu wanted to be elementalized again to avoid the sudden attack. But the sharp pain of the wound made his figure pause. The attack has come before his eyes, and he has no time to escape. But at this time, Enzo and Nilu suddenly appeared in front of Ainalu, reluctantly helping him withstand the attack of two weapons. However, as a price, the two of them were also knocked into the air at this time, and they also had a deep wound on their bodies. Enzo was okay, he was protected by weapons, and his injuries were not serious. But Nilu was miserable. She relies purely on her physical body to regret this weapon, plus the protection of her unarmed domineering. Although her fist hit the side of the weapon, she did not face the blade. But there was still a deep scar on her shoulder. Seeing this scene, Ainalu was a little angry. Although he and Nilu have not dealt with each other, they are crew members who have lived together for a week. There is still a little feeling between them. Seeing that his companion was wounded, Ainalu became angry again and turned into a huge thunder giant to fight back. But at this time, Jack's figure came suddenly. I saw Jack, with a grinning smile, appeared in front of Ainalu, grabbing the big face of the thunder giant. Go to hell! Jack roared, and instantly crushed the thunder giant, and then he punched again to the front door of Annie Road. This was Jack's angry blow, and it was also his strongest blow. Ainalu knew that if he was hit by this blow, he would definitely die. He wanted to escape with elementalization, but the injuries on his body caused him to endure severe pain all the time. This injury affected Ainalu's fruit ability, causing him to be unable to be elementalized in time. Seeing Jack's punch, it has come to his face, Ainalu has nothing to do except incompetent and furious. But at this time, a thunder suddenly appeared in the sky. Then came the hurricane roaring. Both Ainalu and Jack were forcibly rolled up by this hurricane. Jack was thrown into the sky fiercely, while Annie Road took advantage of this gap and escaped from the center of the hurricane by elementalization. Damn it! If it weren't for that hurricane, I'm afraid I would have died. Ainalu was very unwilling, he did not expect Jack to be so strong. Just a few tricks to make yourself defeated. He couldn't believe that this was the strength of the New World pirate. This kind of power is many times stronger than the Monet and Caesar he met before. If the powerhouses of the New World are at least of this level, Ainalu knows that his strength lies here, and there is only a dead end. And the most important thing is that he is very clear that Jack's strength here can only be regarded as the one who is at the bottom of the list. Because there are Emperor Lieutenants above Jack, and even the 4 Emperors. The current Ainalu deeply doubts what kind of monsters the so-called 4 Emperors are. Nilu and Ainalu thought similarly, and she never thought that Jack's power was so strong, even thick-skinned. His own punch hits the bridge of his nose continuously, which hurts one's self-esteem too much. Coupled with the fact that Nilu was given a second after Jack's attack, she couldn't believe it before changing to this kind of thing. But after experiencing one side personally, she realized how dangerous the New World is. As for Enzo, he had already seen these things aside. As a samurai from Wano country, he was born in the New World from the beginning, and he naturally knew how terrifying the monsters of the New World were. His thoughts are completely different from those of Ainalu and Nilu. He now fully focused his attention on this sudden hurricane. Does any of you know what is going on with this hurricane? Why is there such a hurricane suddenly and without warning? Enzo's problem also attracted the attention of Ainalu and Nilu. But it didn't wait for the two of them to have doubts. The figure of Black Feather came in front of the 3 of them. On her neck was a medical kit that was only available on the ship. Don't move, the 3 of you. I will simply help you bandage the wound to avoid infection. Later, you will come back to the ship with me and I will treat you. Hey you, why are you here? Didn't we let you hide? You go quickly, it's dangerous here. Although Nilu is arrogant and conceited, she still cares about her companions. When she saw Kuroba, she was the first to watch her leave. However, before Black Feather could answer, Ainalo, who was next to him, laughed. "Yeah, ha 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 ha, I didn't expect this to come back so quickly. This hurricane should be his handwriting. I didn't expect that he still had such power. It seems that we all underestimated him." Chapter 60, Fight. Nilu was a little dazed. Enzo nodded thoughtfully. "It's Master Carl. He came back, and happened to meet me, and then he brought me back and asked me to treat you." Kuroba waved his hand. She turned into wings to operate with one hand. After a while, she bandaged the injuries of the three of them, and then helped them to walk towards the warship. At the same time, "I didn't expect Master Carl's strength to be so strong. I only heard the rumors before, but now it is really surprising." Enzo did not expect that Carl could even control such a powerful hurricane. Despite such power, the thunder without Ainalo looks arrogant. But in terms of quality, this hurricane far surpasses the thunder of Ani Road. This is beyond doubt. The others also nodded, agreeing with Enzo's words. Among them, the only two who have fought with Carl are Nilu and Ainalo. But Nilu simply tried a few tricks. Ainalo was even killed by 2 tricks, and he couldn't warm up Carl. So they have never seen Carl take a serious shot. Today, they have the opportunity to see the picture of the Navy's most talented star Carl, the captain of the long-famous big pirate Drought Jack. At the same time, Carl did not show up directly, but hid in the clouds and continued to control the hurricane. He knows very well that Jack's strength and armament are very domineering. But seeing color domineering is his weakness. And it is difficult for Jack to calm down. Seeing and smelling domineering must be calmed down before it can be used. Carl did not do this to kill Jack, but to make him lose his composure. Although Jack's domineering appearance is not strong, he can lose a kind of ability to the opponent, and the odds of winning are 10% higher for Carl. Hey? After persisting for so long, can't he finally be trapped? Drought Jack is really not an opponent that can be trapped so easily. Carl saw that Jack suddenly turned into a mammoth, and his body quickly smashed into the ground thinking about it. The form of the devil fruit and mammoth of the ancient species is Jack's fruit ability. When he transforms into a mammoth, not only his defense power will increase exponentially, but also his weight will increase exponentially. He weighs more than tens of tons. It is impossible for him to be picked up by a hurricane. Without any exception, he just fell to the ground and even smashed a huge hole. Upon seeing this, Carl danced his swords instantly. 2 slashes that were several times higher than Enzo Ling's speed, rushed to the mammoth below. After realizing that he was being attacked, Jack also roared. His long nose was covered with armed domineering, and he threw it out with all his strength. Accompanied by a pouch. 2 deep cuts appeared on Jack's long nose. If there is another blow, his nose will be cut directly. But after turning into a mammoth, Jack was not sensitive to pain, so he didn't feel how painful it was. He just felt that the sudden appearance of the enemy was a bit tricky, far from comparable to those of the little ghosts before. Who was it that attacked Lao Tzu and got out of Lao Tzu? Jack roared and transformed into an orc again. Although the mammoth is very fierce, it is very inflexible. When facing a swordsman, it can only be a living target. The ability to use fruits in human form is his perfect form. The only flaw is that the defense and strength are not as good as the mammoth form. You know who I am. You don't need me to introduce myself, right? Carl's figure slowly emerged from the sky. Overlord and domineering instantly enveloped Jack. Feeling the impact of the Overlord's domineering, Jack was sweating and took a step back subconsciously. No matter who is impacted by the Overlord's domineering, as long as there is no Overlord's resistance, they will be affected a little. Even Jack, who lacks roots, is the same. It's just that the degree of impact has something to do with his own strength. The stronger the person, the less the impact will be. Then Jack saw Carl's figure and appeared in his own eyes. It's just that Carl's face is very face-to-face, and he understands when he sees Carl's military uniform. The person in front of you is the one Doflamingo said, the Commodore who is not easy to solve. So you are joke. That said, the kid who is not easy to solve. It seems that he didn't speak. With the strength you just showed, that waste really can't solve you. But I am different. I am under the banner of the Beast Pirate Group, one of the 3 plagues, Drought Jack. No matter who it is, there is only a dead end in front of me. Even if you are the Navy, I can still kill you. Jack roared, holding a weird weapon in both hands, and rushed towards Carl with a stride. Every step of Jack can make another pothole. From here it is enough to see how strong his power is. But Carl shook his head, easily dodged Jack's attack, and dodged behind him. As the black light flashed past, Jack had 2 more wounds on his body. Although the wound was not deep, Jack felt the long-lost pain. Asshole www.readwound.com hurt me. Go to death. Jack turned around with another blow, but before his attack arrived, he suddenly rose into the air. The ground under Jack's feet suddenly rose into the sky. Before Jack could react, he had already flown to the clouds. What a reckless guy! Carl's eyes were piercing, and the 2 swords crossed and began to accumulate strength. Cross/. Carl is a nameless, so he gave up the name. As long as it is a similar attack, replace it with the same move name. The same is true for this cross-cut. But this time, Carl broke out with a terrifying aura. The double knives were covered by the domineering armed color, revealing a black luster. I saw Carl instantly rose into the sky, and his whole person disappeared like a teleport. When his figure appeared again, he had already come to Jack. At the same time, the ground that dragged Jack up was broken, and there was a huge cross scar on Jack's back. Such a scene surprised Jack a little. He didn't expect the Navy in front of him, just 2 tricks would make him helpless. But he did not give up, but became more vicious. Jack didn't know where the explosive power came from, so he soared into the air and rushed towards Carl. Facing Jack's impact, Carl didn't intend to face the opponent head-on, but turned around to avoid the opponent's monotonous attack, then released a hurricane and rewrapped Jack into the ground. Then Carl's eyes flashed and his figure disappeared again. When he reappeared, he had already retracted the double knives into the scabbard and opened his lips slightly. "Ihe." The voice fell. Blood spurts out. Jack is injured again.